Chapter 462. The second watch arrived. Then it could also be that she took off her shoes and went in barefoot. Cui Yun did not give up and tried to push this matter onto Yu Shu, but her eyes revealed some panic. Zhang Shuiyuan felt depressed. Looking at Cui Yun, her emotions were extremely complicated. On one hand, she hoped that Yu Shu had stolen her Tianyu, but on the other hand, she was afraid that she had wrongly accused the wrong person and let the real thief steal her treasure. Then do you want me to take off my shoes for you to see if my feet are clean? Yu Shu said mockingly. This caused Shui Rui to look at her disapprovingly. With him here, who would dare to ask her to take off her shoes? Who would dare to look? There's no need for such superfluous actions. Shui Rui moved his gaze onto Cui Yun and said coldly, there's no need for you to quibble. According to my deductions, you ought to have been planning something when young Miss Zhan placed her heaven jade beneath her pillow. At that time, you seized the opportunity when she was unprepared to take it away from her right before her eyes. Then you went out with her and left Yu Xuanzi alone in the rear courtyard to push the matter onto her. Darren, don't wrongly accuse me. Cui Yun was so anxious that her face turned red. According to what you said, then why should I drag Shui Yuan to visit the garden with Yu Xuanzi? Because you knew that I wouldn't go with you, Yu Shu said. That's not me. Cui Yun stomped her feet hard under everyone's questioning gaze and said angrily, if you don't believe me, you can search my room. Otherwise, let Shui Yuan search my body. If he can find Tianyu, I will kill myself here. Yun. Zhang Shuiyuan had already suspected Cui Yun, but seeing her so confident, he could not make up his mind. Shui Yuan, it really wasn't me. Cui Yun grabbed Zhang Shuiyuan's hand and was so anxious that she was about to cry. This was Huajin Garden, and she was a student that had been chosen to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. If she was convicted of theft, with so many pairs of eyes watching, it would not be easy. Not to mention how she would be dealt with after the ancestral worship ceremony. If this matter were to spread, her reputation would be ruined. It would be a problem whether she could continue to stay in the Taisher library. Zhang Shuiyan couldn't bear to do it, but for the sake of her family jewels, she couldn't let the thief off. Thus, she lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, then let me search. Cui Yun's shoulders trembled, and she finally let go of her hand. She said indignantly, okay, then you guys search. That's not necessary. You won't be able to find anything from her. Shui Rui said coldly. Under the puzzled gaze of the others, he put his left hand into his sleeve, took it out and handed it to Zhang Shuiyuan. Is this Tianyu? On his palm, there was an oval green stone with 8 claws and a fine silk thread tied to it. It was the heaven jade that Yu Shu had seen on Zhang Shuiyan's neck a few days ago. My heaven jade. Zhang Shuiyuan let out a sharp cry of pleasant surprise and was about to pounce over to grab it, yet Shui Rui easily dodged to the side and turned to say to her. This rock was fished out from the shallow waters of the lake when the 13th princess was playing in the garden in the afternoon. According to my knowledge, Yu Xuanzi hasn't gone to the lake. Young Miss Zhan, can you tell me who threw it there? Zhang Shuiyuan's body shook, and she slowly turned her head to look at Cui Yun, whose face was red. Her chest rose and fell, and she gritted her teeth and growled, so it was really you. Although the few people present didn't have brains, they weren't fools. When they heard this, they could already distinguish between right and wrong. Oh. Yu Shu dragged her voice and walked to Shui Rui's side. She turned her head to look at Zhang Shuiyan and Cui Yun, and said with a fake smile, now I understand. Miss Chui's move is really brilliant. First, you stole Zhang Shuiyan's heaven jade under her eyes, and then went in and out with her, looking for an opportunity to throw it away. In this way, you can frame me, and also not arouse suspicion. Even if you are investigated, there is no real evidence. But the bad thing is that you are unlucky to have met the wise and powerful Lord Shui. This little trick can't hide from Lord Shui's discerning eyes. When Shui Rui heard her last sentence of praise, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He turned his body and put his hands behind his back. From the view of others, he held a few of her fingers and held them gently, not saying a word. Even if the 13th princess didn't find the stone and hand it over to him to find its owner, he would still think of a way to protect Yu Shu's reputation. What Yu Shu said just now was what everyone present was thinking. It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. At this point, Cui Yun still wanted to quibble, but she didn't have the confidence. Her words and actions were powerless, and she couldn't be trusted. Lord Wang said angrily, Cui Yun, you still won't admit it. Do you really want this official to report this matter to the great tipping point and punish you right now? Other than Yu Shu, Lord Wang should be the most furious person present when such a shady matter happened in Huajin Garden. It should be known that before the end of the ceremony, these 6 people were temporarily under his control. If anything went wrong, he would also have to bear a part of the blame. Cui Yun was stared at by several pairs of fierce eyes, especially under Zhang Shuiyuan's murderous gaze. Cui Yun was glared at by several pairs of eyes, especially by Zhang Shuiyuan, who looked like he was going to devour her. Cui Yun could not bear the pressure. She knew that the evidence was irrefutable. If she continued to quibble, the situation would only worsen. So she shrunk her shoulders and cried, I didn't do it on purpose. At first, I just wanted to play a joke on Shuan, so I took her heaven jade. Who knew that when I was walking by the lake, I accidentally lost it. I was afraid that she would cut off all ties with me, so I hid it from her. Seeing that she was suspicious of Yu Xuanzi, I took advantage of the situation. I didn't do it on purpose. As she spoke, she actually knelt in front of Zhang Shuan in front of everyone, grabbed the hem of her clothes and begged. Such a change was unexpected. The original theft and framing was instantly twisted into a joke by her, but she cried so miserably that no one could tell whether it was real or fake. As long as Zhang Shuiyuan, the owner of the lost heaven jade, did not pursue the matter, it would not be difficult for her. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. She thought to herself, I misjudged. This seemingly inconspicuous Cui Yun is not someone who is easy to deal with. Zhang Shuiyuan was not a person with a heart of stone. Previously, he was angry because of the loss of heaven jade, and also because he found out that Cui Yun had used and betrayed him. But now that heaven jade was found, looking at Cui Yun's pitiful face, and thinking of the days since she came to the capital, the two of them could not help but soften. Shui Yuan, it's all my fault. I beg you, don't blame me. I didn't steal your heaven jade. I didn't do it on purpose. Can you forgive me? I don't want to be treated as a thief, I beg you. Zhang Shuiyan turned his head, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, Don't cry, I won't pursue this matter. Shuiyan, Cui Yun raised her head, and was about to rejoice when she heard a sneer behind her. If you don't pursue this matter, I won't let you go. Zhang Shuiyan looked at Yu Shu blankly, and suddenly remembered their previous agreement about the 10 slaps. Yu Xuanzi, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take your slaps on behalf of Shuiyan. Cui Yun's brain was fast enough. She took the blame, and Zhang Shuiyuan's original anger towards her was immediately reduced by half. However, Yu Shu was schemed against and almost suffered a great loss. Would she let the two of them go so easily? Zhang Shuiyan, Yu Shu simply called his name at this moment, and pointed at Cui Yun who was kneeling on the ground shamelessly. Do you really want her to take the slaps on behalf of you? Zhang Shuiyuan's expression struggled for a moment, and then nodded his head lightly, as a tacit agreement. All right, I'm not unreasonable. Since both of you are willing, then these 10 slaps, you can split it equally, each of you can take 5 slaps. Yu Shu waved her hand, pretending to be generous. Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun's expression twisted at the same time, and wanted to say something to resist, but they did not know where to start. After all, they were the ones in the wrong, and with Shui Rui by the side, they could not deny it even if they said it to the end of the world. If you want to hit, then hit, don't talk so much nonsense. Although Zhang Shuiyuan knew that he had wronged Yu Shu, but he did not change his hatred towards Yu Shu, and because of this he hated her even more. Yu Shu curled her lips and smiled. There's no hurry, we still have to attend the ceremony tomorrow. My hand is strong, and if I slap your face is swollen, how are you going to meet people tomorrow? Just owe it first, and we'll talk about it when we return to the capital. She loved to slap people's faces in public, and there were only a few people here. How could it be enough? If she wanted to slap their faces, she would have to find a good day. Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun's hearts trembled, and after thinking about it, They understood that Yu Shu wanted to leave it for the future to humiliate them in public. Yu Shu saw the worry on their faces, and the gloominess in her heart dissipated. She quietly squeezed Shui Rui's warm palm, and in the next moment, she heard Shui Rui say, "The situation is urgent. This official will not report this matter for the time being, but you have disturbed Huajin Garden, and this matter cannot be tolerated. After the ceremony, official Wang and I will report the matter to the head supervisor and ask him to make a decision." Cui Yun's face turned pale. She did not expect that after she escaped one calamity, there would be another one. This time, Zhan Shuyan did not speak up for her, and she could not even protect herself, so why would she care about these two people? They deserved their bad luck. She did not know what the relationship between Shui Rui and Yu Shu was, but based on their malicious slander of Yu Shu, how could Shui Rui let them go so easily? "Official Wang, you stay and teach them, so that they do not cause trouble tonight. I still have something to do, so I will leave first." Shui Rui let go of Yu Shu's hand and gave the sky jade to official Wang, and slowly walked out of the door. When he was at the door, he stopped and turned his head slightly. It seemed like he did it unintentionally, but it was noticed by those who were observant. Yu Shu secretly laughed and said to official Wang, "I will send off official Shui. You go first." Official Wang was grateful to Shui Rui for helping him solve a problem, so he was happy to have someone pay attention to him. Thus, Yu Shu followed Shui Rui's footsteps, and the two of them walked out of the courtyard one after the other. Little Jizi carried a lantern and followed them. They left behind a group of people who were destined to have a sleepless night. The night was dark, and the shadows of the buildings by the lake gradually faded. Eunuch Chiu stood outside a curtain with his back bowed, reporting in a low voice what had happened in the southwest side courtyard in the evening to his master. After a while, he heard a comment from behind the curtain. "According to what you said, that Yu Xuanzi is not a good-natured person." Eunuch Chiu listened carefully, trying to figure out Imperial concubine Shui's tone. It did not sound like she was displeased, so he carefully said, "Fortunately, she has a temper, and managed to control those unruly people. Otherwise, we would not know the outcome of tonight's matter." Eunuch Chiu heard this chuckle, and immediately knew that he had not misunderstood. Chapter 463. Shui Rui didn't let Yu Shu send him too far away. They walked out of the side courtyard and walked on a small path, talking about the farce just now. "Those two female students were targeting you. One of them deliberately set a trap for you to jump into. What's going on?" Shui Rui asked curiously. He saw through tonight's incident clearly. The one surnamed Zhan was just a fool, and the one surnamed Cui was the instigator. He just didn't know why she took so much effort to smear Yu Shu's name. It was a little strange. Yu Shu understood Shui Rui's meaning. She frowned and said, "I'm also puzzled. Logically speaking, I've only known them for a few days. If there's any conflict before, it's when you went to the observatory to investigate the case. But Cui Yun wasn't there at that time, and I don't remember when I had a conflict with her. If it's because Lord Wang asked me to hold the 8 trigrams artifact, and they were unwilling, then they shouldn't have chosen this critical moment to commit a crime. Before the ancestral worshipping ceremony, the 6 of us will suffer together. No matter how I look at it, Cui Yun doesn't seem like a brainless person." From the day she moved into Huajin Garden, Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun had been making things difficult for her. Yu Shu took care of the situation and endured for a while. She didn't have a direct confrontation with them. They wanted to change rooms, so she changed rooms. At the beginning, she also let them choose the artifact first. If it wasn't for the fact that they were going to make a big deal out of this matter tonight, she wouldn't have turned hostile at all. Shui Rui said, "Fortunately, you came to find me in time. Otherwise, things wouldn't get out of hand. No matter what, you have to be careful. Don't make any mistakes during tomorrow's ceremony." Yu Shu smiled bitterly. "Before I came, I knew that I would be attacked by villains. But this kind of thing is hard to guard against. Look at me, I was lying in my room and sleeping, but I was still framed. Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to clean up. Being a master of disguise has its own depression. You only know one thing but don't know the other, so it's hard to be comprehensive." Shui Rui turned his head. Under the moonlight, A pair of bright peach blossom eyes looked at her with a smile. You did well tonight. Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat at his smile. She asked in confusion, really? What's so good about it? Shui Rui raised his arm, ignoring the fact that there was a little spy following behind him. He wrapped his arm around Yu Shu's bony shoulder and gently pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and said gently, "It's okay. Lean on me more." Yu Shu couldn't resist his blatant intimacy and her face heated up. She lightly coughed and put her hand on his chest, but she couldn't bear to push him away. Amidst the chirping of cicadas and the cool summer night, the two of them quietly stayed like this for a while before Shui Rui regretfully let go of her and said, "Go back and rest early. Tomorrow won't be easy. And you should sleep early too." As soon as Yu Shu left his embrace, she had a tiny bit of reluctance. She turned her head to look at the young eunuch who was looking around nearby. When she saw that he wasn't staring at her, she stood on her tiptoes and swiftly kissed Shui Rui's cheek. Without waiting for him to react, she retreated, turned around, and swaggered off. Shui Rui was stunned. He touched his face and looked at her leaving figure. His lips gradually curled up. The 9th day of the 5th month was the death anniversary of the Dan dynasty's founding ruler, Emperor Anwu. It was the Saint Ancestor Worship Day. The imperial tomb raising ceremony was held to worship the ancestors and heaven to pray for the prosperity of the future. Before dawn, Huazhen Garden became busy inside and outside. In a corner of the West Garden, the 6 people from Taisher Library had finished bathing early and changed into ceremonial robes. Under the guidance of Wang Darren of the Ministry of Rites, they went to the imperial tomb. Along the way, the atmosphere in the carriage was very heavy. Due to the effects of last night's incident, Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun did not sleep well. Their faces were painted and barely covered the bruises under their eyes, but they couldn't hide their listlessness. The two still sat next to each other, but they weren't as close as when they came. Yu Shu, on the other hand, had a good sleep because of Shui Rui. She crossed her arms and leaned against the carriage with her eyes closed, enjoying the peace and quiet. After about 3 to 5 miles, the carriage stopped. Hearing Wang Darren's voice, Yu Shu, who was sitting by the door, was the first to jump off the carriage. The imperial tomb was built at the foot of Qi Mountain. The east and west were connected by the sun, the north by the dense forest, and the south by the flowing river. The carriage stopped at the edge of the grayish-blue city wall. Looking up, there were 81 steps of jade platform. It was grand and magnificent. The scarlet carpet stretched all the way to the north. The mountain breeze blew, and the east was green and white. Yu Shu squinted her eyes to feel the feng shui of the land of Crouching Dragon. It was very amazing. "Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the weapons." Wang Darren reminded them, then he greeted the mausoleum guards in front of him and walked away. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Wang Darren returned. He was accompanied by another ceremonial officer and a small group of mausoleum guards. Each of them was holding a small wooden box. Yu Shu knew that the boxes contained martial emperor true weapons, so she focused her attention on the boxes. She saw the other ceremonial officer open the box and take out the weapons one by one. He handed them to Wang Darren, then passed them to the 6 of them. Yu Shu's eyes lit up when she saw these heavy bronze artifacts that glowed with a faint red light. Even though she didn't have any spiritual roots or spiritual energy, she could feel that they were extraordinary. Apart from the shape, they were similar to the fake artifacts that Lord Wang had given them before. Only their weight was comparable. She felt an indescribable heaviness as soon as she held the bagua plate in her hand. When the cold bronze object came into contact with her palm, she couldn't help but shiver. A faint trace of fear rose in her heart. She turned around to look at the other 5 people. They all had strange expressions on their faces. It seemed that she wasn't the only one who was affected. Lord Darren was not surprised at all. He led the 6 of them to the ceremonial officer who had come with him and warned them sternly, "Follow Lord Ning into the mausoleum for now. Hold the weapons in your hands well. Don't drop them." After that, he glared at Cui Yun and Zhan Shuiyan with a hint of warning, then hurried to the east with the mausoleum guards. Lord Ning was 2 or 3 years older than Lord Wang. He looked rigid. After examining the people in front of him, He meticulously led them to the high platform. While giving instructions, he kept a close eye on their steps, as if he was afraid that they would drop the weapons in their hands. To be honest, the 81 steps were not difficult, but it was different when they were holding the bronze pieces that weighed 7 or 8 kilograms. Even Yushu was slightly out of breath after climbing to the top of the platform without stopping, let alone the weak Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun. The two of them were at the back. Under Lord Ning's dissatisfied gaze, they gritted their teeth and climbed up. When the ceremony begins, you will wait here until His Majesty ascends the platform. You will do this. Lord Ning carefully explained the process of following the emperor. He told them that there would be a ceremonial boy leading the way, and they only needed to remember to follow the ceremonial boy closely. The 6 of them formed 2 columns. Yushu and Wenshao, and were arranged to walk on the east and west sides of the imperial carriage. They held the 8 trigrams treasured sword in front. As long as the 2 of them did not make any mistakes, the 4 people behind them would be able to keep their eyes open. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose. Yushu and the others were led by Lord Ning to walk a few times on the Mausoleum Avenue. They were familiar with the route, but they were also very tired. There was a large underground palace under the Imperial Mausoleum, but the top was like an ordinary garden. The scenery was pleasant, and every entrance was guarded by light-armored mausoleum guards with long spears in their hands. The security was tight. The altar was placed on top of the heavenly altar, and white banners were fluttering around it. More than 10 Taoists in blue robes wandered around the heavenly altar, waving their banners. Their expressions were solemn, and no one knew what they were doing. Yushu looked at them curiously, but when she heard Lord Ning cough, she hurriedly lowered her head to look at the road. When it was almost time, Lord Ning led them back to the starting point of the high platform. He asked them to temporarily put the objects in their hands on a piece of white cloth and rest for a while. Yushu rubbed her arms and looked down from the steps. She saw that outside the Imperial Mausoleum, which was deserted in the morning, there were now carriages and horses parked outside. There were shadows of people, and the sound of horns came intermittently from the distance. At the bottom of the heavenly altar, there was another world. There was a secret room 30 feet above their heads, and there were thousands of holes in the air. Beams of sunlight shone down, and the zigzagging walls were faintly discernible, flashing and disappearing, bursting with colorful splendor. Unexpectedly, there were countless jade stones inlaid on the walls. At the end of a moss-mottled stone tablet, there was a deep and bottomless pool of water. 2 figures were sitting beside the pool. The faint sound of a horn came from above. Jing Chen was sitting cross-legged, dressed in a long white Taoist robe. His black hair, like dark clouds, draped over his shoulders, reaching the ground. His elegant face was illuminated by the pond water, flickering between bright and dark. Zhu Muzhao was standing beside him. When he heard the sound of the horn, he said, "In another hour, the emperor will open the altar, and with the help of the upstanding qi of the Imperial Mausoleum, he will execute the 7 killers. Once the water of the underworld moves, you will see the people who have killed their lives." Hearing this, Jing Chen's face did not change at all. He had been meditating for days, and his mind was clear. At this moment, there was no distracting thought in his mind, and all his emotions were in the void. At noon, 500 imperial guards lined the road and personally arrived outside the Imperial Mausoleum. The current emperor, his concubines, children, grandchildren, relatives, and important ministers of the imperial court, a group of dozens of people climbed the high platform in a burst of music, and the ceremonial officer sang. Yushu saw the approaching crowd from a distance. A touch of bright yellow entered her eyes. She swallowed nervously and held the bronze vessel in her hand firmly. She was not as calm as she was an hour ago, and her heart was crazy with excitement. In the past more than 20 years, she never thought that one day she could see the ancient emperor with her own eyes. He was not an actor, but a real emperor. It was a hot summer day, so it didn't take long for Yushu, who was wearing a heavy dress, to have a layer of sweat on her forehead. However, she didn't dare to raise her hand to wipe it off. When the imperial carriage passed in front of her, she lowered her head and followed behind it. After walking a dozen or so steps, Yushu felt eyes sweeping over her body one after another. She knew that it was a noble looking at her, so her gait became even more steady. Carrying an artifact was tiring work, but it was indeed a good job. To be able to become familiar with the eyes of a large number of nobles and accompany the monarch, this was an opportunity that some people couldn't ask for in their entire lives. Along the way, people burned incense and worshipped in silence. When they walked to the bottom of the altar, Yushu felt that her whole back was wet with sweat. Thanks to the 3 layers of unlined clothes inside, she did not lose her manners. Chapter 464. A drop of sweat rolled down the tip of Yushu's nose. She blinked her eyes and slightly raised her eyes to peek at the Daoan emperor who was kowtowing to the sky on the Temple of Heaven. She muttered in her heart, "Why is it not over yet?" The ceremonial officer's high-pitched singing did not stop, one after another. Yushu was a little upset listening to it. It was as if a bee had drilled into her head and kept buzzing. The blue-robed Taoists were scattered around the 9 cauldrons around the Temple of Heaven. They ignited a large number of incense sticks with talismans one by one. The white smoke soon filled everyone's eyes. Suddenly, a gust of east wind blew and hot air blew against her face. Yushu almost sneezed because of the smell of incense, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. In the blink of an eye, the sun in the sky was suddenly covered by clouds, and the sky suddenly became gloomy, as if a storm was coming. Yushu was secretly puzzled. According to her calculations the day before, there should not be rain today. Just as she was thinking, there was a sudden explosion of thunder in her ears. Rumble! In the crowd, there was a woman's exclamation, and the scene began to become noisy. Shuirui, who was among several civil officials, looked up at the layers of dark clouds in the sky. He did not know why his mood was a little depressed, and he had a bad premonition. Yushu was also frightened by the sound of thunder. She couldn't help but raise her head to look. She saw that between the mountains in the distance, there were silver bolts of lightning in the shape of a snake. It was extremely shocking. At the bottom of the Temple of Heaven, the whistling wind filled the cave. Outside, there was thunder and lightning, and the thousands of holes on the top wall gradually darkened. Jing Chen stared motionlessly at a quiet pool in front of him. Zhu Muzhao stood beside him with a dignified expression. From time to time, he looked up and clenched his fists behind his back. Rumble! All of a sudden, ripples appeared in the tranquil pool, one after another, as if there was an invisible hand stirring the water. The turbid water slowly became clear, and it was extremely strange. Jing Chen's steady heartbeat intensified as the ripples in front of his eyes intensified. His eyes became a little confused. As his mind swayed, he heard a series of secret words in his ears. The Great Way is invisible, but it gives birth to heaven and earth. The Great Way is emotionless, but it runs the sun and the moon. The Great Way is nameless, but it nourishes all things. Jing Chen's mind was blank, as if his soul had left his body. Everything in his mind was empty, except for the bright ripples in front of him, circle after circle. A blurry figure floated out of the water. Zhu Muzhao recited the Taoist heart-cleansing incantation in a low voice while watching Jing Chen's face. His expression changed slightly when he saw Jing Chen's face reflected by the water. With a light gasp, Jing Chen snapped out of his daze and closed his eyes. In an instant, the ripples in the pond dimmed and calmed down. Zhu Muzhao held his sweaty palms and patiently waited for him to calm down before asking in a deep voice, "How is it? Did you see it?" Jing Chen was silent for a long time. He opened his eyes and looked at the pond. He stretched out his hand and touched the calm surface of the water. But other than the coldness and moisture from his fingertips, it was like ordinary water. What he saw with his own eyes was just an illusion. "I saw it." Zhu Muzhao's eyes lit up with joy. "Is it a man or a woman? Have you seen it?" "Uncle, can you first tell me how to solve my fate after I find the person who broke my fate?" Before today, Jing Chen had asked the same question more than once. Every time, Zhu Muzhao simply said, "It's not the right time." Before Jing Chen left the mountain, the sect leader and his master did not explain much about this. So, in order to solve fate, he could only listen to the arrangements of the celestial commissioner, Zhu Muzhao. Zhu Muzhao did not answer immediately. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be thinking about something. Jing Chen shook off the water droplets on his hand and stood up. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Muzhao, saying, "You don't have to hide it. I already know that I am the great and calamity. I carry the fate of our dynasty for 100 years. Great fate brings disaster. If I can't find the person who broke my fate, not only will the elders of the sect be implicated, the world will also be in turmoil. Now that I know who the person is, why don't you tell me honestly how to break my fate?" Zhu Muzhao was slightly stunned. He immediately lowered his chin and said with a solemn face, "Where did you know all this?" Jing Chen's pair of clear and intelligent eyes were calm. He said, "I cultivated in the mountains and was not a common person. After I left the mountains, I came into contact with the prosperity and decline of the world. I became suspicious. Although my mother was a princess and my father was famous for a time, a person's death is like a lamp going out. His Majesty pitied my life but did not need to go to war. He sent a few enlightened Jinren of Longhu Mountain to extend the life of an orphan like me. I think there must be a hidden reason. Cultivators follow the will of heaven. Why would the sect sacrifice themselves to save the life of an orphan like me and change my fate? If I guessed correctly, there must be some kind of agreement between the imperial family of Daen and the righteous sect. That is commonly known as the price." Later on, my Shimi Shui Yun came to the capital. She said that it was to face the calamity and enter the world. But I realized that she was ordered by her teacher to monitor me. After I probed her several times, she told me the inside story of the Daen calamity. I then confirmed that it was not only me who wanted to find the person who broke my fate, the imperial family of Daen also wanted to find the person. Listening to this confession, Zhu Muzhao's palms moved. He looked at Jing Chen's face, which was similar to the person in his memory. In a trance, he seemed to see that calm man again. He said softly, "You are the same as your father. You look muddle-headed, but your heart is clearer than anyone else." Jing Chen's eyes darkened, and a hint of bitterness appeared between his brows. His parents had passed away when he was young, and he had been raised by his sect. Ever since he was sensible, he had been surrounded by all kinds of strange gazes. The loneliness and unwillingness of his youth had all been covered up by the heavy kindness he had received. He could not feel sorrow, be happy, be sad, or be angry. He had always remembered his fate. But in the end, the elders who raised him valued his identity more. His uncle who loved him was for the country's fate. Even his father who died for his mother may not care about his life and death. In the short 19 years of life, there was only a short period of time that could be called happy, and only in that short period of time, there was someone who treated him sincerely. Xiaoyu. That day, in order to force him to cut off his feelings, his junior sister did not hesitate to tell him the truth about the great calamity and made him choose. She saw through his mind and wanted him to cut off that infatuation. So he made up his mind and cut off all ties with her. He used those high-sounding reasons to cover up his true fear. He was the great calamity. If he delayed the country's fate because of a moment of personal feelings, then the emperor would not let her go if he knew the whole story. After that, he chanted the clear heart mantra 100 times every day to stabilize his Taoist heart. Until today, when he saw the life destroyer in the shadow of the Yellow Springs, he dared to indulge himself. Zhu Muzhao sighed deeply and put his hand on Jing Chen's shoulder. He said warmly, "You are only half right. The emperor sent you to the righteous path not only because you are the great calamity, but also because you are the child of Princess Liu. You are of the royal bloodline. You are his nephew." Jing Chen's expression did not change. He looked at him and said, "Then tell me, after I find the life destroyer, how do I solve it?" He did not want to be kept in the dark and be manipulated by others. His every move was arranged by others. Zhu Muzhao sensed his distrust and knew that it was useless to say more. He put his hand on his shoulder and turned to look at the Yellow Springs. He said expressionlessly, "Actually, it is not difficult. As long as you know who the life destroyer is, according to the Book of Mystery Maiden, If the life destroyer is a man, you can kill him as a sacrifice to heaven. This can protect the great calamity for 300 years. You also do not have to be trapped by Kidu Star anymore. A cold look flashed in Jing Chen's eyes. What if it is a woman? Zhu Muzhao looked back at him and smiled. If it is a woman, you need to tie the knot with her. As long as you give birth to descendants, the life destroyer will break and you will not have to worry. Jing Chen was stunned. His heart skipped 2 beats. His expression was a little strange. He asked, "What is the Book of Mystery Maiden? Can I see it with my own eyes?" Zhu Muzhao took in his expression, shook his head and said, "The Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren is a relic left behind by Empress Ningzhen. There are many secrets recorded in it. Other than the current His Majesty, only the previous imperial astronomer can read it. If you don't believe me, you can think carefully. Why does a troublemaker have to stick to his Taoist heart?" Jing Chen said in a low voice, "My master told me that if I love and hate at will without finding the life destroyer, it will lead to natural and man-made disasters." Zhu Muzhao sneered, "That is a lie. They don't want you to fall in love. It has nothing to do with the evil spirit of Kidu Star. In fact, it is to prevent you from not being able to kill the man you meet and not being able to marry the woman you meet after you find the life destroyer." Jing Chen's pupils constricted. He looked at Zhu Muzhao in disbelief, trying to distinguish the truth from the lies on his face. The warning that made him careful turned out to be a lie? Zhu Muzhao looked at him with pity and said, "Let me tell you another true story. 100 years ago, there was a troublemaker in our dynasty. He followed the mandate of heaven. Unfortunately, the life destroyer he found was his sworn brother. He couldn't bear to go back on his word and almost caused a disaster. What happened in the end? Did he die?" Zhu Muzhao said lightly, "Of course he died. Compared to the country and the people, it was just a human life. He died a worthy death." Jing Chen was silent. After Zhu Muzhao said these words, he asked again, "I have told you everything I can say. Now you can tell me, was the life destroyer you saw a man or a woman?" "It was a woman." Zhu Muzhao's expression softened and said, "Fortunately, it was a woman, so it was spared. Have you seen that person before? If you haven't, when you go back, you can draw the person. I will send people to find him, but it will take some effort." "No need. It was someone I know." "Oh." Zhu Muzhao asked curiously, "Who is it? Do I know him?" Chapter 465. The sky suddenly changed during the ancestral worship ceremony. The strange phenomenon of thunder and lightning came and went quickly. A moment ago, there were flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, but in the next moment, there were no flags and drums. The dark clouds dispersed, and before the crowd could react, the sun appeared again. This temporary abnormality did not affect the ceremony. Instead, a gust of wind made people feel cool. The sweat on Yushu's face dried up and she felt a chill on her back. She followed the emperor and was not far from the group of officials and nobles. Thus, when she heard people whispering about the spirit of the sacred ancestor, she felt a little strange. She quietly raised her head and found Shui Rui's figure in the crowd. Her line of sight moved a few times before she met his steady gaze. At that moment, she smiled lightly at him and held up the 8 trigrams bronze artifact in her hand, hinting to him that she could still hold on. Next, the book of rites and prayers were sung. The emperor, who was nearly 50 years old, walked around the temple of heaven and performed the rites. Then he led his officials back. According to official Ning's instructions, Yushu and the others did not need to go back with the emperor. Thus, they stood where they were and respectfully sent the emperor off. As soon as the emperor left, they could not stand it anymore. Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun scrambled to put the bronze artifact in their hands on the ground and sat down on the carpet by the roadside to catch their breath. Yushu looked around and saw that the people around her did not have any strange expressions. She tidied up the things that needed to be tidied up and tidied up the things that needed to be tidied up. It seemed that she was used to the delicate behavior of the people holding the bronze artifact. She hugged the bronze artifact and sat down on the ground. Among the 6 people, only Wen Shao and was still holding the heavy bronze artifact and stood there stiffly. "I'm so tired." If I stood for a while longer, I would have fallen down. Sun Jun panted like a fool. He used his wide sleeves to make a fan and fanned his face. Another young man was also so tired that he stuck out his tongue. He looked up at Wen Xiao and laughed dryly. Wen Xiao, why are you still standing? If you don't sit down and rest, you might not even have the strength to go back later. Wen Xiao glanced at him and then turned his head away, making the young man feel awkward. Hey, get up quickly. How can you just put the cultivation artifact on the ground? With a low cry, Lord Wang appeared out of nowhere with a few mausoleum guards behind him, carrying boxes. With an unfriendly expression, he urged them to pick up the bronze artifacts and personally inspect them before putting them back into the boxes. All right, Teacher Xiaoyi, this is the end. There are carriages waiting outside. I will get someone to send you back first. Lord Wang had been worried for many days. Today, he could finally let go. He could not wait to throw the burden away. Zhang Shuiyuan and the others patted their buttocks and left with the others. Yushu lagged a few steps behind. When she turned around and saw Lord Wang still standing there watching them leave, she turned around and walked over to him. She bowed and said, I have troubled Lord Wang for these few days. After a few days of observation, Yushu felt that the ceremonial officer in front of her was reliable and capable. She didn't know when they would meet again, so it was better to make friends. Lord Wang smiled. You Swansea, what are you talking about? This is my duty. Yushu put down her hand and said, I still have to thank Darren for your care. I will be returning to the capital in a few days. I have no other forte, but I do have some skills in seeking fortune-telling. I can boast that I am not any worse than the masters in the Great Exchange Hall. If Darren has any difficulties, you can send a letter to Wang Ji Lu at Ma Street to look for me. Lord Wang's expression changed. He looked at the precocious young girl in front of him and compared her to the pampered young masters from the Taisher Library. It was not difficult to see that she would have a bright future. His mind also became active, so he nodded and accepted Yushu's good intentions. He extended his hand and took the initiative to send her to the outer circle. Yushu was the last to sit on the carriage back to Huazhen Garden. Even though the people on the carriage were impatient, no one dared to say anything. Yushu's fierce and forceful performance last night was still in their minds. Even the two boys were faintly afraid of her, not to mention Zhan and Cui, who didn't even have the strength to speak. The journey back to the side courtyard of Huazhen Garden was silent. The people on the carriage wished they could wash off the sweat on their bodies and comfortably lie on the bed to sleep. Unfortunately, there was still a group of nobles waiting to serve them in the garden. There was no extra manpower to pay attention to them. Yushu didn't care about the others. Once she entered the room, she took off her heavy dress and put on an undershirt. She used the water left in the morning to wipe her body. She took out the medicinal oil that Fangji had given her when she left the house from the wardrobe. She sat cross-legged on the bed and applied it to her arms and legs to prevent any side effects and soreness for a while. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. Yushu lay on the bed snoring. She didn't know that there were people talking about her in another part of the garden. Zhu Muzhao waved away the attendants accompanying him. He had his personal guard stay downstairs and went upstairs alone. Jing Chen had already changed out of his Taoist robe. After a bath, he stood refreshed at the window, looking at the scenery of the garden. Between his sword-like brows was a faint cloud of worry, like it was surrounded by fog. Jing Chen. A call brought him back to his senses. He turned his head to look at the approaching Zhu Muzhao and asked, Uncle, have you seen His Majesty? Zhu Muzhao nodded and said, His Majesty is very happy to know that you found the Fate Breaker. After a pause, he said with a pleasant expression, As for the words you said to me in the Emperor's cave, I will pretend I didn't hear them. When you meet the Emperor, don't mention them again. The words spoken out of anger referred to the words Jing Chen had said after seeing the Fate Breaker. He had revealed his suspicions about the disaster of the day. This was more or less a sign of fear of the Emperor. The Emperor might not be angry when he heard this, but it was inevitable that he would be estranged from this nephew. Jing Chen's expression did not change. He was not at all worried that Zhu Muzhao would say that he wasn't the disaster of the Detan in front of the Emperor. Compared to this, he was more concerned about the problem he was about to face. Zhu Muzhao did not notice the worry in his heart. He continued to speak. Since we already know that Yushu is the fate breaker, we still need you to spend more effort on her so that she is willing to marry you and become husband and wife. But regarding the secrets of the disaster of the den and the fate of our dynasty, you must not reveal them to her. Furthermore, you must not let her know of your identity as the fate breaker. Remember this. That is difficult, Jing Chen said with an indifferent expression. Before this, because of my worry, I broke off all ties with her. The two of us are like strangers. Now, I want her to cultivate the love of Qin and Jean, but I cannot tell her the truth. It will be difficult for her to even pay attention to me, much less agree to become husband and wife with me. Zhu Muzhao frowned slightly. Originally, when things had progressed to this stage, as long as the emperor issued an edict, regardless of whether Yushu was willing or not, she would have to submit. But the situation now was different. First, several months ago, Jing Chen had been ambushed on his way to the capital and almost lost his life. Second, a murder had occurred in Taisher Shu Garden not long ago. An innocent female student had died. The target was Jing Chen. All kinds of targeting showed that there were people secretly thinking of ways to obstruct the disaster of the Da and from breaking the fate breaker. On the surface, the emperor had handed over the matter of Jing Chen's death to Ning Wang to investigate. In reality, he had secretly sent out spies to investigate, but to no avail. What was worth rejoicing was that from the angle of the other party's attack, he could use divination to deduce that they only knew of the existence of the disaster of the Den and the fate breaker. As for how to find the fate breaker and how to break the fate breaker, they did not know. Because they could not confirm the identity of the fate breaker, they repeatedly probed and killed. In such a situation, if the emperor suddenly arranged a marriage for Daozi after worshipping the ancestors, it was clearly telling the other party that there was something fishy going on. In order to protect the safety of the fate breaker and not ruin the important matter, the emperor discussed with him. Not only could they not arrange a marriage, they had to find another target to attract the attention of those people in the dark. Then they could follow the clues and catch them all. After thinking for a while, Zhu Muzhao raised his head and said to Jing Chen, "There's no hurry to break the fate breaker. In short, the person has been found. Don't let her be suspicious and find a chance to get close to her. I have also seen Miss Yu twice. From her appearance, she isn't a short-sighted person. You only need to lie to her that your fate breaker has been broken. Since you and she have gone through thick and thin together, it shouldn't be difficult for you to forget about the past." Moreover, at this point, he revealed a smile and said, "In my opinion, you have a good impression of her. Since you don't have any worries, you might as well learn more about the ways of men and women. This way, you can have the best of both worlds and become a good couple. Isn't that good?" Hearing this, a suspicious red appeared on Jing Chen's handsome face. He tilted his head to avoid Zhu Muzhao's penetrating gaze and looked out the window again. In a low voice, he mocked himself. "In the end, I still lied to her. What's so good about it?" Zhu Muzhao looked at the side of Jing Chen's face and fell into a trance for a moment. It was as if he had gone back to 20 years ago and heard the same words. However, the words were still ringing in his ears. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he quickly regained his composure and sincerely said to the young man in front of him, who had a rough life, "Fate is like this. Since you can't go against it, you have to accept it. If you can't accept it, the world is full of bitterness. Think on the bright side." Jing Chen didn't say anything and looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhu Muzhao didn't try to persuade him anymore. He gave him a few more instructions and then left. After he left, Jing Chen called in a servant and ordered, "Where are the people chosen from the Imperial Historian's library to carry the artifacts? Go and find out." "Yes, I will go now." Usually, after the ancestral worship ceremony, the emperor would return to the palace, while some of the nobles would stay in Huazhen Garden for a few days. The nearby forest was dense, and there was a natural enclosure 5 miles west of here for hunting horses. Yu Shu had eaten dinner in the evening and was about to pack her luggage when she heard a servant outside the door say, "Miss Yu, there is an official in the front yard who wants to see you." Yushu thought that it might be official Wang from the Ministry of Rites. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the front yard, she saw Shui leisurely sitting in the hall waiting for her. "Eldest brother, why are you here?" Shui pointed at a chair and asked her to sit down. He looked her up and down and asked, "Did you rest well?" "Yes, I slept." "Do your arms and legs hurt from standing for so long during the day?" Shui knew that the bronze artifacts were not light. When he saw her holding them in her hands, her head covered in sweat and her face red from the sun, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad. Yushu kicked her legs. "I'm not that delicate." Shui said, "That's good. Tomorrow we'll walk around the forest and I'll show you the surrounding scenery." "But didn't His Majesty say that he's leaving for the capital tomorrow?" "You're not leaving?" Yushu asked curiously. Shui then told her that every year after the ancestral worship ceremony, with the emperor's permission, the young nobles would stay. As soon as Yushu heard that she would be staying to play with the princes and princesses, she immediately lost interest. Chapter 466. Early in the morning, carriages and horses were gathered outside Huajin Garden. The emperor was returning to the capital. Several people from Taisher Library had packed their clothes early in the morning and were waiting in the front yard. There were 6 of them, but one was missing when they left. "It's almost time. Why hasn't Yu Swansea come out yet?" Sun Jun was sitting on a chair with 2 bags in his arms. He looked out of the door for a while and looked back at Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun. He said hesitantly, "Can one of you go to the backyard and call her?" Zhang Shuiyuan said to Cui Yun coldly, "Go and call her. Don't delay our journey because of her." Cui Yun didn't dare to get close to Yushu and she couldn't refute Zhang Shuiyuan. She said hesitantly, "Let's find a servant." "Just go." "What are you talking about?" Zhang Shuiyuan didn't want to be nice to Cui Yun. She could forgive Cui Yun for losing her Tianyu, but she couldn't let it go. When Xiaoan held half of the sweet bun left from last night in his hand, he broke it into pieces and sent it into his mouth. Watching them pushing and shoving each other, he said lazily, "Don't call her. She won't go with us." When Xiaoan was the only one who told Yushu that she was going to stay. Hearing this, everyone looked confused. Sun Jun asked confusedly, "She won't go? What do you mean? She wants to stay?" Zhang Shuiyuan sneered. "Is Huajin Garden a place where she can stay if she wants to?" This was the royal garden, not an inn or a restaurant. Cui Yun said sourly, "She can't stay by herself. It's different if someone asks." Zhang Shuiyuan was suspicious. "What did you say?" Being born in one of the 12 prefectures of the capital, Cui Yun naturally knew more than Zhang Shuiyuan, who was a disciple from outside the capital. Thus, she told her about the tradition of the princes and princesses staying in Huajin Garden for the summer after the annual worship ceremony. There were not many opportunities for such a group of noble descendants to gather together. "Yu Swansea can stay here. I guess it's most likely because of the 9th prince. Didn't you see that Imperial Consort Nyang Yang has been sending people to deliver food to her?" "All right, wasn't Yu Swansea invited by the 9th prince to attend this year's double sun gathering? I nearly forgot about this layer of relationship. No wonder when that happened young Master Shui personally came over." Cui Yun muttered and accidentally mentioned the night before yesterday. She immediately shut her mouth and carefully looked at Zhang Shuiyuan. Sure enough, she saw that Zhang Shuiyuan didn't look well. Zhang Shuiyuan had always felt that Yushu only had the title of a female fortune teller. In terms of family background, she was not on the stage. She was polite to Yushu in Taisher Library because of the rules. Outside of Taisher Library, she was more or less dismissive of Yushu. However, the events of the past few days clearly told her that Yushu was much more prestigious than she had imagined. This kind of disparity made it difficult for her to calm down. At this moment, it was as if there was a breath stuck in her throat, extremely sullen. The fact that Yushu had stayed in Huajin Garden made the people present ponder over it. Huajin Garden became empty and the Yulin royal guards retreated. The remaining nobles were less restrained and went their own ways. Lu Tan and Shui watched as the emperor set off. They returned to the garden and talked on the way. "Last night, 8th brother invited me to the West Mountain to hunt. 12th brother and 13th brother wanted to go. Cousin, Are you really not going with us? Lu Tan asked the person beside him. Shui Rui shook his head and said, You know that my hunting skills are not good. Shu doesn't even know how to ride a horse. It would be a disappointment if I went. Lu Tan's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He could more or less see the relationship between Shui Rui and Yu Shu. However, it was Shui Rui's matter. As his cousin, it was not his place to interfere. Therefore it was best not to ask. The two separated on the corridor and returned to their respective residences to change their travel clothes. As a prince, Lu Tan lived in a quiet courtyard in the north yard. As soon as he got off the bridge, he was greeted by servants in twos and threes. Some of them handed handkerchiefs, some of them fanned, and some of them brought news. Your Highness, we have a rare guest. After entering the courtyard, Lu Tan was surprised to see Jing Chen standing in the living room. Martial uncle? Why you here? I thought you didn't come to worship the ancestors. Lu Tan only knew that Jing Chen disappeared a few days before the worship. The message he sent to the princess's mansion was not answered. He didn't see his name in the list of people who came with him. He didn't expect that Jing Chen would suddenly appear. Jing Chen was wearing a simple but elegant long gown. His hair was neatly combed behind his head with a slender wooden hairpin. Although the expression on his face was a little cold, when he saw Lu Tan, he still revealed a little smile and said, Lu Tan, I'm here. You don't know. Lu Tan invited him to sit down and asked a few more questions. Seeing that Jing Chen had no intention to explain, he changed the topic. We are going to the enclosure later. If Martial Uncle has nothing to do, you can come with us. The scenery of the West Mountain is very good. There is a lot of game in the summer. You haven't been here before, right? Jing Chen nodded and didn't refuse. Then help me prepare a horse. No problem. Martial Uncle, wait here. I'll go back to my room to change. It was not yet 9 o'clock. Yu Shu stood empty-handed at the entrance of the courtyard waiting for someone. Not long after, she saw Shui Rui's figure. He was followed by two attendants who carried a water bag and a bow and arrows. Yu Shu walked forward and looked behind him, asking, Where's the horse? Last night, he used the horse to seduce her to stay. Shui Rui said, It has been brought to the south gate. Let's go. Well, why do you still have a bow and arrows? There are a lot of wild animals in the forest outside. If we encounter a leopard or tiger, we can use it to protect ourselves. Yu Shu stopped walking. Shui Rui turned his head and looked at her. He smiled and said, Why? Are you afraid? Yu Shu curled her lips. I read my fortune before I left this morning. Today is not going well. Don't jinx me. If you scare me again, I'll go back to sleep. She turned around and walked back. Shui Rui saw this and quickly reached out to pull her. Hey, why can't I make a joke? Well, I brought the bow because I want to hunt some wild birds. Let's barbecue outside at noon. Yu Shu was pulled back by his strength. She turned her head and smiled. She pulled his sleeve and walked forward. Barbecue? That's a good idea. Let's go. Shui Rui didn't care about her words. It was rare to have a chance to come out to play. He wanted her to be happy. They walked fast. After a while, they were out of the west gate. A groom was already waiting on the road. He was leading two horses, one yellow and one white. Both were plump and strong, and appeared to be in good spirits. When they arrived in front of her, Yu Shu looked at one and then at the other. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand to stroke the pure white horse with an eager expression. She turned her head and asked Shui Rui, Which one should I ride? When Shui Rui saw her eyes lit up, he knew that she had set her sights on his carriage. He smiled as he took the white horse from the coachman's hand and waved at her. Chapter 467. For a brave beginner like Yu Shu, riding a horse is not difficult. With a good horse and a guard who never leaves her side, she can trot on the horse in less than an hour. There is a long and winding road in the southwest of Huazhen Garden, leading to the paddock in the West Hill. The road is flat and the sand is soft. Tall elm trees are planted on both sides of the road. They are verdant and lush in the summer. When riding a horse, the sun is on its head. Only the breeze brings warmth to people's faces. Shui followed by Yushu's side. The two of them chatted and laughed as they ran. Two attendants rode their horses and lagged behind them at a moderate distance. Yushu trotted for a distance before slowing down the horse's speed in a slightly jerky manner. She admired the pleasant scenery of the countryside. Stroking the neck of the docile white horse beneath her, she turned her head and grinned at Shui. Since I came to the capital last year, this is the first time I have come out to relax. Thanks to you, brother. Shui knew Yushu's experiences after she came to Enling like the back of his hand, and when he heard this, he could only sigh in his heart that she had a hard life. When she first came here, she dragged along her weak brother and Jing Chen who had lost his memory, and she was busy making a living. She set up a stall in the market square to tell fortunes, and she raised her family by herself. Later, she was persuaded by him to participate in the Dian examination. She was busy preparing for the exam. Then she met Jing Chen and left without saying goodbye. Because of this, she became enemies with the Ji family. Troubles came to her one after another. She had no time to sneak out to play. He had seen all of Yushu's sufferings with his own eyes. Sometimes, he would break out in a cold sweat for this lonely woman. However, she did not complain or blame anyone. Instead, she became braver and braver. It was as if she had an inexhaustible spirit. She never regretted the past and would always look forward. She lived a real life, which made him admire her. Shui looked at Yushu and his eyes flickered. He said in a clear voice, "This is still the capital region. A place to have fun is not really free. If there's a chance in the future, I'll show you the various sceneries of the north and south of the Yangtze River. The grasslands beyond the Great Wall, the snow on Changbai Mountain, the mountains and the sea of clouds, the desert of the western frontier. It's so beautiful." Yushu was not blind, but when she saw Shui's spirited expression when talking about these things, she couldn't help but be attracted by him. She rolled her eyes and teased, "From the way you talk, it sounds like you've been to these places before." Shui raised his thick eyebrows and shook the yellow rattan horsewhip in his hand. "I've been there, but I didn't tour all of them. I wasn't able to enjoy myself." Yushu had a question in her heart for a long time. It was rare for her to talk about this. She took the opportunity to ask him, "I heard that you left Anling a few years ago. It's been 2 or 3 years since you left. Did you go sightseeing?" Shui turned his head and looked at Yushu. The smile on his lips faded for some reason and he slowly said, Seeing his behavior, Yushu couldn't help but think of the rumor she heard from Exen Lu not long ago. Shui fled Anling out of sadness because of the death of the 10th princess. Could it be that he really went to heal his feelings? Thinking of this, Yushu felt strange. She secretly looked at Shui's face and muttered in her heart, 3 years ago, the 10th princess was only a little old. According to the ranking, she was at most the same age as the 9th prince, Lu Tan. At that time, she was only 12 or 13 years old. Even if Shui was only 16 or 17 years old, he couldn't have loved her so much, could he? But it was hard to say. Shui's aunt was an imperial concubine in the palace. He was also very fond of the emperor and often walked around the palace when he was young. It was possible that he and the 10th princess were childhood sweethearts. Otherwise, there was no arranged marriage. Why did Shui, a good young man, stay empty for 2 or 3 years and delay it until now? The more Yushu thought about it, the more confused she became. On one hand, she didn't want Shui to have other women in his heart. On the other hand, she couldn't figure out why he left the capital that year. Shui didn't know Yushu's speculation. He looked into the distance and said to her, "We'll enter the hunting grounds if we go any further. Let's stop here." Yushu nodded and dismounted with him. When the 2 attendants behind them caught up, they walked to the river together. "Young master, drink some water." The younger of the 2 attendants untied the water bag and brought it to Shui. Shui took it, unscrewed the cork, and handed it to Yushu. The latter smiled and looked up. She saw that the servant who handed her the water was looking at her and curled his lips, as if he was dissatisfied with her. Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She pretended not to see anything and drank a few mouthfuls of water. She casually asked Shui, "Are these 2 servants of Huajin Garden, or did you bring them from the residence?" Shuirui said. Both of them are from the residence and have been with me for many years. Jason came from the supply house, and Hataku is my wet nurse's son. He explained in detail and pointed them out to Yushu. The young man who was tying the horse was 3 to 5 years older than Shuirui. He was Guisen, and the one who handed her the water was called Hataku. When Yushu heard Guisen's name, she thought of the 2 attendants in Wangjilu. She asked suspiciously, "Are Gui Chi and Gui Ba brothers with Guisen?" Shuirui turned his head and looked at the young man who was tying the horse under the tree. He said to her, "It's just that they have the same surname. Brothers are brothers, but they are not related by blood. It's not like you haven't been to the supply house." He changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how is the young master of the Bai family, the one you chose for Xiaoxiu? He is very obedient and sensible. Xiaoxiu learned to write from him and has improved a lot." Shuirui suddenly mentioned Bai Ran, but Yushu didn't think too much about it. She looked at the river that was flowing slowly not far away, and her sharp eyes noticed 1 or 2 fish jumping in the river. "Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have brought a fishing rod and fish basket. You know how to fish?" Yushu said proudly. Of course, in the past. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Shuirui asked, "What do you want to say?" Yushu fell into a moment of reminiscence. She remembered the time when the merchant ship was robbed and they jumped into the river to escape. They survived in the forest by relying on her to catch fish. "Hey, it's nothing. A hero doesn't talk about his past achievements. It's all in the past." Yushu tried to fool him and began to urge Shuirui, "Aren't we going to hunt? Let's go, I'm hungry." Shuirui noticed that she was hiding something, but he did not ask further. Instead, he said, "Then you stay here and play in the water and look at the fish. I will take Hataku to the forest and come back as soon as possible. Don't run around." Yushu was not happy. "Why don't you take me? Don't you know that sitting and waiting to die is the most boring thing?" Listening to her nonsense, Shuirui did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted her head. "What are you talking about? If you are bored, you can build a fire with Guisen. You don't know how to shoot arrows. You will only cause trouble if you go." Yushu wanted to say that she knew how to use a slingshot and that she was very accurate in killing birds, but she glanced at the longbow and arrows that Guisen had brought along. It was a well-equipped weapon, so she was too embarrassed to say that she knew how to use it. "Well, you go then. Be careful." Yushu did not speak out of turn to remind Shuirui about the leopard and the tiger. She was afraid that Shuirui's jinx would turn out to be true. She had also calculated that the weather would be favorable for him today, so she did not worry too much. After Shuirui left, Guisen first cleared out a place for Yushu to sit at a shady spot by the river. Then he laid out a hemp mat and soft cushion before placing 2 plates of fresh fruits that were plucked from Huajian garden early in the morning. After that, they dutifully gathered the firewood around them and poured out the charcoal and other materials they had brought with them. Yushu wanted to help, but was politely stopped by someone. "Miss, go play with the water. I will do these." Yushu touched her nose and sat down not far away. She picked up a guava and started to nibble on it. She put one hand in the shallow water and splashed the water. It was cool. She had nothing to do here, but she did not know that on the other side, a group of people was approaching the river. What bad luck. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have died in the tiger's mouth. 8th Prince Lu Du patted his chest as he sat on his horse. He looked back frequently with a pale face. He was afraid that the white-fronted tiger lying on the hill would catch up with them. The 13th princess was sitting on the back of Lu Tan's horse. She grabbed her brother's waist with one hand. Hearing this, she scratched Lu Du's face and teased, "8th brother is a coward. He said he would take me into the mountains to hunt the tiger. You ran fast just now." 8th prince looked embarrassed. He turned to look at the cold and calm Jing Chen beside him and could not help but drag him down. Jing Chen has been cultivating in the mountains for so many years. He is highly skilled in martial arts. He should not be afraid of the beasts. Why did he run away when he saw the big tiger? Jing Chen glanced at him and said, "I saw you all running away. Why should I stay?" 15 minutes ago, They were still hunting in the western mountain enclosure. Lu Du led the way and arrived at the foot of a hill. Before they even got close, they looked up and saw a tiger the size of a small hill dozing off halfway up the hill. Lu Du was scared out of his wits. With a cry of alarm, he turned around and ran. The rest of them naturally turned around and followed him. Along the way, there were quite a few servants who ran away. Coincidentally, they lost their way, so they got lost. Lu Tan was at a loss for words. The 13th princess giggled as she lay on Lu Tan's back. She had a charming and mischievous look on her face. She hadn't seen that big tiger with her own eyes, so she didn't know how terrifying it was. Lu Tan looked at the fork in the forest in front of them. He turned his head and asked Jing Chen, "Martial uncle, which direction should we go?" Jing Chen looked up at the sun and narrowed his eyes. He calculated in his sleeves and knew that the person he was looking for was in the southeast. He pointed to a path and said, "Go this way. There should be a river in front." Lu Du quickly said, "Yes, yes. We will know the way back once we find the river." Lu Tan then sent a servant to find a river in front of them. The group of people rode on horses and walked out of the forest. They were getting farther and farther away from the enclosure but closer to the river. Not long after, they saw the white stone beach and their field of vision suddenly widened. "Look, there's a river in front." The 13th princess cheered and was about to jump down from her horse when Lu Tan pulled her back. A servant knelt down and used his back as a tiptoe to help her down. Lu Du also dismounted and said, "We're tired. Let's rest here and wash our dirty faces. Let's get something to eat before we go back." Most of the princes loved to ride horses and hunt. They were very noble in the capital. When they went out to play, they were more casual. They did not have to rinse their mouths with bird's nest or pick their teeth with shark's fin. The stone beach was not suitable for horses, so they all dismounted and walked on foot. The servants led the horses away and they strolled along the river bank. Jing Chen's eyesight was very good. He saw someone on the other side of the river from afar. When he looked closely, he was not sure if it was Yu Shu or not. So he started walking in that direction. He was so focused on the person on the other side that he did not notice the movement behind him. After walking for about 10 steps, he suddenly heard a frightening scream from behind. "Ah!" Jing Chen quickly turned his head and saw a golden figure slowly walking out from the woods. Its huge body shrouded everyone's hearts in fear. The white-fronted tiger they met in the hunting grounds had actually chased them all the way here. Woo! The tiger's roar struck the eardrums of everyone on the riverbank. Everyone's faces turned pale. The tiger was indeed extraordinarily large. Even an adult black bear would not be able to match it. It stretched out its 4 limbs and the fat on its body jiggled. It bared its sharp teeth and transparent saliva dripped down. The tiger was not afraid of humans at all. It must have gotten tired of eating birds and beasts deep in the mountains and came out for a change. Its cold gaze swept across the group of humans and it walked towards them step by step, as if it was choosing which one to eat first. Lu Gu was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His legs trembled and he could not even move, let alone run. 13 was so scared that he cried. He tightly held onto Lu Tan's arm and was pinched hard by him. He did not dare to make another sound. At this time, whoever made the first move would undoubtedly become the tiger's first target. Lu Tan was also nervous to the point where his nose was dripping with sweat. But he was more composed than Lu Du. He stared at the tiger's movements and sized up the surrounding situation with his peripheral vision. His eyes turned cold, and he calmly withdrew the gemstone ring on his index finger and shot towards a direction. "Ah!" A servant who had been kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands jumped up. At the same time, the tiger turned its head and stared at him. Its 2 thick forelimbs tightened and contracted as it pounced at the servant. At the same time, Lu Tan pulled 13 back and shouted, "Martial uncle, quickly make your move." There was no need for him to say anything. The moment the tiger pounced at the servant, Jing Chen had already caught up. His movements were light as a feather, but his long leg brought with it a gust of wind as it struck at the tiger's back. A whir! The tiger was unfazed. After being kicked away, its massive body trembled and it gave up on its prey. It turned towards the more threatening human, Jingchen, and stretched out its sharp claws to slap down. In the blink of an eye, the man and the tiger were engaged in a fierce battle. Jingchen was good with swords, but he did not bring his sword with him on this trip. He was bare-handed, so he was at a disadvantage when facing a wild beast. Lu Tan, on the other hand, was very calm. Seeing that Jingchen had entangled the tiger, he let go of 13 and ran to Lu Du, who was lying limply on the ground. He pulled the dagger from his waist, unsheathed it, and threw it at Jingchen. "Martial uncle, take this." Jingchen used the spirit crane flips the clouds to dodge the tiger's attack and caught the hilt. With a twist of his wrist, his aura suddenly changed as he faced the tiger and aimed for its life. However, because he was not used to using a sword, his thrust was slightly off the mark and stabbed the tiger's right ear. "Awoo!" The single-eyed white-fronted tiger let out a pained roar. It keenly sensed the fatal danger and jumped back. As if it had turned into a spirit, it turned around and fled towards the other side of the river. Jingchen, who was calm when he was fighting the tiger, suddenly changed his expression and chased after it with his sword. "Martial uncle, stop chasing." Seeing Jingchen chasing the tiger, Lu Tan quickly called out to stop him. However, he saw Jingchen's figure flying at lightning speed. In a blink of an eye, the man and the tiger were more than 100 feet away. Meanwhile, Yushu had eaten a few fresh fruits and was washing her hands by the river. She was shocked when she vaguely heard a roar from afar. "Gui-san, did you hear something?" Gui-san put down the metal rack in his hand and held onto the dagger at his waist. He stared into the distance and his expression changed. He took a few steps back and grabbed Yushu's arm before running towards the riverbank. "Miss, let's go." Yushu looked back in confusion. Her sharp eyes saw water splashing in the middle of the river. Something was running towards her. Soon she saw clearly what it was and was shocked. She cursed in her heart. "Damn it, Shuerue, you jinxed it." Yushu wanted to cry but had no tears. She could only flee for her life with Gui-san. Unexpectedly, she saw Shuerue and the manservant returning from the forest in front of them with bows, arrows, and prey in their hands. Before they arrived in front of her, she had already shouted loudly. Chapter 468. Big Brother, run for your life, the tiger is coming. As soon as Shuerue came out of the woods, he saw Yushu shouting and running towards him. When he looked back, he knew what made her panic. A fierce tiger was running dozens of steps behind her. Its eyes flashed with a fierce red light, and behind the tiger was a man with a sword. Shuerue's face changed, but he didn't retreat half a step. He immediately pulled the longbow in his hand and put an arrow on the bowstring. Just when Yushu ran to his side, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he shot a single eye at the tiger. Whoosh! Whir! The left eye of the tiger was hit by the arrow, and blood splashed out. It was in so much pain that it retracted its forelimbs, and its two hind legs moved a few steps forward. Just because of this pause, Jingchen, who was chasing behind it, caught up with it, stepped on its back, and pierced its head with a sword. Bang! The huge body of the tiger fell to the ground. Yushu suddenly turned around and grabbed onto Shuerue's arm, yet Shuerue pulled her back and pulled her behind him. Yushu was panting, and half of her head popped out from behind him. She looked at the big tiger lying on the ground 7 or 8 steps away from them. Its huge body made people's scalp numb. Her teeth trembled a few times, and then she saw Jingchen standing up from the tiger, looking straight at her with a pair of bright eyes. She was stunned for a moment, and then she came back to her senses. She pulled Shuerue's back and asked him in shock, "Are you dead?" Shuerue glanced at the man and the tiger coldly. He raised his hand and put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her to his side and teased her, "Dead? Look at how scared you are. You ran faster than a rabbit just now." Yushu hit his chest and said angrily, "It's all because of you, Jinx." Shuerue chuckled softly before turning to Jingchen, who was standing nearby, and said, "Thank you, Taoist child, for lending a helping hand." Shuerue was smart. Seeing the situation in front of him and the figures running over from afar, he had a suspicion in his heart. Before today, he had not heard that Jingchen was in Huajin Garden. Someone who was not supposed to be here was now right in front of him. The West Mountain enclosure was so vast that there was no end to it. It could only be said that someone had purposely run into them. If it wasn't for him, then it was for Yushu. Jing Chen's indifferent gaze swept past Shui Rui's face, and in the end, it descended onto the palm on Yushu's shoulder. Because the two of them were too intimate with each other, he felt slightly stuffy in his heart, and he instinctively wanted to silently chant the mind-cleansing incantation. He no longer needed to guard his Tao heart. No need to thank me. You were the one who shot it just now. That's why I was able to act in time. Only then did Yushu notice that there was an arrow stuck in one of the tiger's eyes. Half of the arrowhead was pierced through, and the other half was exposed. Blood was flowing out of the eye. She opened her eyes and was puzzled. Such a big tiger, shouldn't it stay deep in the mountains? Why did it run out of the enclosure? She glanced at Jing Chen again and did not say anything. That night on the bridge, he had severed all ties with her and said that they were strangers. She did not want to use her warm face to stick to his cold buttocks. In next to no time, Lu Tan and the others who were on the other side of the river rushed over, and they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the dead white forehead tiger on the ground before noticing Shui Rui, and they wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. Your Highness, what happened? Shui Rui let go of Yushu's shoulder and asked Lu Tan when he saw the group of people approaching. Lu Tan then told them about how they met the tiger in the mountains and got lost. Later on, they were targeted by the tiger and followed out. In the end, he said with a face full of relief, "Luckily we had Martial Uncle with us. Otherwise, we would have died in the tiger's mouth today." Shui Rui furrowed his brows and looked at the few servants behind Lu Tan who were still in shock. He suddenly became suspicious, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked Lu Tan again, "Where are the others?" Lu Tan pointed at the riverbank behind him and said, "8th brother and 13th sister are over there." Shui Rui looked at the riverbank and asked, "Why isn't the 12th prince with you?" "No, he had a stomachache this morning, so he stayed in Huajin Garden." Shui Rui nodded and said no more. Seeing that they were out of danger, Lu Tan asked someone to bring the 8th prince and the others to the other side of the river. They gathered together. Yu Shu knew Lu Du, but it was the first time for her to see the 13th princess. The young girl was as cute as snow, but she was obviously frightened. Her face was pale as she held onto Lu Tan's arm. She closed her eyes and did not dare to look at the dead tiger on the ground. After such a thing happened, everyone's playfulness was gone from fright. Lu Tan and Shui Rui discussed and decided to leave a few servants to guard the tiger's carcass while they rode back to the garden to avoid being attacked by wild beasts again. The few horses on Lu Tan's side were so frightened by the tiger that they ran away, whereas the 4 horses on Shui Rui's side were tied to the tree properly. Thus, the two of them divided the horses. Lu Tan and the 13th princess rode on one horse, Lu Du and Jing Chen rode on the other horse respectively, while Shui Rui and Yushu shared the last horse. No one had any objections. Of course, there might be people who had objections, but they did not say it. Shui Rui got on the horse first and stretched out his arm to pull Yushu to the back of his horse. They had shared a ride before. That time, Yushu ran out of the city to look for Jing Chen, and Shui Rui found her in the middle of the night and brought her back. Compared to the stiffness at that time, Yushu was much more at ease now. She casually wrapped one arm around Shui Rui's waist and leaned against his straight back. She swayed with the magatama, which was quite comfortable. Shui Rui held the reins with both hands and smiled. Jing Chen was half a horse's length behind them. Looking at the two sitting next to each other on the horse's back, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. After a while, the fear in their hearts dissipated. Lu Du, who was scared to the point of wetting his pants not long ago, was now full of energy. He turned to Jing Chen and laughed. "I didn't expect Jing Chen to be so skilled. That ferocious beast had been the king of the mountains for a long time. Now that you killed it, it must have been very regretful before it died." "Ha." Jing Chen frowned slightly and thought, if it wasn't for that tiger hurting people first, he would not have killed it. Lu Du did not seem to notice that Jing Chen was not in a good mood. He still talked to him excitedly. "The hanging eyes, white forehead tiger you killed is full of rare treasures. It has tiger skin, tiger bones, tiger guts, tiger whips, Shui Rui coughed lightly and interrupted Lu Du's words, saying, "Tiger bones are good stuff. I have 2 jars of tiger bone wine in my Wang Ji Lu. The price I bought it for was not low." Lu Du also knew that he had said something he shouldn't have. There were still 2 girls present, so he smiled embarrassedly. He winked at Shui Rui and said, "Why don't the 2 of us join in and ask Jingchen to buy all the bones of this tiger? We'll both go back to brew wine?" He was thick-skinned. He knew that Jingchen was on Lu Tan's side. Today, when this tiger was brought back to the capital and presented to the palace, the emperor would be very happy and reward him. How could he have a share? But it was a different story. When he went back to make tiger bone wine and sent it to the palace, he would at least get a share. Hearing this, Shui Rui smiled at Lu Du, although he did not answer. His eyes seemed to see through Lu Du. Lu Du laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. "If you are not willing to spend money, then forget it." Chapter 469. By the time Shui Rui, Lu Tan, and the others returned to Huazhen Garden, it was already afternoon. Shui Rui brought Yu Shu to his residence and ordered the servants to prepare a meal for her. He then went to the east courtyard alone to look for Lu Tan. Lu Tan lived in a small lakeside building. When Shui Rui came downstairs, he met Jing Chen, who was coming out. The 2 looked at each other, nodded in greeting and walked away. "Cousin, you're here?" Lu Tan had changed into a comfortable cotton robe and was drinking tea in the pavilion. He gestured for Shui Rui to sit opposite him and waved to the palace maids who were waiting on him. 2 of them obediently came forward to fan Shui Rui and pour him herbal tea. Shui Rui only glanced at the many eyes and ears in the pavilion, but didn't say anything to ask Lu Tan to leave. There's something fishy about what happened in the paddock today. Lu Tan's face darkened. He nodded and said, "I thought about it carefully on the way back. There is indeed something fishy. Every year, there are hunting teams patrolling the western mountain paddock. Whenever a ferocious beast appears, it is either hunted or chased deep into the mountains. The fierce tiger we encountered today was most likely lured out of the mountains by someone in advance." Shui Rui thought for a moment and said, "According to what you said earlier, you met the tiger near Chioping Hill. The West Mountain paddock is so big, and you happened to run into it. Moreover, it chased you all the way to the periphery before showing its head. This tiger is really thoughtful." Lu Tan narrowed his eyes. "Cousin, are you saying that someone deliberately lured us to Chioping Hill and then lured the tiger to chase us?" Shui Rui didn't answer and asked, "Who do you think it is? It's suspicious that 12th brother didn't travel with us, but he doesn't have the means to do so. 7th brother didn't come to worship the ancestors and is in the capital, but it's not impossible for him to reach Huazhen Garden. 8th brother is a coward and would never do such a risky thing." Lu Tan analyzed them one by one. Although he didn't point them out, he already had a suspect in his words. Shui Rui laughed soundlessly and said in a low voice, "It can't be Ning Wang." Lu Tan frowned and said with slight displeasure, "Why can't it be him?" Shui Rui's dry and slender fingers gently tapped on the tea table. His eyes were not clear as he said, "I have known him since I was 6 years old. It has been more than 10 years since then. I know very well what kind of person the 7th prince is. If the tiger was released by him today, Your Highness would not be able to sit here and talk to me in one piece." Hearing this, a flash of disapproval flashed across Lu Tan's face. He knew that compared to him, the son of an imperial consort who had been neglected for many years, Lu Hao, who had been favored by his imperial father since he was young, was indeed stronger than the other brothers in every aspect. But after the double son meeting, he had successfully suppressed Lu Hao and felt that this imperial brother was not someone he couldn't deal with. He even had a faint feeling of contempt. In his view, Shui Rui's evaluation of Lu Hao was exaggerated. Then who does Biao Xiong think is behind this? Shui Rui raised his head to look at him, the corners of his mouth moving slightly. He said in a pure and kind voice, "Why don't you go investigate personally? Who is with us today? Who is it that got lost along the way? Why did the 12th prince suddenly have an upset stomach?" Shui Rui only pointed in a direction and did not have the slightest intention of overstepping his boundaries. Lu Tan admitted that with his current ability, he still could not order Shui Rui to do things for him. So he nodded at him reservedly, indicating that he would send people to investigate. After discussing business, Shui Rui took a few sips of the cold drink at Lu Tan's place and asked casually, "When did Daozi arrive at Huajin Garden?" "When did Daoist child arrive at Huajin Garden?" "I haven't seen him for the past few days." "I'm not sure about that. Martial uncle should have arrived earlier than us. He also refused to tell me. Maybe Imperial father has other arrangements." "You didn't mention it when we met yesterday. Why are you together today?" Shui Rui's expression was only curious. Lu Tan did not hide it from him. "When we came back this morning, Martial uncle came to find me. I invited him to go hunting with me. Fortunately, he accompanied us. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would have been killed by the tiger." His tone was not overly afraid, because even if Jing Chen did not help him today, he still had a way to save himself. It was just that he could not save the people around him. Shui Rui asked about the details that he wanted to know, and then he brushed it off and didn't continue this topic. The two cousins talked for a full hour in the water pavilion before Shui Rui left. Lu Tan looked in the direction of his departure. He turned around and glanced at the servants around him. He said in a cold voice, he said coldly, "Watch your mouths. Know what to remember and what not to remember." He had been back in the capital for less than half a year, and there were very few loyal servants around him. There were some things that could not be heard by others, but he deliberately let them hear it. In the future, he could keep those who could be useful. Yu Shu stayed in Shui Rui's residence. It was much more relaxing than the small courtyard where the 6 people lived. There were people serving her with warm water and bathing. After bathing, food was served. When eating, there was a maid waving a fan at the side, which made Yu Shu think that she had returned to Wangji Tower. When Shui Rui came back, Yu Shu was lying on the rattan chair in the inner hall and dozing off. She did not hear the sound of him entering. Shui Rui didn't ask anyone to wake her up, and he walked over slowly. He took the fan from the servant girl and gestured for them to leave, then he sat down on the soft stool by Yu Shu's side. He had a smile on his face as he watched Yu Shu doze off with her head tilted to one side, and then he fanned her. Yu Shu was a light sleeper and woke up after a while. She narrowed her eyes and saw a handsome face. She was not very surprised. After staring for a while, she yawned and sat up. Rubbing her face, she asked him, "You're back. Have you eaten?" Shui Rui looked at her lazy movements and couldn't help but brush the messy hair at her temples. He put it behind her ear and smiled, "I ate at Wang Ye's. Don't sleep anymore. Accompany me and talk. Rest well at night. Tomorrow we will leave for Jing." Yu Shu instantly woke up, "Going back so soon?" 13th princess has been frightened. Ning Wang wants to take her back to Jing. It is not convenient for us to stay alone, so we will go with them. "Oh," Yu Shu's face was slightly regretful. She looked at Shui Rui and said honestly, "It's nothing else, just that I couldn't eat the wild game you hunted. It's a pity." Shui Rui smiled. "What's so hard about that? Didn't we bring back the pheasants and rabbits? We can roast them by the lake tonight." "Ah, that's good." Yu Shu became alert again. She crossed her legs and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. She took the fan from his hand and waved it between the two of them. She asked curiously, "Such a big tiger, how did it get to the edge of the enclosure? Didn't they say that vicious birds and fierce beasts usually hide among people?" Shui Rui calmly told her, if it didn't run out by itself, it was lured out by someone. Yu Shu's expression was strange. Hearing his words, she had a guess. Someone had ill intentions and wanted to kill. As to whose life and why, she didn't need to think about the answer before she knew it. Durin had been celebrating for 14 years, and the princes had all come of age. The empress had no children, and the Eastern Palace had no ruler. This was clearly a situation of the princes fighting for the throne. The princes that had a chance of succeeding the throne were fighting each other. Who didn't want who to die? Not to mention today's incident, Yu Shu had been implicated once before. That had been during the Shuangyang conference. She had been tricked by Shui Yun and had been tied up by Lu Hao's subordinates and locked in the basement. In the end, the tendons of Shui Yun's hands and feet had been cut. She had barely managed to keep her life. After the incident, Lu Hao had successfully framed the fourth prince and caused one person to be eliminated. The road to the fight for the throne was filled with corpses. Even though Shui Yun had the Heaven's Eye technique, she was still used as a raft. It could be seen how dangerous it was. Shui Rui saw that she had stopped fanning herself and calmly looked at her expression. He asked softly, "Are you afraid?" Yushu raised her head to look at the talented and handsome Shui Rui. Her eyes were bright and she couldn't help but ask herself, did Lu Tan want to be the emperor? This was undoubtedly nonsense. She asked in turn, why didn't Lu Tan want to be the emperor? Just based on Lu Tan's performance at the Shuangyang conference, she could see that the young ninth prince was not without ambition. Then, as Lu Tan's mother, the Shui family would naturally be his support. Shui Rui, as the eldest son of the Shui family, would inherit the large family business in the future. All the situations indicated that Shui Rui would definitely participate in this fight for the throne. It wasn't that Yushu didn't understand this, but it was the first time she had thought so clearly and seen so clearly. A shoe! Shui Rui called out softly at the right time and held Yushu's wrist that was holding the fan. There were some worries in his heart that he couldn't explain, but he still said to her gently, "Don't think too much." Yushu pulled back her thoughts and met Shui Rui's reassuring gaze. She thought, he doesn't know where she came from, so he probably doesn't know that she, as a modern person, can see through this fight for the throne. However, he had told her the truth about the tricks in the enclosure. It was probably to test her. If she understood in the future, she would regret talking to him. After all, the two of them had been together for a long time. Yushu had a bit of an advantage and understood Shui Rui's heart. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy only knew how to play tricks on her. Why didn't he think about what kind of person she was? She could only share blessings and not trials and tribulations? He had underestimated her too much. And I don't want to anymore. Yushu smiled and leaned back on the recliner. She gently pulled her wrist back and slowly swayed it. She thought to herself that it was fine. If he thought she was ignorant, then she would continue to pretend to be ignorant. When the day came that he wanted to talk, she would have a good talk with him. The next morning, after breakfast, the group of people who had stayed in Huazhen Garden left for the capital. When Yushu arrived, she squeezed into a carriage with a group of people. When she returned, she could even lie down. Shui Rui sat across from Yushu. He watched as she held half a book in her hands. Her body was slanted and she wanted to lie down, so he said, "Sit up straight. If you lie down and read, your eyes will fall out." Yushu made an "oh" sound and sat up reluctantly. Shui Rui liked to control her. If she didn't listen to his words, he would nag her the whole way. Last night, Shui Rui took her to the lakeside to eat some wild game. In a moment of happiness, they drank some wine. The two of them only went to bed in the middle of the night. Now that they woke up so early, she felt a bit tired. On the way, the carriage stopped several times. The return journey was faster than when they came. At dusk, they arrived at Enling City. They entered the city from the west gate and went their separate ways. Shui Rui sent Yushu to the door of her house and left. When Yushu entered the door, a servant ran to the backyard to report. When she entered the second door, Yun Do ran out to greet her. She went forward to take her luggage and said happily, "Miss, you're back. Madam and Tai Tai are talking about you." Yushu had been away from the capital for a few days. When she came back, she felt close to her maidservant. She went back to her room to wash her face, change her sweaty clothes, and went to the big room to meet the elders. In the central room, old Madam He was holding her grandson. Zhao Hui sat on the lower seat and patted Yushu's palm to talk. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were both kind people. They didn't ask about the ancestral worship ceremony, but only cared about how she was doing these days. Yushu also liked to listen to people's gentle words. She patiently talked to them for a while. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Zhao Hui urged people to prepare dinner. He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu hadn't returned yet. Why isn't Godfather here at this time? Yushu looked outside the door. Old Madam He answered, He said that there have been many patients in the medical center these days. He's too busy to leave and often only returns home after dark. If it wasn't for the fact that he still has a child at home, I'm afraid he would have to stay in the medical center at night. He Fangji's medical ethics were indescribable. Yu Shu said in admiration, "Godfather has a kind and righteous heart." Although old madam, he was dissatisfied with her son spending all day in the medical center and not at home. She was satisfied with her grandson. Hearing Yu Shu's praise, she beamed with joy. Zhao Hui pulled Yu Shu's hand and said, "This is because of the plaque that the emperor bestowed. When your father first came here, no one believed in him. These days, he has accumulated virtue in medicine and his reputation has become more and more famous. I didn't have time to tell you, but 2 days ago, someone from the general's mansion invited him to come and see a doctor." With this, He Fangji led Yu Xiaoxiu home. Sister, you're back?" Before entering the door, she heard the sound first. Yu Shu turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu come in like a gust of wind. Yu Shu smiled and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to the other side to sit down, giving the seat to He Fangji who came in later. "Why did you only finish school now? Did you run off to play?" Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and turned to look at He Fangji. He Fangji explained for him, "No, this child is very obedient. He came to the medical center early after school to help me." Yu Shu's nose twitched. Sure enough, she smelled the smell of medicinal herbs on Yu Xiaoxiu's body. The family sat at the table and had a reunion dinner. They talked and laughed, and it was livelier than usual. At night, Yu Shu was sitting at the table reviewing the homework of Taisher Shuyuan when she heard Yu Xiaoxiu knock on the door. "Sister, I want to talk to you." "Come in." Yu Xiaoxiu pushed the door open and walked to Yu Shu's side. There was a trace of hesitation on his gentle face. "Can I ask you a favor?" Yu Shu put down her book and turned around. She put her arm on the back of the chair and smiled. "Say it." It's Udon." Yu Xiaoxiu frowned. "He hasn't been to school for a few days." "Mu Xiao, I went to his house yesterday and saw that he has lost a lot of weight. He told me that half a month ago, his mother took him to the great e-shop to have his fortune read. A teacher said that he would have a bloody calamity, so his mother locked him up at home and didn't allow him to go out. She even said that she would hire a teacher to teach him, so that he wouldn't be allowed to study at Baichuan Shuyuan anymore." Yu Shu didn't find it strange. The Hu family was a powerful and wealthy family. Udon was like a precious baby to the young master. How could his mother allow anything to happen to him? In order to avoid trouble, she wouldn't let him go to school. The Hu family couldn't afford to hire a few teachers. Yu Xiaoxiu continued, "But Hu Tian didn't believe it." "But Hu Tian doesn't believe it. He said that the teachers in the e-shop are all liars. They made up lies to fool his mother." "Sister, I know you're powerful. Can you read his fortune and see if he's going to have a bloody calamity? Don't let him lose the chance to go to the library just because of a lie." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and said, "I can read his fortune, but he doesn't believe the teachers in the great e-shop. Does he only believe me?" Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "Why wouldn't he believe you? Sister, you're a fortune teller." Yu Shu wanted to say that the title of fortune teller didn't match with that of a fortune teller. But when she saw Yu Xiaoxiu's proud face, she couldn't bear to reject his request. She raised her hand and patted his head, saying, Chapter 470. Yu Xiaoxiu was well prepared. He showed Hu Tianer's horoscope to Yu Shu and waited for her to do the fortune-telling. He wasn't sure how the fortune-tellers in the shop did it, but he had seen his sister do it before. She would always draw some strange symbols on a piece of paper, and she would be able to predict when he would need to bring an umbrella, when it would be sunny, and when he would lose something. His sister could even predict the bumps in the road ahead of time. It was really amazing. Yu Shu spread the paper and turned to Yu Xiaoxiu. "Don't just stand there. I don't know how many strokes I need to do. Go outside and find Yun Do. Don't ask her to get me hot water to wash my feet. Just get me a basin of water." Yu Xiaoxiu did as he was told, and she picked up the pen to do the fortune-telling. Hu Tianer's horoscope was very good, with all 5 elements. He looked like a person with good fortune. Yu Shu originally planned to figure out the child's misfortune for the next half a month, But she did not expect to bump into the misfortune the day after tomorrow. The fortune-teller for Hu Tian'er was not lying, but he was not accurate enough. The child was indeed going to face a bloody disaster. To be precise, it was a man-made disaster. Coincidentally, Yushu had just started to organize the case records of the Supreme Court. She had all the big and small disasters in her hands, and the first one she started to analyze were the cases of assault and injury. In her law of misfortune, every incident could be represented by numbers and symbols. She stared at the assailants. Initially, she wanted to use the names of the assailants as the result of her divination. As long as she knew the numbers and symbols represented by each surname, she could deduce the surname of the assailant from the victim's horoscope. This way, it would be easier to guard against them. However, it was easy to imagine, but when she actually tried to calculate, she realized that it was ridiculously difficult. Not to mention that there were many surnames in this world. People with the same surname might not come from the same family. As she calculated, she became confused. Fortunately, she had a flash of inspiration. She remembered that people did not only depend on their surnames, but also their zodiac signs. There were a total of 12 branches of the earth. This was the fate that one was born with. It matched the Yushu and her divination. It was like pushing a boat with the current. Within 2 days, she successfully obtained the value of 3 branches of the earth. Later, she was delayed by the ancestral worship, so she temporarily put it aside. She was now holding the result of Hu Tian'er's horoscope. Compared to the value she obtained before, she could not say she was 100% sure, but she was 80% sure that Hu Tian'er's so-called bloody disaster was caused by a person named Xiaohu. Since it was a man-made disaster, it was definitely not an accident. There were many disputes in big houses. For a family like Hu Tian'er's, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to be jealous of him. Yushu had never liked to meddle in other people's business, especially when it came to other people's family. However, Hu Tian'er was very loyal to Yu Xiaoxiu. Previously, when Yu Xiaoxiu was pushed off the horse by Shui Wenjie at Baichuan Academy, he was the one who impatiently sent him back home. Now that she knew that the child was going to suffer, how could she not remind him? Yushu put aside the paper in her hand and opened the drawer. She picked out a light green piece of Shui Tao paper. This time, she used a different brush. After some deliberation, she wrote a letter. Finally, she signed it with her operator's seal. After that, she sealed the envelope with wax. Yushu turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu coming in with a basin. She waved at him with a gentle expression. "Xiaoxiu, come over here." "Sister, are you done calculating?" Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Nodding, Yushu passed the letter to him. She reminded him, "Tomorrow, go to Hu Tian'er's house. Don't talk nonsense with him. Think of a way to hand this letter to Madame Hu." Yu Xiaoxiu immediately asked worriedly, "Is Tian'er all right?" "Sister, what did you say in the letter?" Yushu patted his head and said, "Don't ask. It's the adult's business. Remember to hand the letter to his mother. Don't open it in private. Otherwise, don't come to me crying when something happens to Hu Tian'er." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded hurriedly and put the letter away in case he forgot it tomorrow. Yushu sent Yu Xiaoxiu back to sleep. She was tired from the long journey during the day, so she washed up and went to bed early. The next day, Yushu went to the Wangji restaurant. Before she left, she put the crystal beads made by Old Man Su in the feng shui pond. After 7 days, she would be able to see whether it was good or bad. Shui Rui was not around. There were not many customers in the restaurant in the morning. Yushu entered from the main entrance and called out to Lin Fu, who was sitting behind the counter, weighing the silver pieces. She asked him to continue with his work and entered the backyard alone. Yushu did not go back to her room. She went straight to the 3rd floor and was anxious to see her results. Walking into the courtyard, Yushu saw the scene in the corner of the balcony. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. In just 7 days, she almost couldn't recognize the geomancy pool she made. It was less than 3 feet away from the pool, but it seemed to have become a world of its own. The colorful cobblestones had small clusters of fresh green sprouts, and the pot of autumn grass had actually bloomed ahead of time. The edge of the pool was surrounded by a thin circle of green moss. Yushu blinked a few times and recognized that the black and shiny water tank under the sun was the gray fish tank she asked for from the kitchen. She hesitated for a few steps and walked closer to look down. This time, her eyeballs almost fell out. The crystal stones at the bottom of the pool were like transparent bubbles, flashing with an enchanting luster. The four colors blurred one's vision, making one feel as if they were in a dream. Was this the crystal stone she bought from the sea merchant? How could it be so beautiful? Yushu squatted on the edge of the pond and looked at it for a while. Hearing the call behind her, she woke up. "Ah, miss, you are back." It was Xiaodai. Yushu squatted and turned her head. She saw the small bucket in her hand and a slender fence hanging on her waist. Thinking of what Xiaodai told her before she left, she asked, "Do you want to change the water?" Xiaodai said sweetly, "The water has just been changed. Just add this half a bucket." Yushu was a little excited. She moved aside and asked her to pour the spring water used to make tea in Wangji building into the pond. Then she couldn't wait to take the fence that Xiaodai used to change the water. She reached into the fish tank and scooped up a few beads. She wiped the water on the bottom of her clothes and held it in her palm. In an instant, the crystal beads attracted all her attention. Xiaodai exclaimed in admiration, "I don't know what method Miss is using, but Sister Xiaoqing and I would come up every day to take care of the gemstones and pearls in the pool. We actually feel that they are brighter every day. When the sun shines at noon, it hurts my eyes to look at the pool a few more times." Yushu grinned happily. Not to mention these two maids, it was also her first time trying to use feng shui to raise things. As for such an obvious magical effect, she didn't dare to think about it. Judging from the appearance alone, the crystal beads in this pond were better than ordinary gemstones. The feeling of holding them was refreshing, which undoubtedly helped her raise Reiki. Yushu rubbed the round crystal beads in her palm and asked Xiaodai, "I asked you and Xiaoqing to weave the rope. Have you made it?" Old Man Su suggested that she use gold and silver thread to string these beads. When she left in a hurry, she left an ingot of silver for them so that they could think about it when they had time. "I was about to tell you that Sister Xiaoqing is best at this. She has made several styles and is waiting for you to choose." Yushu said with a smile, "You are so good at doing things. I will reward you later." After saying that, she asked her to go downstairs to find a clean plate. She took out the crystal beads in the pond and separated them into yellow and white ones, leaving the purple and pink ones untouched. Xiaoqing was very skillful. When Yushu got the rope she made, she thought it was a chain made of real gold and silver at first glance. There was a single gold flower rope with a yellow crystal bead strung on it, which was bright and beautiful. There was a single silver flower rope with a white crystal bead strung on it, which was like condensed dew. "Miss, is it too simple to tie a knot like this? Do you want me to add a pendant and twist it in a fancy way?" "No need. This is good. Natural and unadorned, this was true beauty." Yushu took the two bracelets that Xiaoqing tied and slowly put them on her wrists. The crystal was close to her pulse, and it was slightly cold. It seemed to have dissipated the heat around her body. She fiddled with the two sides with love. In the end, she left the yellow crystal bracelet on her wrist and took off the white one. She still remembered that her friend who opened a shop called Story of the Stone said that white crystal could eliminate distracting thoughts, calm the mind and nourish the brain. And yellow crystal could bring fortune to people. "Shall you go? There are a few sandalwood boxes on top of my bookshelf. Bring me a smaller one." When Xiaodai wiped the box clean and brought it over, Yushu put the white crystal bracelet inside and closed it. Xiaodai asked with a smile, "Miss, are you going to give it to the young master?" Yushu shook her head and put the box aside. She said, "This water essence stone is suitable for women to wear. Have you seen any man who likes shiny stones? If I give it to your young master, he will think that I am making fun of him." Actually, she had only said half of what she wanted to say. It was not difficult for her to raise these crystals. After all, she did not spend much effort on them. They were toys that she used to amass money. If she really wanted to give them to Shui, she would at least want them to be unique. For example, the century-old mahogany root, Yushu touched her chin and looked thoughtfully at the sandalwood box on the table. The next day, there was an astrology lecture by Sima Kue. Yushu went to Taisher Library in the morning and saw Xen Lu. Before she took out the box from the bookcase, she saw Xen Lu coming out with an invitation full of pine fragrance. Xen Lu handed it to her and said with surprise, "Lotus Room, it will be my 15th birthday in 3 days. My father and mother are going to hold a ceremony for me. You must come." Yushu then closed the box and took the invitation empty-handed. She opened it and felt a little strange. She knew that in ancient times, women were considered to be of marriageable age at the age of 15. From then on, they could talk about marriage. Girls from rich families would also hold banquets and ceremonies. However, she had never experienced this kind of thing. "You are already 15. Yushu murmured. She looked at Xen Lu and reached out to measure her height, which just reached the tip of her nose. "I thought you were 13 at most." "You are only 13. Xen Lu angrily slapped her hand away and looked up at Yushu's height. Her face fell and she said with no confidence, "So what if you are tall?" Yushu raised her eyebrows and smiled. She did not argue with her. She just patted her head condescendingly and walked towards Sima Kue, who had just appeared not far away with the bookcase under her arm. Xen Lu stood there with a red face and whispered, "You just like to bully people. But I owe you, so I like to get close to you." Chapter 471. Although Xen Lu formally invited Yushu to attend her hairpin ceremony, because Yushu was not from an aristocratic family, there was no need to specially prepare a formal congratulatory gift. Coincidentally, she planned to give her the white crystal bracelet in her hand, so he simply saved it for that day. After the astrology class, Yushu stayed in Tibet until noon and then went home. During lunch, she heard from Zhao Hui that the tailor would deliver clothes today. Midsummer was approaching, but Yushu was still wearing the 2 unlined clothes from a month ago. She did not care about herself, and Zhao Hui could not take care of her because she was in labor. It was not easy for her to get out of confinement, so she was busy picking out the materials and making 2 new sets of clothes for everyone in the family. Even the servants and maids got a few rulers. After lunch, Zhao Hui left Xiao Chuan to the wet nurse and took Yushu back to the room to try on the clothes. She wore a pomegranate long skirt with sleeves and a pair of primrose yellow short summer pants. They all fit her very well. Yushu's face was not considered beautiful, but her figure was rare and graceful. She was still in the age of puberty, and she was even taller than Zhao Hui. Not 1 in 10 girls could be picked out. She was born with a clothes rack and could hold up both men's and women's dresses. She went to the Taisher Library and saw many children of aristocratic families wearing brocade clothes. She touched the materials on them. Although they were not as good as those silk jade, they were always light and comfortable. The needlework on them was excellent, which showed that Zhao Hui had put in a lot of effort. "Our Xiao Yu is growing more and more decent." Zhao Hui adjusted Yushu's belt in front of her. She turned her head to look at the person in the mirror with joy in her eyes. She touched her back lovingly and said, "I found another craftsman to make 2 new sets of jewelry, using the box of pearls you gave me last time. They will be delivered in 2 days. When you go out later, don't dress too casually. After all, you are a female teacher, and people will laugh at you for being ugly." Yushu hugged her shoulders and rubbed against her. She murmured, "Mother is so good to me. But don't be so tired. I am Teacher E, not a rich lady. I don't need to buy new clothes and jewelry all day long. It is a waste of money." Zhao Hui was in charge of the family, so she didn't have much money. He Fengji's clinic had only been open for a few months, and she had just made some money. Zhao Hui probably used the dowry she got that day to cover the cost of making clothes. She wanted to help Zhao Hui with her household expenses, but unfortunately, she didn't have much spare money on hand. She had to repair the house and buy stones, so she really couldn't afford to spend it. Even if she gave the gold and silver in the storeroom to Zhao Hui, she wouldn't use it. She only said that she would keep it for her in the future. Zhao Hui hugged Yushu and said softly, "Who said you are not a miss? Aren't you our family's miss?" After the mother and daughter were intimate for a while, They heard a message from the front yard. Someone came to the door with a gift. It was for Yushu. Who is it? Yushu asked through the door. The person outside said in a strange tone, "It is from the princess residence." Yushu was puzzled. She didn't have a friendship with any princess. When Zhao Hui heard it, she hurriedly urged Yushu to go out and have a look. She didn't even change her clothes and went to the front with Yun Do. When they arrived at the front yard, Yushu saw the person in the living room. She was very surprised. She still remembered the young guard in front of her. He was one of the people she saw in the princess residence when she and Shui Yun were kidnapped. It was no wonder that Yushu didn't think that the princess residence was related to Jing Qin. It was just that after Jing Qin made such a heartless decision, how could she think that he would take the initiative to have anything to do with her? "Miss Yu." The imperial bodyguard, Gao Qi, cupped his hands and bowed to Yushu. He pointed to a 2-foot-tall porcelain jar on the table and explained the purpose of his visit. "This is the bone of the tiger that the master killed in Huajin Garden." He brought it to Mississippi. Yushu frowned inwardly and was confused. Why did Jing Qin give me the tiger bone? Didn't they no longer interact with each other? She thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what Jing Qin's intention was, so she said to the imperial bodyguard, "I don't deserve it. You can take it back." Gao Qi saw that Yushu had rejected him just as his young master had said, so he smiled bitterly. "Miss, don't make things difficult for me. How could I go against my master's orders? If you don't want to accept it, you can return it later." Yushu's eyes flashed and she looked at him coldly. "I've never heard of forcefully giving a gift. I don't have the time to run errands. You can either take it back to the princess residence or throw it out." She pointed at the jar of tiger bone and gestured in the direction of the main entrance with an unfriendly expression on her face. When Gao Qi saw this, he had no choice but to pick up the jar and walk away hesitantly. He didn't say anything else. Yushu was too lazy to ask. That day, when Jing Qin broke off all ties with her, she said everything she needed to say and tried to persuade him to stay, but he still insisted on ending the past with her. No matter how many difficulties he had, the words he said were like water that had been poured out. Today, he was happy and came to provoke her again. Should she accompany him and sing along? After driving away the imperial bodyguard from the princess residence, Yushu returned to the backyard and vaguely explained to Zhao Hui. She then turned her head and put this matter to the back of her mind. She concentrated on calculating the Supreme Court's records in her hands. She still had 7 or 8 subordinates that she hadn't correctly chosen regarding the crime of murder and wounding. Back to Gao Qi, he carried the things back to the princess residence and reported to Jing Qin. He described Yushu's every word and action, paying attention to Jing Qin's expression, but he didn't see any change. It was hard to understand. "Just leave it." Jing Qin glanced at the jar in Gao Qi's hand and didn't blame him. Gao Qi excused himself and met Shui Yun, who had been pushed back outside the building. He bowed his head to greet her. Young Mississippi, Shui Yun was sitting on a wooden wheel. She was very thin and had just come back from sunbathing. Her complexion was good. She looked at Gao Qi and smiled faintly. She asked the maidservant behind her to stop and asked him, "Where did you go?" Gao Qi turned his head to look upstairs. Seeing that there was no one there, he turned to Shui Yun and whispered, "Young master told me to go to the west of the city to deliver something to Miss Yu." Shui Yun raised her eyebrows and her eyes became slightly cold. "Oh, what did you deliver?" "The tiger bone. It's a fierce tiger that young master killed in Huajin Garden and brought it to the palace. The emperor left the entire tiger skin and rewarded the tiger bone to young master." "Did Miss Yu accept it?" "She didn't. I just took it back." Shui Yun nodded. "Bodyguard Gao, go back to work." Gao Qi responded and hurriedly left. Shui Yun had someone push her in and saw Jing Qin sitting downstairs. There was a white jar on the table next to him. The wooden wheel stopped in front of Jing Qin and Shui Yun signaled for the maidservant to go out. "Senior brother, I heard that you sent someone to find Miss Yu?" Jing Qin didn't know how long he had been holding a cup of cold tea in his hand. He seemed to hear her call and came back to his senses. He looked up at her and said indifferently, "What, can't I find her?" Shui Yun's eyes dimmed. 2 days ago, when Jing Chen returned to the capital, he not only brought the good news of the fate breaker, but also the truth that her father and several martial uncles had concealed. It turned out that the elder's unwavering Dao heart was just a pretense to restrain Jing Chen. I know that senior brother resents me for forcing you to break off relations with Miss Yu that day. I also feel very guilty. However, I still want to remind senior brother that although you found the whereabouts of the fate breaker, you can't be at ease as long as you don't break the fate. After all, the lives of the masters and martial uncles still need to be saved by you. The fate of the Great Han dynasty is also tied to you. As for the matter of reconciling with Miss Yu, it's better to wait until you break the fate. At that time, I will personally apologize to Miss Yu on your behalf and ask for her forgiveness. Jing Chen saw that her face was full of remorse, but his expression didn't change. Because of the great teacher's warning, although he told Shui Yun a part of the matter about the fate breaker, he didn't tell her that Xiao Yu was the person he was looking for. Therefore, his junior sister only knew that the martial uncles had deceived him and firmly protected his Dao heart, causing him to have no desires for all these years. However, she didn't know that he had to marry Xiao Yu to break the fate. Shui Yun saw that Jing Chen didn't speak, and her beautiful face became more and more bitter. Senior brother, you don't believe me, so you won't tell me who the fate breaker is? If I don't tell you, are you going to lie about knowing her secret to threaten me again? Jing Chen asked. After all these days, he still felt a little angry when he thought about it. A few months ago, Shui Yun noticed that he had developed feelings for Yu Shu, so she claimed that she wanted to cut off his feelings. At that time, she said that she discovered a big secret of Yu Shu, and that if she said it, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. He believed that it was true, but after several times using the Heavenly Book of Chaos, he found that Shui Yun was simply lying to him. Last time, you said that she was a lonely soul reincarnated. This time, are you going to tell me that she is some kind of demon? Jing Chen's handsome face, which had always been indifferent, showed a rare trace of mockery. I didn't lie to you. Shui Yun suddenly became excited. She raised her head and refuted, Senior brother, you know that I was born with the heart of Qiqiao Linglong. I will never misjudge people. No one in the entire Mount Longhu can compare to me. Miss Yu doesn't look like someone who will live a long life, but she can stay by your side safely for so long. Don't you think it's strange? She is not a person of this land. If it's not a lonely soul reincarnated, then what is it? Jing Chen said calmly, if it's not that you miscalculated, then is it that I used the Heavenly Book of Chaos wrong? Shui Yun, you are talented, but I am stronger than you. Although I am only proficient in the human chapter and the national chapter of Master's Heavenly Book of Chaos, when I succeed in my divination, I have an 80% accuracy. Your heart of Qiqiao Linglong is not the right path. 60% accuracy is already the best. He paused and then said, what's more, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the capital. She is in the Imperial Historian's library and has been in and out of the Celestial Commissioner's office. If there is really something wrong, will no one see it? Shui Yun's mood was in a mess. Her hand on the armrest was half-clenched weakly, and she said in a low voice, how would I know what happened? Her fate has actually changed. Whether you believe it or not, I definitely did not lie to you about this matter. Then she took a deep breath and stared at Jing Chen, saying, Senior brother, listen to me. The important matter is important. There is no harm in talking about love affairs later. Jing Chen reached out and gently pushed aside the wheelchair in front of him. He stood up and walked upstairs. You don't need to worry about my matters. Chapter 472. 2 days later, Shui Rui sent Lao Chui to deliver 2 pots of freshly bloomed jean to Yu Shu. There was also a letter, saying that he was busy these days and couldn't get away, so he couldn't go to Wangji Building to meet him. He asked her to send someone to the Shui Mansion to deliver an invitation. Yu Shu guessed that he suddenly became busy because of what happened in Huajin Garden. She asked Lao Chui to tell him to be careful of villains. Early in the morning, Yu Shu was about to go to Taisher Library for the morning class. When she went out with Yu Xiaoxiu, she saw a soft sedan stopped at the gate of her house. There was a maid and an old woman standing beside the sedan. They were dressed in new clothes. Behind them, there were two servants holding several heavy gift boxes. Then the old woman opened the sedan door and lifted the curtain. A woman in her 30s came out. She looked dignified and elegant. Obviously, she was from an official family. When Yu Shu was wondering who this person was, she heard Yu Xiaoxiu say in surprise, "Mrs. Hu?" Yu Shu then knew who this person was. She should be the only daughter of Guo Huaiyan, the minister of the Supreme Court. Mrs. Hu raised her head and saw the pair of siblings standing on the doorstep. She smiled and walked up with the old woman's hand. She said in a friendly tone, "Fortunately, I came early. Otherwise, I would have missed you." "Xiaoxiu, is this your sister?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded blankly. He couldn't figure out why Hu Tian'er's mother came to his house. Since Yu Shu knew who this person was, she first saluted and said, "Hello, Mrs. Hu. Thank you for taking care of my brother in the school." This Mrs. Hu was married to Assistant Minister Hu of the Ministry of Rights. She was a rank 4 official. Even a female fortune-teller like her had to be polite when she saw her. "You Swansea, don't be so courteous," Madame Hu gently held Yu Shu's hand and stopped her from bowing. She said softly, "I am here today to thank you. Can I take up some of your time and talk inside?" Yu Shu thought that the secret letter she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to bring to Madame Hu a few days ago had taken effect. She turned sideways and invited him in. She stayed 2 steps behind and asked Lu Zhongxian to send Yu Xiaoxiu to school. They entered the room, sat down, and served tea. Before Madame Hu took a sip of the tea, she straightened her body and bowed to Yu Shu. "Thank you, Yu Swansea, for telling me the truth and sparing my son a great calamity. I am very grateful." Yu Shu hastily stepped forward to help her up. "Mrs. Hu is too serious," she said. "It was that child Xiaoxiu who asked me," she said. "It was only because of that child Xiaoxiu who asked me that I was meddlesome enough to help your son. To be honest, if Xiaoxiu and Tian didn't study together and have a good relationship, I wouldn't have interfered in your family's business." That day, she divined that Hu Tian would encounter a bloody disaster and that the murderer was a man named Xiao Hu. She wrote a letter and asked Yu Xiaoxiu to give it to Madame Hu. She told Madame Hu all these. In order to avoid Madame Hu's disapproval, she even stamped her personal seal on the letter. It seemed to be a simple task, but in fact, it was risky. If Madame Hu trusted her, it would be best for her to take precautions. If Madame Hu didn't trust her and something happened to Hu Tian, she might take the letter and trust her. Madame Hu, a woman who lived in the house, had the most unnecessary thoughts. After the matter was over, how could she not think about it carefully? She knew that she owed Yu Shu a big favor, so she condescendingly came to visit her in person. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that she took advantage of the situation and got rid of a pregnant and restless concubine in the backyard. Therefore, she was even more grateful to Yu Shu. The process was full of twists and turns. When Madame Hu saw Yu Shu coming to pull her, she took the opportunity to hold her hand. They sat side by side on the short couch. She took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from her eyes and said to Yu Shu, "If I had known that Yu Swansea was so capable, I might have been able to sleep more peacefully. I might as well say something out of anger. Those aristocratic families in the capital are very useful. If I really ask them to do something for my son, none of them will tell me the truth. They will either avoid the topic or be vague. I'm afraid that I will say something wrong and ruin their reputation." Yu Shu finally understood. She was also curious before. With Hu Tian'er's family background and Lord Guo's reputation, why couldn't they find a few De masters to look at his grandson? Why did they have to be so timid and keep Hu Tian at home? It turned out that she thought they were stupid. It was precisely because of Hu Tian'er's precious life that others didn't dare to make a judgment. They were afraid that if they said something wrong, the two families would hold a grudge against them. After all, it was difficult to be accurate. The Luyao technique that Taoist Qingjing passed on to her was already a unique skill. If she used it to the extreme, she would only be 60% accurate. If it weren't for the fact that her time of calamity law was extremely accurate, she wouldn't have made such a conclusion. Unfortunately, the range of her time of calamity law was limited. Otherwise, all the DE masters in the city of Anling combined their skills wouldn't be as good as the one in her hand. At this moment, Yushu felt like she was guarding a gold mine, but she could only dig until the entrance. She had no choice but to dig bit by bit. This time, Madame Who was also angry. She started to complain about those aristocratic families in front of Yushu. It wasn't that she liked to gossip, but she was afraid. On the contrary, Yushu didn't pretend to be polite when faced with her straightforward words. She comforted her with a gentle voice and said, "Madam, don't overpraise me. In terms of ability, I may not be better than the masters of the aristocratic families. I just want you to be on guard as much as possible. If I really can't predict correctly, I can only blame myself for not being good enough." Although Yushu said it modestly, she didn't intend to hide her ability. She still looked indifferent. Madame Who was a meticulous person. She looked at Yushu up and down and believed that she was really capable. Few people in the city of Anling could predict the fatal disaster accurately. Before Madame Who got married, she was the only daughter in her family. Her father once wanted her to be a cook, so he raised her as a man for several years. She could be regarded as a knowledgeable woman. Therefore, she didn't think that Yushu was poor and intended to make friends with her. "I heard that Swansea has entered the Taisher library to study. Not long ago, he was lucky enough to go to the Emperor's mausoleum to worship his ancestors. If he can become an official in the future, he will have a bright future. He will be better than us who have to rely on the servants in the inner chamber. I will have to work for you in the future. You must accept this gift." As Madame Who spoke, she asked her maid to ask the servants in the yard to bring the gifts in. She put them on the table one by one and gave the list to Yushu. Although Yushu loved money, she didn't want to accept Madame Who's gift. This was what Yu Xiaoxiu asked her to do. She would help him if she could. It was not a big deal for her to accept the gift. Madame Who probably saw her reluctance on her face. She smiled in her heart. She stood up and opened the boxes, saying, "I was afraid that you wouldn't like gold and silver, so I specially selected them. This box is tea made by my father, and this box is rouge and face powder made by the palace. These two are just my sincerity. In addition, there is a piece of century-old peachwood root and a piece of longting wood. I think you will need them." An idea came to Yushu. She walked to the table and stared at the dark golden wood in a big box. It was the same color as what she saw in the list of rare objects. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 473. After sending Mrs. Hu away, Yushu turned around and put the gifts she sent into her room. Then she went out of the door happily. With the century-old mahogany root, the thing that she had wanted to give to Shui Rui would finally have a chance. Today was Fang Zijing's morning class, so Yushu arrived a little late. She slipped into Su Shui Tang through the back door. As usual, Fang Zijing was wearing a loose robe that did not fit him. His thin body was stuck in a spacious armchair, and his left hand was playing with a thin and long fate stick. He was explaining a chapter of Qimen Yao Shu. His withered eyelids were drooping, as if he did not notice that Yushu was late. Sidu Qinglan saw Yushu and winked at her, indicating that she should leave an empty space for her. Yushu hurriedly bent over and sat down. "Did you bring the book?" Sidu Qinglan asked in a low voice. Yushu nodded and put down the bookcase that was slung over her shoulder. She took out a book called The Complete Records of Qi Men Dun Jia Tong Zong, and carefully listened to Fang Zijing's explanation. "Ah." Yushu turned around and saw Sidu Qinglan staring at her wrist in surprise. Yushu looked down and found that her sleeve had slipped up when she took the book, revealing the bracelet on her left wrist. The transparent topaz bead was shining with a layer of light, like a ball of morning light. It lit up half of her wrist. No wonder it attracted Sidu Qinglan's attention. Sidu Qinglan hurriedly looked away and smiled apologetically at Yushu. Yushu also smiled back and quietly put down her sleeve to cover the ball in her hand. It was not until the morning class was over that Sidu Qinglan couldn't help but grab Yushu's hand and ask curiously and shyly, "What's that on your hand? It's so beautiful." Yushu generously raised her hand for her to see and said, "It's a crystal." "Water essence?" Sidu Qinglan held her hand and looked at it carefully. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't look like it." Sidu Qinglan had been raised by the master Fang Zijing since she was a child. She had seen many worldly things. But in her mind, the water essence, no matter how smooth it was polished, was just an ordinary gem. How could it be compared to the string of water essence on Yushu's hand? It looked so delicate, as if it had been dyed with water. Yushu raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "It doesn't look like it. You are talking about the water essence, and I am talking about the ice crystal." Saying this, she took down the string of topaz and showed it to Sidu Qinglan. She was not afraid that Sidu Qinglan would find it strange. Sometimes it was better to be in the open than to be in the dark. Sidu Qinglan held the string of crystal and keenly felt a trace of coldness in her palm. She held it gently and couldn't help praising, "It's good stuff. Where did you buy it? I have never seen anyone wear it." Yushu curled up the corner of her mouth and said proudly, "It's the first one in the whole in Ling City, and it's in my hand. Of course you have never seen anyone wear it." It was not that she liked to show off. If she wanted to make a fortune with this thing in the future, she had to advertise it first. According to her observation, Sidu Qinglan was a smooth and slick person in the Taisher library. She was well-informed and inquisitive. What she said just now might be spread to many people tomorrow. Sure enough, hearing Yushu's tone, Sidu Qinglan was surprised again. She felt that the bead necklace in her hand was a little heavier. She hurriedly handed it back to Yushu and watched her put it on her wrist again. She said with some envy, "I have a Hanyang bracelet. It will be cold no matter how long I wear it in summer. But it is not as beautiful as your crystal." Few girls could resist shiny jewelry, and Sidu Qinglan was no exception. Unfortunately, she lived under someone else's roof and didn't have much money. Hearing Yushu's tone, she thought that the crystal was as priceless as her family's Hanyang bracelet. So she didn't ask Yushu about it again. Yushu also knew a little about Sidu Qinglan's family background. Seeing her sad eyes, she felt a little sorry. She thought that when she got the finished product from old Sue, she would choose a nice pendant for her. Because they had to go back to the women's dormitory to get their books, they went out together. Yushu lived in the east courtyard, and Sidu Qinglan lived in the central courtyard. They said goodbye to each other when they entered the women's dormitory. Yushu stood at the door of the room and stared at the locked door of the next room on her right for a while. Then she shook her head and went into the room. She checked the doors and windows, and then opened the window to let some air in. Then she walked around the room and found nothing. Lotus room? There was a knock on the door. It was Sidu Qinglan who put down her book and came to find her. Yushu invited her in. Sidu Qinglan put down the tea tray in her hand on the empty table. "I know you haven't come back often. There must be a lack of tea in the room. This is the fragrant slice I made this morning. It's soaked with flower dew and rock sugar. You can try it if you like." Yushu thanked her. She picked up an empty cup and drank by herself. She praised, "It's delicious. I like this kind of sweet tea. I also have a few kinds of fragrant slices. They taste good. I'll bring some for you next time." Since Shui found out that she didn't like bitter tea, he would pack some new flower tea and fruit tea for her from time to time. The day before yesterday, he sent Lao Chui to bring her a pot of flowers and a box of fragrant slices of magnolia. She hadn't had time to taste it yet. Sidu Qinglan smiled and said, "We have the same taste. If you can praise it, it must be good. I'll be waiting. Don't forget to bring it for me." Yushu nodded. Sidu Qinglan chatted for a while, and then they talked about the ancestral worshipping ceremony. "I heard that the 6 of you made trouble the day before the sacrifice day. Are you okay?" Sidu Qinglan asked with concern. Yushu looked at her with a smile and said, "If you want to know the truth, just ask. Don't beat around the bush." Sidu Qinglan blushed a little. "I'm just a little curious. Tell me about it." "There was a mess. Do you know Zhan Shuiyuan? That's her. Her family's Tianyu was lost. She blamed me for it. In the end, an interrogator came and asked about it. It turned out that the young lady of the Chui family, Chui Yun, stole Zhan Shuiyuan's stone. She said that she accidentally dropped it into the lake. She was afraid that people would blame her, So she framed me. Lord Wang said that he would report to the Celestial Commissioner when he came back from the worshipping ceremony. Yushu didn't know if he reported it after he came back. But she didn't hear anything about it in the library recently. Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun must have found a way to hide it. No wonder Sidu Qinglan asked her. Yushu didn't tell her in detail. She didn't even mention Shui Rui's name. She just talked about it. She didn't mention that Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun owed her 10 slaps. Sidu Qinglan listened and frowned. She said, "What a mess." Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. If His Majesty blamed us, our future would be ruined. Yushu smiled bitterly. It's because you asked that I told you. Look, I haven't heard anything from the Celestial Commissioner since we came back from the worshipping ceremony. I guess it's going to be left unsettled. Sidu Qinglan sighed. She also thought that this matter was going to be over. Seeing Yushu's bitter smile, she couldn't help but comfort her. The Zhan family has a strong foundation in Jiangxi. It's a taboo. Even the local yamen and military government have to rely on them. Let me tell you a secret. The young lady of the Zhan family came to the capital to study this time. It's most likely that she's going to marry into a noble family. What happened in Huazhen Garden will be spread to the higher-ups. Naturally, there will be people who will help her suppress it. Fortunately, she found out that you didn't steal her family jewels. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer in silence. Hearing this news, Yushu's eyes flickered. She was quiet for a moment and said, "Forget about Zhan Shui. What's Cui Yun relying on? Isn't she a daughter of a concubine? She was so arrogant in Huazhen Garden." Situ Qinglan was a little surprised. She chuckled and said, "Cui Yun is nothing. But she has an elder sister named Cui Exen. She's 1 year younger than me. She got a chance when she was young and was accepted by Princess Xiang as her adopted daughter. She was raised with Commandery Princess Shi Wen for 2 years. She calls Prince Xiang's heir brother and Commandery Princess Shi Wen calls her elder sister. So she's half a master." Yushu narrowed her eyes and sneered in her heart. She knew that Cui Yun had no grudge against her. Why did she set her up? It turned out that there was such a relationship. Good job, Commandery Princess Shi Wen. It turned out that this was the problem. Sidu Qinglan saw that Yushu didn't speak. She thought she was uncomfortable, so she told her considerately, "Lotus Room, don't worry. I'll tell you a piece of good news. According to my grandfather's tone, the Celestial Commissioner is looking for some vacancies when he left his post at the beginning of the year. Among them, there are 2 positions for female officials. There's a 7th grade Zanji position in the Imperial Historian's Library. You're a female fortune teller who only appears once in 10 years. Maybe you'll be able to become an official in advance this time." It was the second time for Yushu to hear Sidu Qinglan telling her about a good thing. The last time was the selection of people in the ancestral worship ceremony. Sidu Qinglan told her that she was selected, but she was rejected again in Rongxing Hall. Disapproving in her heart, Yushu still pretended to be curious. "Didn't they say there were 2 positions? What's the other one?" Sidu Qinglan pursed her lips and said, "I don't dare to think about the other position. It's the Imperial Lady of Kunling Bureau. She's a 5th grade Zan. She's in charge of the marriage certificate and destiny of the aristocratic families. Such an important position is like a delicious cake. They're all promoted from the Celestial Commissioner. It's not our Imperial Historian's Library's turn to choose." Yushu didn't care. She smiled and turned away. She chatted with Sidu Qinglan for a while and then sent her out. She didn't stay in the Imperial Historian's Library. She packed up and left. When she went out of the gate, she saw the carriage under the south wall was already there. "Lu Zhong." Yushu looked at the sweat on her coachman's shoulder and scolded him lightly, "Didn't I ask you to stay an hour at night? It's such a hot day." Lu Zhong smiled and said, "I'm afraid that you'll wait too long. Get in the carriage. I've prepared herbal tea for you. Be punctual next time." Yushu said the man again before climbing into the carriage. "Are you going home or going somewhere?" Chapter 474. Updated, It has been 10 days since Yushu came to get the beads last time. Old Su and 2 apprentices have made 1/3 of the crystal material that Yushu left here. This time, in addition to 80 beads, there are also several delicate and small pendants, which are all the styles chosen by Yushu before. The only difference is that there are no duplicates. The plain ones had crystal gourds and peaches, while the elegant ones had lotus flowers and banana leaves. Among them, the one that caught Yushu's eyes the most was a small purple crystal fan. She played with it for a long time. Before leaving, Yushu asks Old Su about which jewelry shop in the city has a good reputation. After walking out of Old Man Su's workshop, Yushu puts back the topaz bracelet that has changed a lot. It's good that Yushu is narrow-minded. She hasn't known Old Man Su for long, so she has to be careful. Yushu doesn't go home for lunch at noon. She goes to Wangji Building and washes the crystal products she just got. She puts half of them into the windy pool and fishes out the remaining 40 beads. The pink and purple crystal beads weren't as bright as the yellow and white crystal beads, but they shone brightly, giving off an alluring vibe. Yushu asks Xiaoqing to string 2 more bracelets. In case that the Reiki will leak out, she puts them in sandalwood boxes and keeps them in the shade. In the afternoon, Yushu goes to the gold chisel shop mentioned by Old Su and orders a few thin chains. Then she goes to the antique street in the east of the city. She goes to several shops selling fans, but she is disappointed. That's right, she originally wanted to use the 100-year-old peach tree root to make a folding fan for Shuirui to carry around. It was both beautiful and practical, and most importantly, it could ward off evil and eliminate Yin, making it convenient for him to move around the prison. However, she asks several craftsmen today, and they all say that the peach root is not as good as peach wood. It is not suitable to make fan bones because it is easy to crack. There was one shop that said she could apply glue to prevent it from cracking, but because she hadn't done it before, the shop owner didn't care if she broke it and didn't want to pay for it, which made her stop. It was a small waste, but she was afraid that if she ruined that piece of peach wood, it would be difficult to find another one. In a flash, it was already evening. She went home resentfully. She almost forgot that tomorrow was Exin Lu's birthday and she was going to Xian's mansion as a guest. On the 16th of the 5th month, Yushu woke up in the morning to freshen up and change into a new set of clothes. She had Yun Do twist her hair into a proper hairstyle and wore the new set of jewelry that Zhao Hui had made for her. Her dressing was not as casual as usual. Today is Exin Lu's coming-of-age day. The invitation card given to her is sent to relatives and friends. At that time, they may have to eat together. If she still wears green clothes and cloth shoes, it will be troublesome. Zhao Hui was surprised to see Yushu dressed up for breakfast. She wondered, "What's the occasion today? It's rare to see you dressed up so neatly." Only then did Yushu say that she was going to attend the hairpin ceremony of the female students in Taisher Shu Garden. She took out the invitation card and showed it to her. As soon as she saw the gilded invitation card, she knew it was from a rich family. Zhao Hui anxiously slapped her leg and said, "Child, why didn't you tell me earlier that you prepared a gift?" Yushu honestly said that she only prepared one gift. "I am going alone. Can't I prepare 2 or 3 gifts for her? She is so happy." Zhao Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where did this stingy girl come from? Go quickly and take 2 pieces of good satin from the warehouse. There is also an old jade hairpin in my dowry. Send it to add to my hair. If you really go empty-handed, you will be laughed at behind my back. Yushu couldn't refuse Xiao Hui's idea. She had no choice but to take Yun Do to pick up 2 pieces of good makeup satin. Because she did a good deed during the Double Sun Society, Lu Tan gave it as a reward. The things were not bad. Xian's mansion was located in the west of the city. As one of the 12 families, it was one of the best. The Xian's mansion was extraordinarily built. Other people had 2 stone lions squatting in front of their house, but their mansion had a white jade pai xiu in front of their house. They were not afraid that someone would secretly chisel it. Yushu arrived at 9 o'clock. There were not many carriages and horses outside. Because she had the title of fortune teller, she walked through the front door. Immediately, a steward took away the book and called a maid to lead her in. Although this family was a branch of the Xan family, it was the most prestigious. Now 4 generations lived under the same roof and lived in a big mansion. On the surface, it seemed to be more harmonious than other families. Yushu was directly taken to the door of Xan Lu's room. After listening to the maid's report, someone opened the bamboo curtain on the other side of the door. She heard laughter inside. Alas, in the blink of an eye, you have reached the age of marriage. Time really makes people grow old. You are not as young as before. Ba, today is my good day. Fifth brother, if you talk nonsense again, I will go back and tell first uncle and ask you to copy books in the ancestral hall. Well, I was wondering why father scolded me last time and punished me to copy Tao Te Ching for half a month. It turned out that you were the ghost. Don't scratch me. Second sister, third sister, save me. My clothes are ruined. Yushu lifted her leg and walked in. She looked through the door and saw the sunlight shining everywhere. On the orange-red Persian carpet, there was a bronze mirror that was half the height of a person. A group of young men and women with bright colors surrounded a petite girl in plain clothes and were playing. Lotus Room, you are here. As soon as Xan Lu saw Yushu, he pushed away fifth brother Xan, who was kissing her neck, and threw himself on Yushu's back to hide. Seeing that there was an outsider, the group of people put away their playfulness and smiled at Yushu seriously. Standing among the group of women, there was only one young man with a white face and no beard. He was extremely handsome. He looked at Xan Lu behind Yushu with a smile, and his eyes were doting. Then it was time to recognize people. As Yushu expected, that handsome young man was Xan Lu's fifth cousin, Xan Yingguang, who was often mentioned by Xan Lu. In addition to a few Xian sisters, there were 2 or 3 close friends of Xan Lu. They were about the same age, but they were not children of Yishui. However, they had heard of the reputation of Yushu, the female fortune-teller. Not knowing how Xan Lu boasted about her, 2 of the girls' eyes lit up when they saw Yushu. The remaining one looked at Yushu shyly, but her eyes showed that she knew her. When Yushu saw this person, she was very surprised. She didn't expect that she and Xan Lu were best friends. Well, you sisters stay and talk for a while. We will go and see how the preparation outside is going. Second sister Xian took her younger brother and sister away, leaving Xan Lu and the other 4. Yushu looked at the girl she knew. She wasn't sure if the girl was willing to recognize her, so she didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, the girl stepped forward and took her hand, saying, "Sister Yu, how have you been recently? I heard from father that you went to the imperial mausoleum to worship the ancestors a while ago." Nodding her head, Yushu smiled and said, "Is your father and mother doing well?" Qiu Yueling said, "They are good. Mother has been talking about inviting you to our home. Do you know who this person is? She is the daughter of Qiu Jiming, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, who is helping Yushu repair the residence. She is the one who pretended to be crazy in order to escape the marriage." Seeing them talk, Xan Lu curiously asked, "When did you guys meet?" Qiu Yueling rushed to answer, "Didn't I get seriously ill a while ago? Everyone said that the feng shui of my home isn't good, so my father invited Sister Yu over to take care of me." Chapter 475. Before the auspicious hour arrived, several of Xan Lu's sisters each took out their personal gifts and showed up. The young lady of Master Zhao of Honglu Temple presented a paper-thin shell made of conch shell, saying that it was a foreign item. The daughter of Grand Scholar Ning of Wuying Hall presented a box of rare snow pear incense. Qiu Yueling's gift was much more appropriate, a set of tricolored rhinoceros horn combs with auspicious meaning. Xan Lu's dressing table was also piled with many gifts. Some were given by her family, and some were just received. They were all valuable. She beamed with joy as she fiddled with them. Her eyes turned to Yushu. She stretched out her hand and said, "What about you? Don't try to fool me. I remember you said you would give me something good last time. What can I do if I don't give it now?" Yushu patted her palm. Without waiting for Xan Lu to pout, she took out an old sandalwood box from her waist pocket and put it back in her hand. Xan Lu couldn't wait to open it. When she saw a ball of white light, she was stunned. She immediately exclaimed, The girls who were standing on both sides came closer. They thought it was something good. They were surprised to see X and Lu carefully pick up a string of water beads. It was so dazzling. They blinked a few times and looked at it again. It was not water beads. It was obviously a kind of unknown gemstone. It was polished to a smooth and attractive surface. It was really better than jade. For a moment, the girls couldn't move their eyes away. They could only see X and Lu happily put the white crystal bracelet on her wrist. Her originally white skin seemed to be shining. What kind of jade is this? Qiu Yueling asked curiously. They were all daughters of official families. Their families were wealthy. They could see any gemstone or jade. But they couldn't tell the origin of this bracelet. Yu Shu saw that X and Lu was also looking at her eagerly, so she explained with a smile, "This is a crystal stone. A few days ago I got a few pieces, so I tried to make them look like it. I also used feng shui to raise it for a few days. It's not only beautiful to wear, but also useful. The one Feifei is wearing is a white crystal, which can calm the nerves and nourish the brain, and help you sleep. Here, I have a string of topaz in my hand." As she spoke, she pulled up her sleeves and revealed the string of topaz she wore on her wrist, causing a few more gasps of surprise. Immediately, her wrist was grabbed by the fearless people and they all started to appraise it. "This is great. This crystal feels cool to the touch, as if it had just been taken out of the water. Older sister Yu, did you also use feng shui to raise this topaz?" Although they were envious of Yu Shu for gifting X and Lu a crystal bracelet, none of them asked about it. Yu Shu didn't talk about the benefits of the crystal. She only told them that this thing was made by her, and now only 2 people got it. One was in her hand, and the other was given to X and Lu. X and Lu was naturally very satisfied, and the way he looked at Yu Shu became much more affectionate. If it weren't for the fact that there were people around, he would have probably hugged Yu Shu's neck and kissed her. Later, when Mrs. Xen came to see her little daughter with her maid, X and Lu held her hand and acted like a spoiled child. "Mother, look, the bracelet given to me by the Lotus Mother. Isn't it beautiful? I will wear it when I bow later, okay?" Mrs. Xen also saw the crystal beads in her hand. She was surprised, but she didn't lose her composure at all. She didn't ask questions like a little girl, but thanked Yu Shu on her behalf. Then she touched X and Lu's head and agreed. Originally, before the hairpin ceremony, people must wear no makeup, so they couldn't wear any hairpin or ring. Bracelets and beads were not a big deal. When the auspicious time was coming, Mrs. Xan invited Yu Shu and other young ladies to the hall, leaving Mrs. Xan and her daughter to talk to each other. Among the 4 branches of the Xan family, except for an old man who retired and lived in seclusion, the head of the family was Xen Lu's grandfather, Xen Yen. He was the left judge of the Celestial Commissioner, a 4th-rank official. Among the 4 sons of Xen Yen, only the second master was born by the wife of the main wife. As the daughter of the second branch, Xen Lu ranked 6th among all the sisters, but she was the most delicate girl of her generation. The hairpin ceremony was very grand. The hall was full of 200 people. Most of the guests were famous madams and madams. There were even 2 commandery princesses who came to join in the fun and sat at the VIP table. Yu Shu was arranged to sit at the side of relatives and friends. She sat with Mrs. Xian and Qiu Yueling to watch the ceremony. She glanced around and saw many familiar people. For example, Commandery Princess Shiwen, who was sitting at the VIP table and laughing with others. Yu Shu's eyes stayed for a moment and then moved away. But no one knew what she was thinking. When the auspicious time came, there was a sound of playing in the music hall. Xen Lu was helped out by an older woman of the family. She wore a plain long dress and her black hair draped over her back. Her back was straight and she was a little nervous. The Xen family invited the secretary of the Ministry of Rites. All the etiquette was done. When it was time to comb her hair and put on her clothes, she inadvertently raised her hand to show her wrist. The crystal-clear bracelet was particularly eye-catching. Almost all of the women present noticed this. Seeing this, Yu Shu snickered in her heart. Xen Lu had unintentionally done her a great favor. Now she just needed to wait quietly. Wait for X and Lu to discover the benefits of this white crystal bracelet. Wait for these women to inquire about it. She was not afraid of not being able to bid for it. After the ceremony, there was a banquet. Yushu didn't wait for people to leave and left first. Seeing that Yushu was leaving, Qiu Yueling followed. Sister Yu. Yushu was called by Qiu Yueling in a corner of the garden. She turned her head and saw her running in front of her. Thank you for helping me hide it. Qiu Yueling blushed and twisted the corner of her clothes. She was very grateful to Yushu for helping her avoid that unhappy marriage. Yushu was more careful than her. She looked left and right to make sure no one was passing by. Then she said softly, I said you don't need to thank me. Your father loves you wholeheartedly. I will let go of what happened last time, but don't do stupid things again. Qiu Yueling was ashamed but also glad. Although she lied to her parents, it was a blessing in disguise. Her family didn't force her to get married anymore. Mother wants to invite sister to our house for tea. When are you free? Yushu thought for a moment, how about the morning after tomorrow? Qiu Yueling said happily, that's good. I will go back and tell mother to wait for sister to come. Yushu agreed and said goodbye to her. She went out on foot to find Lu Zhong on the street. Then she got on the car and went to the north of the city to find a fan shop. However, she spent the whole afternoon in vain. The next day, Fang Zijing's magic class was held every 7 days. Yushu came early today. As soon as she entered Shushui Tang, she was pulled out by Sidu Qinglan. What's wrong? What do you mean? Sidu Qinglan stamped her feet and said, I told you the day before yesterday that the position of the 7th grade Zanji of the Celestial Commissioner was taken by Miss Zhan. Yushu was stunned. You mean Zhan Shuiyun? Isn't it her? Yesterday, the imperial astronomers sent someone to deliver the letter. You weren't around, so you didn't see the scene. There were a few other outstanding female students who heard the news and their mouths were twisted in anger. I thought that this opportunity should have been yours. No matter who, it shouldn't have been her. Sidu Qinglan was not convinced, but it was reasonable. Among the female students in the Taisher library, in terms of level, there was Yushu, a female fortune-teller who rarely appeared in 10 years. In terms of family background, there were 12 aristocratic families in the capital. But Zhan Shuiyuan was just a 9th grade Master E, and she was from a foreign aristocratic family. Who would have thought that she would be taken advantage of? Yushu frowned and said, who knows, there is something strange about it. Zhan Shuiyuan became a female official, which was not good news for her. What do you think this Sanji is in charge of? She only knew who the senior officer of the Celestial Commissioner was, and there were 5 senior officers. Let's talk over there. Situ Qinglan and Yushu sat on the horizontal railing by the pond. I think you are not very clear about the internal structure of the Celestial Commissioner, so I will tell you. The Celestial Commissioner has 3 departments and 2 bureaus. The 3 departments are the Department of Clan Affairs, the Department of Taiching, and the Department of Accounting. You have participated in the Dian, so you should know about the Department of Taiching. It handles all the matters of the Dian test. All masters of E below the 5th grade are recorded and printed by the Department of E. The Department of E is also in charge of the names of the descendants of the various aristocratic families of E. The Department of Clan Affairs is even more impressive. It is in charge of the entry and exit of the royal family, the rewards and punishments of nobility, and the time and month of worship. The Department of Accounting is easy to manage. All the trading houses, no matter big or small, have to pay taxes every year. As for my property and salary, it is also distributed by the Department of Accounting. Yushu listened and took notes at the same time. She asked, what about the Kunling Bureau? What is it in charge of? Sidu Qinglan's eyes flashed and she said slowly, the Kunling Bureau is specially set up for women. It is in charge of the bedroom of the concubines and checks the fate of the nobles. Its power is not great, but it is not trivial. Let's not talk about the Forbidden Palace for now. Think about it. It is better to be a daughter of a noble family than to marry. Sometimes, if the fate is good, it is said that it will bring prosperity to the husband and the family, and the person will be more valuable. Sometimes, if the fate is bad, it is said that it is not good for the family, and the person will be lower. When talking about marriage, which family does not carefully flatter the Kunling Bureau? Yushu was shocked. Only now did she realize that the power of the Celestial Commissioner was so vast. As for the Kunling Bureau, the fate was really a vital point of the noble families. This reminded her of the time when Zhao Hui was approved by the Ji family's trading house to be a widow. Her family's wealth was stolen and she was reduced to the streets. Yushu's emotions fluctuated. She asked again, "What do you think the 7th grade Zanji is in charge of?" Situ Qinglan's expression was a little strange. It is the subordinate of the Taiching Bureau. The so-called Zanji is somewhat similar to the registrar. It is more popular than other places because it is in charge of collecting the residence cards of the big and small masters of Yi in the court. What was a residence card? It was a private file that recorded a person's birth date, birthplace, clan, relatives, and other important things about him. In other words, this Zanji could check the personal information of a master of Yi at will. Yushu had a slight headache. She could imagine that after Zhang Shuiyuan took office, he would definitely pull out her residence card and check it. Maybe he would hand it to someone else. Although she did not do anything shameful, it would be uncomfortable to be exposed. "Thank you for telling me this." Yushu stood up and patted the wrinkles of her skirt. She said to Situ Qinglan, "No wonder so many people want to become an official in the Celestial Commissioner. I understand now." Chapter 476. Updated. She knows that Zhang Shuiyuan made up the story of the 7th grade Celestial Commissioner. Yushu is just depressed for one morning and then she lets it go. She copies books after class as usual. She goes home for lunch at noon and goes out to shop in the afternoon to find the skill of making fans. Yushu is a little stubborn. She wants to make a fan for Shui Rui with the century-old peach root, so she doesn't think about anything else. In fact, if Shui Rui knows that she goes out on such a hot day for him, he will be happy to take that piece of wood directly. She comes back in the evening and goes back empty-handed again. Yushu is not depressed. She calculates Shui Rui's birthday. It will be July. There is enough time. She is busy with chores during the day. At night, Yushu concentrates on studying her law of time of calamity and is not disturbed by external things. The next day, Yushu doesn't need to go to the book garden. In the morning, she takes the century-old peach route to Wangji Tower. It happens that Xia Jiangying has a letter for her with a hand-copied copy of Chess Spirit Scripture. Yushu mentioned Situ Qinglan in a letter and complained about the aristocratic families. Unexpectedly, she cares about it and makes a copy for Yushu. Sitting in the room, a maid is fanning her. Yushu takes off her coat and lies on the short couch in the study to read the letter. Not long ago, Ji Xingxuan died in prison. Yushu sends the news to Xia Jiangying guest house as soon as possible, so that Xia Jiangying knows that Ji Xingxuan is gone. She can put down the knot in her heart and wait for her marriage peacefully. As for the inside story, it is related to Shui Rui, the executor, so Yushu doesn't reveal anything. The content of Xia Jiangying's letter is mostly chatting. It is inevitable that she feels a little lonely. In the end, she even mentions a bracelet worn by the 6th Miss of the Xen family at her hairpin ceremony. "Yesterday, a new friend came to visit. I heard that the 6th Madam of the Xen family of the 12 prefectures got a string of strange stones on her hairpin ceremony. It shines in the daytime and is as pure as jade. I know you are good friends with her. Can you find out what it is?" Yushu laughed involuntarily. Women would always be women. It was fine even if they stayed at home, but they just had to listen to these clothes and jewelry. The news spread really fast. In just 2 days, even Xia Jiangying had heard about it. After asking Xiao Qing to grind the ink, Yushu picked up the brush and wrote a reply letter. After much deliberation, she still wrote about the encounter between Lu Tan and the others in Huazhen Garden. She didn't make any unnecessary comments. If Xia Jiangying could understand it, then it would be considered as a reminder to let her know how sinister the royal family was. If she couldn't, then it wouldn't be bad for her to know more about Lu Tan. Finally, she asks Xiaodai to take out the 2 crystal bracelets she put away the day before yesterday from the cabinet. After thinking for a while, she takes the purple one and asks Xiaoqing to send it together with the letter. According to the etiquette, ordinary people are forbidden to wear purple. Only princes and nobles are qualified to wear purple. However, Xia Jiangying is going to be a princess soon, so it doesn't matter. After writing the letter, Lin Fu is talking outside. "Miss, I have something to report." Yu Shu lets him into the small study. She drinks the half-cold magnolia fragrant slice and listens to him. The day before yesterday, a group of guests came to the restaurant. There are 8 or 9 people. They seem to be students of Taisher Library. There are both men and women. They booked a private room in the front building and Gui Ba is serving the dishes. According to their conversation, there is actually a Miss surnamed Jean among them who has become a female celestial commissioner. So, she is the host to celebrate. Because they mentioned you, Gui Ba is outside the door and listened for a while. Yu Shu raises her eyebrows. "What did they say about me? Tell me." Lin Fu lowered his eyebrows and said submissively, "They said that Mrs. Conduct was improper and that you seemed to have stolen something from that Miss Jean. Later on, you were found. They also said that Miss relied on a mistress in the palace to be so arrogant. Your hands and feet in the imperial garden were not clean, but no one dared to investigate." Hearing this, Yu Shu was so angry that she almost flipped over. She thought to herself, "What a pair of dogs." After calming down, she confirms with Lin Fu, "Is there a Miss surnamed Shui who is called Yunyun?" Lin Fu says yes. Yu Shu takes a sip of tea to cool down her anger. She squints her eyes and asks Lin Fu, "You heard them talk behind my back. Didn't you charge them a few more taels of silver?" Lin Fu lowers his head and whispers, "It's not much. There were many guests the night before yesterday. There was no demand for fish ingredients, so I made the decision to increase the price. I charged them 300 taels of silver for a table of food and wine. In Forgotten Machine Building, 300 taels of silver for a table of food isn't the most expensive standard. But for a few students who have nothing to do, this amount of money is just right. It's enough for them to take out, but it's also painful." Yu Shu smiles happily and waves her hand. "Well done. I will charge you an extra month's salary. Put it on my account." Lin Fu retreats and continues to work in the front. Yu Shu thinks for a while. She takes the fan from Xiaoqing and shakes it a few times. She stands up and says, "I'm sweating. Go and prepare some warm water. I'll take a bath." The 2 maids go out. Outside the door, Xiaodai pulls Xiaoqing and whispers, "Do you think Miss will take other people's things?" Xiaoqing rolls her eyes and asks her, "What do you think?" Xiaodai shakes her head, "I don't think so. She must be framed by others." Xiaoqing snickers and whispers in her ear, "You're smart. If Miss really wants something, she doesn't need to take other people's things. She can just tell the young master. Why can't she give the treasures? But when did Miss ask the young master for anything? Next time, don't ask silly questions. Be careful and make Miss angry." Xiao Dai quickly covers her mouth and nods. On the other hand, Yu Shu carries the peach root to the balcony. She measures the position of the wind pond and chooses an empty door next to the fish tank that doesn't affect the layout. The wind pond is useful to the crystal. She doesn't know what changes will happen to this peach root. She will come back to observe in a few days. After taking a bath, Yu Shu sits in a cool corner of the courtyard. She eats a watermelon while thinking about how to find a chance to slap Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun's mouth. She wants them to know that they shouldn't gossip about her. As for Princess Shiwen, she will remember it first and teach her a lesson in the future. Puff, puff, she spits out 3 melon seeds. Yu Shu puts the melon skin on the plate and picks up another piece. Then she listens to Xiaoqing's persuasion. "Miss, it's going to be lunch soon. Eat less cold food or your stomach will hurt." Yu Shu is a little hungry. She puts down the melon and says, "Then let's prepare lunch. Just cook 2 dishes. Don't make too much and you won't be able to eat it." After returning from Huazhen Garden, Yu Shu eats at Wang Ji restaurant for the first time. The cook made a special stove for her and 2 of her favorite dishes are cooked very well. Yu Shu sits alone at the table. The first few mouthfuls are delicious, but after that, she gradually feels that the food is bland. It's the same dishes, but there's one less pair of chopsticks and one less person to pick food for her. Her appetite is gone for no reason. After returning to the capital and not seeing each other for 6 or 7 days, Yushu misses Shuirui for the first time. She holds the chopsticks and is slightly distracted. She doesn't know what that person is busy with. Chapter 477. In the end, Yushu didn't go to visit Shuirui. After lunch, she suddenly remembered that she promised Qiu Yueling the day before yesterday that she would visit the assistant minister's mansion, so she ordered the kitchen to prepare a box of fruit pastries to accompany her. When she arrived at the Qiu's mansion, a maid from the inner courtyard came out to greet Yushu as soon as she entered the second gate. Hearing the servant's report, Mrs. Qiu put down the account book in her hand. She asked the old maid beside her to prepare tea and fruits and asked someone to call Miss Qiu. When Yushu met the mother and daughter of the Qiu family, they were very polite to each other. I was delayed by something in the morning. I didn't disturb Madam's lunch, did I? It's good that you can come. Yushu guessed that Mrs. Qiu must have something to say since she invited her to visit the mansion several times. Sure enough, after Qiu Yueling showed up and said a few words, Mrs. Qiu sent her back to her room to do needlework. Madame Qiu then got straight to the point. My daughter's marriage had some problems before, but fortunately Mr. was able to see through the marriage calamity, so a disaster was avoided. We shouldn't have mentioned this matter so soon, but my daughter will be 17 in 2 months. Master and I have discussed that we should arrange a suitable marriage for her, so that there won't be people gossiping outside and delaying Yunyang. Therefore, I invited Mr. here today to ask you to take a look at her horoscope, so as to prevent any more mistakes. I have several suitable candidates here, and I hope Mr. can help me. After this matter is settled, I will definitely thank you. Talking about marriage was a private matter. Mrs. Qiu could talk to Yushu so openly not because she was stupid. On the contrary, it was because when Qiu Yueling got crazy and Yushu saw her family's dirty linen, she panicked for a long time, but no unfavorable rumors were spread, so she believed in Yushu's character. Yushu thinks of another story. It turns out that the family that the Qiu family wanted to marry was one of the 12 aristocratic families in the capital. Later, no matter what, the marriage broke down. The other side would certainly be unhappy. So Madame Qiu didn't dare to send the 8 characters Gung invitation to the Dai exchange house for fortune-telling. Then she remembered that she had no background. Yushu said with a smile, "There is no need for foreign to be so courteous. Qiu Darren is still kind enough to help me supervise the repair of the residence. There is no need to thank me for such a small matter." She wasn't good at reading people's fates, but someone else was. Seeing that Yushu readily agreed, Madame Qiu happily ordered her personal maid to take out several cards from her collection and hand them over to Yushu. Yushu took the papers and flipped them over. She laughed in her heart. This Madame Qiu has really cast a wide net. Unexpectedly, she has chosen 5 or 6 families' young masters. But I have to remind you that you can't tell anyone about this. Madame Qiu was still a bit worried. Yushu closed the cards and nodded. She said, "Friend, wait for my reply." Madame Qiu was relieved. The smile on her face relaxed a lot. She stared at Yushu for a while and asked, "I heard from Yunyang that you gave a string of strange stones to Miss Xian's hairpin ceremony the other day. Is it called a crystal or something? I'm curious. Can I have a look?" Yushu raised her eyebrows. She directly raised her hand and took the string of sparkling topaz from her wrist. She gave it to the maid and showed it to Madame Qiu. After Madame Qiu saw it, she was not surprised. She praised it a few times. But when she saw Yushu's generous face, she remembered her daughter's coquettish behavior yesterday. She couldn't help but ask, "May I know where did you buy this kind of bead?" Yushu pretended to be proud and said, "To tell you the truth, the same kind of crystal is hard to find in the outside world. Didn't Miss Qiu tell Madam that I carefully raised this bracelet in my family's feng shui pond? It's so clean and bright. Although it's not as good as a beautiful jade, it can bring good luck to people. Look at me wearing this topaz. I picked up some silver a few days ago when I went out. The white crystal I gave to Xan Lu is good for calming the nerves. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Chiu to ask her if she's sleeping better than usual these days. Yu Shu had been in the insurance business in her previous life. She had seen countless sales tactics and knew how to attract people's interest. Madame Chiu became more and more surprised. She stroked the bead in her hand and found that the gemstone was still cool when taken off from Yu Shu's hand. It was really strange. When she came back to her senses, Madame Chiu realized that it was a bit rude of her to keep holding other people's valuables. She embarrassedly asked the maid to hand the bracelet back to Yu Shu. She smiled at her and said, "You must be joking. I love to collect these rare things. If you have more of these, you would rather give them to me. That would be great." As Yu Shu put on the bracelet, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, madam. I only have 3 of the same bracelets. One was given to the 6th daughter of the Xan family, and the other was taken by the 5th daughter of the Xia family." Madame Chiu's eyebrows jumped. Wasn't Miss Xia Jiang the one who was appointed to marry the 9th prince in the palace? Why did it sound like Yu Shu was very familiar with her? Although she was confused, she couldn't ask about Yu Shu's personal relationship. She could only suppress her doubts. At the same time, she felt it was a pity. No matter how good it was, she couldn't ask the other to give it to her. After Yu Shu finished showing off, she didn't have the mood to stay any longer. She put away the half-stack of calligraphy and got up to leave. Madame Chiu took the initiative to send her out of the second door. Only then did she order her personal maid to follow. When Madame Chiu returned to her room, she was pestered by Chiu Yueling. "Mother, how was it? Did you ask for me?" Chiu Yueling didn't know what Madame Chiu was planning to do with her marriage. She only cared about the crystal bracelet. Madame Chiu patted her lovingly and coaxed, "Sir, you only raised 3 such beads. One was given to the Xian family's girl, one was given to the future Princess Jing, and there aren't any more." Chiu Yueling gloomily said, "If I had known Yu Jieji earlier, then maybe she would have given me one." Chiu Furen was upset and reached out to pinch her. She lightly scolded, "Who did you learn to be so shallow? Mother has not kept good things for you. Wait until your father comes back and then I'll scold you." Chiu Yueling knew that she had said the wrong thing and quickly begged for forgiveness. Madame Chiu loved her daughter and scolded her a few more times. Yu Shu left the Chiu family and went to Xia Jiang's guest house. When Xia Jiangmin heard her arrive, she was in the middle of her afternoon nap. She immediately woke up and changed into the clothes she wore to greet guests. She hurried to the flower hall. It had been almost a month since they last met. Yu Shu felt that Xia Jiangmin had become even more beautiful. With her thick skin standing next to her, it was like a fresh flower matched with weeds. She had just teased her when she received a "Pay. You still remember to come and see me. I wrote you to come and talk to me, but you ignored me. I really don't know what you are busy with all day." Yu Shu held her soft hand and squeezed it, saying, "Who is as idle as you? All you do is eat and sleep at home and wait to get married." The young miss of the Yi Shui family was not like those from scholarly families. She did not do needlework and did not need to hide in her room to embroider pillows when she got married. Of course, she had nothing to do and lived like a pig. Xia Jiangmin was annoyed and gritted her teeth, saying, "How about I switch with you?" Yu Shu quickly covered her mouth and looked outside. She glared at her, saying, "What nonsense are you saying? If your father hears it, he will be afraid that I will lead you astray. If that happens, I won't even be able to close the door." Xia Jiangmin angrily pulled down her hand and pulled her outside. "It's hot here. Let's go sit in the pavilion by the lake. I will make tea for you. Why did you come here at this hour? Aren't you afraid of the sun? The afternoon sun is so hot. You are not white in the first place. If you burn another layer of skin..." Yu Shu understood that Xia Jiangmin usually had no one to talk to, so she listened to her chatter. The two went to the lake, and the maids went to make tea to appease the mosquitoes. Of course, she had to mention the amethyst bracelet that Yu Shu asked someone to send yesterday. Xia Jiangmin intimately leaned against Yu Shu and played with the crystal bead on her wrist. She smiled sweetly and said, When I got it yesterday, I was shocked. It turned out to be yours. Then she rolled her eyes and said angrily, if I didn't mention it, you probably wouldn't remember me. You gave it to the sister of the Xian family first, and then you gave it to me. Why am I not as close to you as she is? Yu Shu couldn't help laughing. With one hand held by her, she poured tea with the other. If you compare like this, then I will say that it is more valuable to you than to her. Are you happy now? Xia Jiangmin didn't think that purple was only suitable for her. She curled her lips into a satisfied smile and put down her sleeves. Forget it this time. Next time, if there's anything good, send it to me first. Yu Shu also liked her coquettish and cute personality, so she casually agreed and said, I still have a few pendants. When they are well, I will give you 2 to play with. How can a few stones compare to a friendship that has been through life and death? After laughing, Yu Shu asked her, the marriage appointment document has been issued for a month. Why hasn't the Celestial Commissioner chosen an auspicious date? Xia Jiangmin said, according to my father, he just chose it 2 days ago and is waiting for the emperor to approve. Didn't I tell you? My third uncle is on the way and will arrive in the capital in a few days. Although it was an imperial marriage, the customs couldn't be exempted. Xia Jiang's came from the south with 10 li of dowry. Yu Shu let out a sigh of relief for her and said, that's good. After you get married, you don't need to be so restrained anymore. It's good to have some social interaction. These days, Yu Shu saw that the emperor had some taboos towards the rich and powerful families of these places. For example, Wen Chen and Xia Jiang's. Although they were the leaders of the north and south, they didn't even have a proper mansion in the capital. They had to live in another guest house. Xia Jiangmin was married to a prince. Before the wedding, she followed Xia Jiang's Helang and didn't step out of the door. It was as if she was afraid that they would go out and hook up. Xia Jiangmin's eyes flashed and she snorted. That's right, they're always so restrained. Even now, I don't know many people. If it wasn't for my father, forget it, let's not talk about this. Why did you come to find me today? I don't believe that you came to see me for no reason. Don't think that I don't know you. Yu Shu rubbed her nose, thinking that this girl had grown smarter. She took out a few name cards from her bosom. They were from Qiufuren. This is the female's horoscope. These are the male's horoscope. Didn't I teach you the 6 lines? Combine them for me and write them down for me. When Yu Shu sent the future Jing Wang Fei, she didn't feel guilty at all. Xia Jiangmin looked suspiciously at the name on the paper and asked, when did you change to being a matchmaker? Chapter 478. The next day, Yu Shu went to the Taisher library for a class again. Fang Zijing's Qimen Dunjia was on the first chapter. She had benefited a lot from it. She had prepared a pen and paper for the lecture. She was listening and taking notes at the same time. She had the spirit of studying in her previous life, which attracted Fang Zijing's attention. After class, Mr. Fang beckoned for her to come over. He took the notebook that she had taken notes in class and flipped through it. When he handed it back, he said, not bad. As a result, all the students present heard it and began to take notes in the next lecture. Gradually, it became a learning style. I heard that you raised a few strings of stones? Fang Zijing asked Yu Shu. Yu Shu didn't expect that even he had heard about it. She took off the topaz in her hand. Fang Zijing pinched it with 2 fingers and looked a little surprised. His eyes were so sharp that he found the beauty and shortcomings of the topaz in his hand. He frowned and said, it's good at first, but it's opportunistic. After a long time, it will lose its spirituality and need to be raised repeatedly. Yu Shu touched her nose. She also knew that the crystal bracelet had to be put back in her feng shui pool to be purified after a period of time. She wanted to take advantage of this and do some after-sales service. Now that Fang Zijing pointed it out, it was a little boring. Fang Zijing snorted and gave the bracelet to her. He said, get one for me later. Yu Shu was stunned. Fang Zijing snorted. He could tell that she was being stingy and he was unhappy. Looking at her eyes, It was as if he was a thick-skinned old man. Who knew how many people were fighting to curry favor with him? Wasn't it because he liked Qinglan? Otherwise, why would he want this girl's plaything? He didn't expect that Yushu would say, "Academician, do you want it for situ?" That's not necessary. I originally wanted to give her one, but I haven't raised it yet. I will give it to her in a few days. Fang Zijing suddenly felt that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He waved his hand expressionlessly and let her go. Sidu Qinglan was waiting for Yushu outside the Zushuting. She didn't know that her grandfather was helping her to get something. When she saw Yushu, they went to hide together. Sidu Qinglan told her about the gossip she heard recently. The Imperial Astronomer's document has been issued. Zhang Shuiyuan can only take office after the examination. Some people have seen her pestering Academician Jing with questions these 2 days. It's obvious that she has an ulterior motive. Many people are waiting to see her make a fool of herself by drawing lots. If she fails the examination in the end and loses the position that she has won, it will be ridiculous. Yu Shu furrowed her brows. She didn't know why this Jing Chen was always at odds with her. Every single time, he would get involved with someone she couldn't get along with. Last time, it was Ji Xingxuan. This time, it was Zhang Shuiyuan. Then she thought of the jar of tiger bones that was sent to her house a few days ago. She felt that there was something fishy about it. But you, why does it sound like you have a grudge against Zhang Shuiyuan? Yu Shu turned her head and looked at her with a faint smile. She asked directly. Sidu Qinglan was a little embarrassed and sneered. It's because she likes to stir up trouble behind people's backs. It's okay for people like me to talk about it. But she doesn't care about her words. Before you went to worship the ancestors, I saw her and others talking about me behind my back. She said I was shameless. Yu Shu immediately understood. She knew that Sidu Qinglan didn't use her as a tool. Her face became better again. She rolled her eyes and said, I also don't like her. Should we teach her a lesson? Sidu Qinglan hesitated. How? Are we going to quarrel with her face to face? That would be a joke. Quarrel is nothing. It doesn't hurt. Yu Shu shook her head. It depends on whether you are afraid of offending her or not. I don't care. We already quarreled in Huajin Garden. But Sidu Qinglan didn't want to act on impulse. It's okay. It's okay if you don't want to. Yu Shu patted her on the shoulder. She didn't want to force her. Then she changed the topic in case she felt embarrassed. In fact, if she wanted to teach Zhang Shuiyuan a lesson, it didn't matter if she brought Sidu Qinglan or not. She just wanted to find a chance to go through thick and thin with her, so that they could get along better in the future. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the Philosopher's Tower where the predecessor's personal letters and rare books were kept. As soon as they entered, Yu Shu noticed that the atmosphere inside was a little off. It was mainly because she saw a few people walking to and fro outside the row of bookshelves in front. They were obviously not looking for books, but seemed to be watching a show instead. Sidu Qinglan said to Yu Shu, let's go and have a look. As they walked over, they found out what those people were peeping at. In the aisle between the two rows of bookshelves, sunlight shone in from the east window. Jing Chen raised one arm and slowly rummaged through the bookshelves. A pretty girl in a pink dress stood beside him, holding a half-opened book in her hand. She looked up and asked, her eyes full of longing and her cheeks slightly red. Academician Jing, among the 64 hexagrams, why is the gene hexagram in the astrological position? Jing Chen didn't look back at the girl, but answered seriously, this is a strange hexagram. There are no stars to represent it. Kun is below, Li is above. The sun and the earth are connected, so it is good for people's luck. Seeing this, Sidu Qinglan curled her lips and turned around to mock Yu Shu. But she saw that Yu Shu was looking at the two people in front of her indifferently. Feeling bored, she pulled Yu Shu and whispered, Lotus Room, let's go upstairs. On the other side, Jing Chen's ears moved. He turned his face and saw a pair of silent eyes. His heart stopped for a moment, and he couldn't look away. Zhang Shuiyuan found something wrong with Jing Chen, so she followed his eyes and turned around. At a glance, she saw the tall Yu Shu standing a few feet away. Her face stiffened at first, but then she thought of the change of identity, so she raised her chin and threw away the trace of timidity. "You Swansea, long time no see. How are you?" Looking at Zhang Shuiyuan's behavior, Yu Shu knew that she didn't learn from her mistakes. She thought that once she became the Celestial Commissioner, she would have someone to support her. After being instigated by Cui Yun, she dared to confuse right and wrong and slander her. Now seeing her, she was actually not afraid. "I'm good, but not as good as Miss Zhang. I heard that you filled the vacancy of the Celestial Commissioner. Do I have to call you Milord?" There was no fierceness on Yu Shu's face. She said with a sigh, as if she was a little envious, but also as if she didn't remember the unhappy things that happened in Huazhen Garden. Zhang Shuiyuan smiled, and her eyes flashed with pride. She became more courageous, shook the scroll in her hand, and pretended to be modest. "You're flattering me. I still have to pass the assessment to be the official position. It's not too late for you to change the way you address me after you take up the position." Then she paused, raised her voice, and laughed. "Hee hee, you won't believe it. I was surprised on the day I received the document. If I knew that the Celestial Commissioner would choose one of the candidates for the ancestral worship this time, and Yu Swansea is more outstanding than us in Huazhen Garden. Moreover, she's a female Swansea who doesn't appear in 10 years. I thought this position would belong to you. Who knew that the Celestial Commissioner has a different vision and chose me in the end? I'm really sorry." Although she said sorry, her face was obviously full of sarcasm, and her words were even more sarcastic, which attracted the attention of several people who were not far away. Sidu Qinglan frowned, and looked at Yu Shu worriedly. But she saw that the corner of Yu Shu's mouth slowly curved up, which made Sidu Qinglan's heart skip a beat. The next moment, Yu Shu moved and walked forward with big steps. Slap. No one was prepared, and she slapped Zhang Shuiyuan's face loudly. Sidu Qinglan, who was standing behind Yu Shu, was stunned, and so was Jing Chen, who was standing behind Zhang Shuiyuan. Some people who were watching the scene were also stunned. Zhang Shuiyuan's face was burning. She screamed and covered her face. She stared at Yu Shu with her eyes wide open, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She actually slapped her. In front of these people, in front of Academician Jing. Let me teach you a lesson. If you see me in the future, stay away from me. Zhang Shuiyuan took a deep breath, and her eyes instantly turned red. She screamed angrily, You bitch, slap. Before she could say anything, Yu Shu raised her hand and slapped her on the other side of the face, which made everyone dumbfounded. Zhang Shuiyuan's heart was beating like thunder. Seeing Yu Shu put up 3 fingers in front of her, no one knew what she was thinking, but when she looked at Yu Shu again, she looked like a Rakshasa who was asking for a debt, and her face became horrible. She shivered and took half a step back. She was full of humiliation and fear, and didn't dare to speak again. Seeing Zhang Shuiyuan being slapped by Yu Shu, Sidu Qinglan felt happy at first, but then she was worried about how Yu Shu would deal with it. At this moment, she saw Zhang Shuiyuan holding her rapidly red and swollen cheek, choking. She lowered her head and ran away from Yu Shu. She pushed away several people in the aisle, and ran away crying without looking back. Yu Shu gently shook her numb palm, and looked up to meet Jing Chen's confused and disapproving eyes. It was like a similar scene in her memory. She immediately sneered and turned to leave. However, when she took a step forward, her arm was grabbed by him. Little. Seeing Yu Shu's cold face, Jing Chen couldn't call her little fish. He felt bitter in his chest and whispered, She was wrong to mock you, but you didn't have to hit her. It had been a long time since they parted, and this was the first time Jing Chen had spoken to her directly. Yu Shu no longer felt sad, but only felt that it was ridiculous. She had forgotten when this person in front of her, who was so familiar to the point of being a stranger, had become like this. He could be soft-hearted to anyone but her. His heart was as hard as iron. She didn't want to explain more to him. She raised her eyebrows arrogantly and said coldly, Academician Jing, don't you know the rules of the Taisher Library? I am a 4th-class female mathematician, and she is a 9th-class teacher, but she doesn't respect me. Shouldn't I teach her a lesson? After that, without waiting for his reply, she pushed his hand away and walked out. Situ Qinglan hurriedly followed. She looked back and saw Academician Jing watching them leave in the light and shadow under the window. He seemed to be covered with a layer of loneliness. When they left, the onlookers also left. Jing Chen stood there for a long time before he sighed softly. He knew that she often came here. He had no class today, but he also came to the Taisher library and waited here. They finally met and parted on bad terms. Chapter 479. Situ Qinglan followed Yu Shu out of the hiding place. She followed Yu Shu's fast footsteps all the way down the corridor. Then she noticed that Yu Shu slowed down. "Lotus Room, are you okay?" Situ Qinglan looked at Yu Shu's slightly gloomy side face and asked cautiously. Yu Shu shook her head. She was lost in thought. Then she calmed down and turned to Situ Qinglan, saying, "How was it? Was the 2 slaps enough to vent your anger?" Situ Qinglan remembered how Zhan Shuiyuan covered his face and cried away. She pursed her lips and smiled. Looking at Yu Shu, her eyes lit up. She nodded and asked curiously, "I was wondering why she didn't even dare to fight back when you slapped her like that." As far as she knew, Zhan Shuiyuan was a domineering person. How could she become a punching bag in front of Yu Shu? Wasn't she quite arrogant at the beginning? Yu Shu chuckled and told her about the bet between them in Huazhen Garden. Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun had slapped her 10 times equally. Situ Qinglan suddenly understood. Then she felt that Zhan Shuiyuan was not smart enough. With such a weakness in Yu Shu's hand, she still dared to be so arrogant in front of Zhan Shuiyuan. Wasn't she asking for a beating? But you slapped her face in front of these people today. She must be resentful. What if she takes revenge on you in the future? You know, she is going to be an official of the Celestial Commissioner soon. She has more power than us for no reason. It's inevitable that she will be arrogant. Yu Shu turned her head and glanced at her. Am I afraid? Situ Qinglan was stunned. Looking at her indifferent face, she immediately remembered one thing. The woman in front of her had once defeated several outstanding disciples of Academician Han. She dared to snatch the seal of Academician Han and scolded him in public. She didn't even give face to Han Wenguang. Why would she be afraid of Zhan Shui? If you feel that you have vented your anger, do me a favor. Yu Shu patted her on the shoulder and didn't care that passers-by heard it. I will tell you how Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun owe me 10 slaps. You spread the news so that people will know that I didn't slap her face for nothing. Is that okay? Situ Qinglan was still a little scared. She hesitated for a moment and agreed, it's not difficult. I will help you. Yu Shu smiled but didn't thank her. The 2 of them left the inner courtyard together, tacitly not mentioning what had happened in the treasury. As soon as Yu Shu sat in the carriage, her face darkened. When Jing Chen sent someone to deliver the tiger bones that day, she was already suspicious. Today, when she met Jing Chen in the Tower of Philosophers, if she still couldn't sense that something was amiss, then she would have grown a brain for nothing. Just before the worship ceremony, Jing Chen, who had turned a blind eye to her in Rongxing Hall, suddenly changed his attitude and approached her intentionally or unintentionally. Why? After thinking about it, she could only come up with one plausible explanation. The person who had broken the order had been found. In that case, the reason why Jing Chen approached her again was because his destiny was broken, so he had no worries and was not afraid that his so-called Taoist heart would be shaken? No, that's not right. If that's the case, with his temperament, if he wanted to reconcile with me, he should have directly told me about Piming. Why did he have to give up what's close at hand and seek what's far away, using that tiger bone to please me? This was strange. Since he didn't break his life, why would he dare to provoke her? Wasn't he afraid that he would fall in love with her again and implicate the people of Mount Longhu? Or did he have another purpose for doing this? Yu Shu's face darkened more and more, and her thoughts stagnated. She couldn't figure it out for a moment, and faintly felt that something was wrong. So, she took out the Luyao coin from her waist, calmed her mind, threw it on the tea table, and made a hexagram. She muttered some words and tried to solve the problem, but unexpectedly, both times were empty hexagram. It was a pity that her 8 characters and Piming didn't match, so she couldn't find any clues. Yushu patted her knees again and again. In this hot and dry weather, it was easy to feel bored. When she thought that Jing Chen might have another purpose for approaching her again, even the coolness of the crystal on her wrist couldn't dispel the inexplicable anxiety in her. The person who had gone through thick and thin with her, who had been through life and death with her, now made her suspicious and vigilant. Was there anything worse than this? Lu Zhong, go to the Supreme Court. She wanted to see Xue Rui. Now, even if she couldn't tell him, at least let her know that there was someone she could trust. There were guards on the street in front of the Supreme Court during the day. Only the carriages of officials could pass. Yushu got off at the street and walked to the gate of the government office. She was a little impulsive when she came here. When she walked to the gate and looked at the quiet government office in front of her, she hesitated. It was early in the morning, and Xue Rui was working. If she came here rashly, would it affect his work? Because of this hesitation, she stood on the opposite side of the street for a long time. Just when she was about to retreat and turn around to leave, she heard a call. "Hey, Lotus House." Yushu heard the sound and looked to the west. She saw someone riding a military horse not far away. He turned over and waved to her. "Are you looking for Brother Rui? Why don't you go in?" Feng Zhaomiao was surprised to see Yushu here. He grinned at her and tied the horse to a tree on the side of the road. Being caught, Yushu was a little uncomfortable. She looked at Feng Zhaomiao, who was wearing 2 pieces of light armor and dressed like an officer. He was a little tanned and looked more energetic than before. She said, "Have you entered the military office?" "Yes, my father transferred me to the Donglin camp to suffer. I came to ask Brother Rui to do something. Look at the hot weather. Why are you standing outside? Let's go in and cool down." Feng Zhaomiao tied the horse, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and gestured for her to go in with him. Yushu no longer hesitated. They entered the Supreme Court office together. Several guards with knives in front of the door seemed to recognize Feng Zhaomiao and did not stop them. "Brother Rui said that you went to worship the ancestors this time. How was it? Was it fun?" Feng Zhaomiao and Yushu were not strangers. They had a lot to talk about when they met. "What fun. I shouldn't have gone. The person who was originally chosen sprained his ankle, so I went to make up the number." Yushu told him the inside story indifferently. She asked curiously, "Do you know what Brother Xue has been busy with recently? I haven't seen him in the days since he came back." "Oh, I heard that the emperor decreed to change the law. Brother Rui was assigned to lead the people to tidy up the Supreme Court. I came to see him the day before yesterday and saw that he was very busy." Being a civil official is not much easier than being a military general, Feng Zhaomiao gloated. Yushu did not think it was funny. Instead, she felt a little guilty. She had never asked about Xue Rui's affairs, but now even Feng Zhaomiao knew more about Xue Rui than she did. It really made her feel guilty as his lover. Did she not care about Xue Rui too much? Feng Zhaomiao did not know what Yushu was thinking. He took her into the back hall and found the registry office. As soon as Yushu entered the library, the light above her head was dim. She first felt a stuffy bookish smell hit her face. She wrinkled her nose and scanned the 4 walls. She thought that the layout was the same, but she saw that the 4 wide walls were nailed with bookshelves more than 10 feet high. There were a few wooden ladders leaning against the side. There were only a few skylights at the top of the wall to let in the light. No wonder there was such a strong smell. Such an airtight and simple environment was very different from what she had imagined. When she bypassed a few writing desks on the ground, she looked up and saw Xue Rui, who was almost buried in the piles of documents. At that time, her eyes hurt. Xue Rui was currently engrossed in reading and writing, and he didn't notice that someone had entered from the outside. He wore an incomparably white inner shirt, and more than half of his collar and chest area were drenched with sweat. The official robe that he wore outside had been taken off on the back of a chair at the side. His handsome forehead was slightly flushed, and his wet hair stuck outside his ears. He looked disheveled and in a sorry state, and there was no sign of his usual meticulous demeanor. "Brother Rui," Feng Zhaomiao flexibly passed through the layers of writing desks and glanced around with dissatisfaction. She said, "Why are you alone in this damn place? Where are the others? Shui Rui raised his head and only saw Feng Xiaomiao. He did not notice Yu Shu standing at the door, so he put down his pen, pulled his collar and said, "Today is Muxiu. They have been rushing for a few days, so I asked them to go home and rest." "You are so diligent," Feng Xiaomiao whispered again. She seemed to remember something, turned her head and pointed behind her, and said proudly, "Look who I brought here." Shui Rui heard this and looked outside. When he first saw the tall figure of Yu Shu, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Feng Xiaomiao jumped and sat on the table next to her. She said, "When I came, I saw her standing outside the Supreme Court in the sun, so I brought her in." When Yu Shu heard him say this, she suddenly felt embarrassed. She coughed and walked forward. Shui Rui came back to his senses and looked down to see that he was in an indecent state. He quickly pulled the official robe on the back of the chair and stood up to put it on despite the heat. As he tidied up, he smiled embarrassedly at Yu Shu and said, "Why are you here?" Yu Shu had already walked in front of him. She looked down at the messy book list on his table and felt even more upset. "I came to see you on the way." Although Shui Rui was happy to see Yu Shu, he did not forget his business. He turned to Feng Xiaomiao and asked, "Where is the thing I asked you to investigate?" Feng Xiaomiao patted his head and took out a letter from his sleeve. He handed it to him. "Here, it's all on the list." Shui Rui paid no attention to Yu Shu as he opened up the list and scanned through it. He frowned a few times before folding it back up again, and he said to Feng Xiaomiao, who was anxiously waiting for him to speak, "Not bad, it should be these few people. You investigated very quickly." Feng Xiaomiao was obviously happy, but she pretended to not care and waved her hand. "It's a small matter." Shui Rui said, "It's hot here. Go to Wangji restaurant and have a good meal before returning to the camp. Ask Lin Fu to pick 2 jars of good wine for you to take away." Feng Xiaomiao happily agreed. Then he bid farewell to Yu Shu and left in a flash. Shui Rui sent Feng Xiaomiao away and then focused on Yu Shu. He thought that she would not come to the Supreme Court to find him for no reason, so he asked, "What happened?" Yu Shu was feeling guilty. She flipped through the book on the table and said in a muffled voice, "Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Can't I miss you?" Shui Rui was stunned. His eyes turned warm. He raised his hand and pressed the back of her hand that was flipping on the table. He pinched it and said with a smile, Chapter 480. I missed you too. It was very hot inside the records office. Yu Shu's left hand that was being held by Shui Rui's sweaty hand felt hot, but it was like a cool breeze had blown into her heart, dispersing all the distractions she had on the way here. She raised her eyes and looked at Shui Rui's handsome face that was dripping with sweat. A thought flashed through her mind, and she allowed him to hold her left hand while her other hand pulled out the handkerchief from her waist. She wrapped it around her fingers and leaned over to wipe his forehead with the handkerchief across the table. "It's so hot and you can still sit here. If it was me, I would have already left." Shui Rui looked at her actions and tightened his grip on her slender hand. He gently breathed in, smelling the refreshing fragrance of the handkerchief on her fingers. He did not move as he waited for her to wipe the sweat off his face. Only then did he slowly let go of her. "I was the one who accepted this job. How can I just let it go? Don't just stand there. Come and sit." Shui Rui pulled out his chair and wiped it for Yu Shu to sit down. He then went to get the teapot, wanting to pour her a cup of water. Who knew that it was empty? He did not know when the water inside had been drunk. "Wait here, I'll go outside and call someone to make tea." "I'll go, you can rest." Yu Shu stopped him and took the teapot from his hand. She looked at him up and down and blinked with a smile, saying, "If Dage is hot, you can take off your official robe to cool down. There are no outsiders here, I don't mind." With that said, he carried the teapot and strode past a few rows of desks, heading out. Shui Rui's gaze followed her as she walked further away. Only then did he lower his head to look at the sorry state he was in. He laughed involuntarily. After thinking for a moment, he took off his official robe once again and found the fan that was pressed under a few files. He leaned his waist against the side of the table and fanned himself while looking outside the door. A faint smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Not long after, Yushu came back with a pot of herbal tea. She saw Shui Rui's clothes. Because it was sweaty and thin, she could faintly see the smooth lines of his skin and his strong chest. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. Feeling the hot air caress her face, she pretended to be ignorant and poured some tea for him to drink. I heard from Zhao Miao that the imperial edict ordered to change the laws. Is that why you're so busy? Shui Rui drank 2 cups of water in a row, and his voice became much lighter. Not only the Supreme Court, but the 6 ministries will also have to reorganize the Wenzhong and report to the Imperial Library the inconsistencies of the previous years so that the laws can be amended. Imperial Library? Yushu didn't know much about politics. Since he wanted to understand more about Shui Rui's political environment, he asked him for advice. Shui Rui told her about the Imperial Court's 1 supervisor, 2 bureaus, 3 temples and 6 ministries. At first he thought she was just curious, but when he saw her serious face, he could not help but feel strange. After he finished, he asked her, "Why do you suddenly want to know about court affairs?" Yushu refilled his cup of water. Seeing his concerned expression, she seemed to have made up her mind about something, and said seriously, "I've decided that in the future I must become an official. How can I not know about these things? I was too careless in the past. In the future you must remind me more." Shui Rui was surprised. Half a year ago, he encouraged Yushu to participate in the Diyan examination. After that, he often brought up the matter of women becoming officials in front of her. Every time, she would evade him, with a nonchalant attitude, as if she did not have much desire to enter the court and become a female official. But today was the first time she expressed it in front of him. Knowing her temperament, Shui Rui knew that she wouldn't speak nonsense out of anger. Shui Rui's mind was moved. Long before the ancestral worship, he had heard that there was a 7th-ranked female official in the Imperial Astronomer who was going to fill in the vacancy. He had inquired about it, and it was very likely that she would be promoted from the candidates for the ancestral worship this time. Recently, he was extremely busy. After he returned, he did not continue to ask about this matter. Now that he thought about it, he looked at Yushu's appearance. Could it be that the position was filled by someone else? There is a 7th-ranked vacancy for the Celestial Commissioner. Have you heard the discussion in the Taisher Library recently? Shui Rui asked carefully. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yushu was influenced by something that made her decide to become an official. Hearing this, Yushu leaned against the table, supported her chin with one hand, and looked up at him. Half of her mind was thinking, when did this person in front of her start to care about her? It seemed that there were few things around her that he did not know. This vacancy has been filled. Yushu's tone was flat, as if it had nothing to do with her. Indeed, when she heard Sidu Qinglan mention this vacancy, she did not covet it. Later, when she learned that Zhan Shuiyuan picked it up, she was a little unhappy. Shui Rui thought as expected and asked again, "Who is it?" "Do you remember the female student who threw the stone in Huazhen Garden? The Celestial Commissioner sent a document a few days ago. It is the young lady of the Zhan family in Jiangxi." Shui Rui was very surprised. How could it be her? Even if it was not Yushu, the Taisher Library should have other candidates. He remembered that the young lady surnamed Zhan was only a 9th-ranked teacher. There was nothing outstanding about her. The key was that she was a child of a famous family in Jiangxi. Based on this, she should not be the candidate for the Celestial Commissioner to promote. After thinking for a while, he frowned and said, "The incident in Huazhen Garden, when Lord Wang and I returned to the capital, we reported it to the Celestial Commissioner. Did the Taisher Library pursue the 2 troublemakers? No one mentioned it, and it was left unsettled." Yushu shook her head. She knew that with Shui Rui's strictness in doing things, he would not forget about the matter of Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun. Then there must be someone from the Celestial Commissioner's side who suppressed it. However, Shui Rui thought more than Yushu. Seeing that she was confused, he did not want her to know nothing. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell her some internal affairs. It should not be like this. The Celestial Commissioner has always been exclusive. Among the 10 officials, most of them are in charge of the 12 prefectures in the capital. Even if 30% of them are outside, they cannot be in high positions, especially not from the aristocratic families outside the capital. As for the female officials, they are first promoted from the aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures, and then they are inclined to young people like you who have no background but are outstanding. That Jean's election must have something else behind it. Yu Shu was alarmed when she heard this, and a few expressions flashed across her face. She said in a low voice, "I see. I just don't know what she relied on to enter the Taisher library." Afraid that she would be worried, Shui Rui said, "It's okay. I will tell you after I find out." However, Yu Shu shook her head. "There is no need to be like this. Let her be. She is just a person without a brain, and will not affect me." If Zhan Shuiyun had half of the scheming of Ji Xingxuan in the past, she would have to be careful. Unfortunately, Zhan Shuiyun did not, so there was no need for her to be suspicious. The two chatted for a while, and it was almost noon. Shui Rui's manservant, Hataku, brought tea and food over. Only then did Yu Shu know that he had been staying in this enclosed restaurant from morning to night. "You should go back first. I'll go look for you after I'm done with my work in another 2 days." Even though Shui Rui wanted to make Yu Shu stay for a while longer, he didn't want her to stay in this place and suffer with him. Yu Shu saw that Hataku had brought out a lot of food, enough for 2 people. She picked up a pair of serving chopsticks and said to him, "I am also hungry. I will eat here." Shui Rui could not drive her away, so he could only eat lunch with her. After the meal, Hataku picked up the bowls and chopsticks and left. Yu Shu touched here and there, but she did not have the intention to leave. At this moment, Shui Rui was not aware of her thoughts. He was very happy in his heart. It was not easy to see her, and he was reluctant to let her leave. He was selfish for once, and went back to the table to sit down. He called out to her, "Ah Shu, come over and help me grind the ink." Yu Shu snickered and simply replied, "Okay." She walked over to his side. Chapter 481. In the evening, under Yu Shu's persuasion, Shui Rui finally put down his unfinished work and accompanied her back to Wangji Tower. The two stayed up for the whole afternoon, sweating profusely. They went back to their rooms to wash the warm soup and change into fresh clothes. Their hair was half dry, and they sat at the same table to eat dinner. Their appetite was better than a few days ago. "It's rare for you to be free for a night, so I won't go home. Let's go upstairs to cool down and talk." After the meal, Yu Shu suggested to drink in the courtyard upstairs, which was exactly what Shui Rui wanted. Ever since Yu Shu had set up a feng shui pond in the corner of the balcony, the air on the stairwell had become increasingly fresh and cool at night. 2 candles with green veils were lit, and a short couch and a square table were placed next to the railing. The silver-neck tin pot was filled with Yichuan wine, and the embroidered plate was decorated with 3 colors of Su lotus blowing leaves. Yu Shu and Shui Rui sat face to face, enjoying the wind and the moon, and there was also a sandalwood stove to send incense. Yu Shu's thoughts were premeditated a long time ago. In order to get some information out of Shui Rui so that she could understand more, she took advantage of the good time and good wine to ask the person in question. She poured him a cup of wine and pressed down on his cup, not letting him take it. She said with a smile, "It's boring to just drink. Big brother, let's play a game." Shui Rui's black and bright eyes glanced at her seemingly obedient face, and he nodded and said, "Okay." Then he saw her turn her left hand and take out 3 wine dice with 6 dots from her sleeve. She threw them into a white plate, making a series of clang sounds. "Where did you get the dice?" Shui asked. "The guests play with them when they drink, so I asked Gray Chi to find a new set." In fact, these dice were made by her on a whim after she strung the crystal beads on the string to test her luck. "You want to play dice and drink with me?" Shui Rui half smiled and teased her, "Based on your luck, I'm afraid this pot of wine is not enough for you to drink alone." Yu Shu shook her finger and slowly pushed the white plate with the dice to him. "Wine is for fun. Let's not bet on wine. Let's bet on something else, big or small. Let's see the number. The loser doesn't have to drink as a penalty. How about telling the truth? Shui Rui's interest was immediately piqued. He fiddled with the dice with his fingers. Does it mean that if I have more points than you have to answer my questions honestly? Yu Shu rolled her eyes and said, I'll listen to whoever has more points. Shui Rui rubbed his chin hesitantly and looked at her thoughtfully. It's still boring to ask questions. Why don't we add a dice token? Dice token? Yu Shu wasn't unfamiliar with this. She remembered that on the opening day of the Forgotten Opportunity building, the group of noble ladies who were familiar with Shui Rui had come to support the building, and they were playing exactly like this. Because of this, she had even offended the pampered Princess Shiwen. The so-called dice token was the simplest game at the banquet. The loser had to listen to the winner's orders and do whatever he was told to do. What? Are you afraid? Shui Rui chuckled and pushed the white plate back with one finger. It was clear that if she didn't agree, he wouldn't play. She knew that he was not easy to fool. Yu Shu smiled and gritted her teeth. In order to get him to take the bait, she nodded and agreed. That's it. But you can only choose one. Either you ask the truth or you play the dice token. Shui Rui held back his laughter. What if you deny it? Yu Shu picked up the pot of wine and slammed it in the middle of the table. She said in a heroic manner, Whoever denies it will drink this pot of wine. Shui Rui stretched out his hand and took the white plate back in front of him. He was afraid that she would change her mind. I'll go first. He raised his hand and the 3 dice fell to the ground. They hit each other a few times and stopped. 5 points, 6 points. 14 points, it's your turn. The biggest was only 18 points. He lost 14 points on the first try. Yu Shu had to admit that Shui Rui's luck was very good, but she had a trick up her sleeve. Yu Shu secretly pursed her lips and pulled her left sleeve to cover the string of topaz beads. She stretched out her left hand and took the dice. She gently grasped it and threw the white plate. Clang clang, 5 points, 6 points, 4 points. Shui Rui was surprised. 15 points. I'm big. Yu Shu did not fail. She smiled proudly and crossed her arms on the table. She looked forward and winked at Shui Rui. I asked you, you have to tell me the truth. It was a bad start. Shui Rui said helplessly, Ask. What were you like when you were a child? As soon as this question came out, Shui Rui knew that he was fooled. He said unhappily, Didn't you say I'm asking the truth? Is this also a question? Yu Shu said shamelessly, Why not? I said I'm asking you the truth, but I didn't say that I only want you to answer clearly. I only care about asking questions. If you can't answer clearly, it's your fault. You little girl. Shui Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was happy that she took the initiative to ask about him for the first time. He narrowed his eyes and recalled. He slowly told her, As far as I can remember, I was educated by my grandfather. I learned to read at the age of 4. At the age of 6, I learned to read. At the age of 8, I learned to read. At the age of 9, I became the disciple of the late Emperor's Crown Prince, Wang Chong'an. At the age of 12, I could write essays. At the age of 14, I passed the imperial examination. Yu Shu was listening with great interest. Suddenly she stopped. She raised her eyes and signaled him to continue. Shui Rui shook his head. That's all. What is this? Yu Shu was annoyed. She wanted to hear about his experience of growing up, not how he studied. So she said with dissatisfaction, You are not answering me. Did you only study and study when you were a child? What about your father and mother? Shui Rui was absent-minded for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes. His thick eyelashes blocked the light in his eyes. His voice was calm as if he was talking about someone else's family. I didn't lie to you. When I could remember, my father had passed away. My mother was blind. She lived in the deep house all year round. My grandfather was afraid that I would neglect my studies. So, I could only see her occasionally. Yu Shu was stunned. She saw him raise his cup and drink it. A picture emerged in her mind. A little boy lost his father and was brought by his strict grandfather. In order to see his mother, he obediently memorized books from morning to night. Day after day, the figure of that diligent reading gradually stretched and overlapped with the gentle and handsome young man in front of her. She suddenly came to her senses. Her heart trembled slightly and her nose was a little sour. She thought in her heart, everyone said that he was born rich and had a good life. How could I know that he had such a great time when he was a child? She didn't regret asking him. She just felt a little sorry for him. Brother? Why are you pulling a long face? You were the one who wanted to ask, so why can't I just tell you the truth? If I knew this would happen, I would have lied to you. Shui Rui could tell that she was uncomfortable, so he teased her on purpose. Yu Shu forced a smile, but her voice was inevitably a little hoarse. She said, "No, you better tell me the truth. This time, it's my turn to roll the dice first." This time, she used her right hand to pick up the dice on the plate. This time, she didn't do any tricks. She let go and threw it down. Seeing the number of the dice stopped, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. 2 points, 1 point. What a bad luck. Ha! Shui Rui chuckled. He stretched out his hand and also threw it. 5 points, 2 points, 10 points. This time, I'm the first. His fingers tapped on the flat wine table twice. His eyes looked at her face that still had a lingering charm. Suddenly, he turned sideways and smoothed his clothes. He put one hand on the side of his head and the other on his knee. "Come over and sit on my lap." Looking at his actions and listening to his rude request, Yu Shu's face stiffened. The little bit of heartache she felt for him was instantly thrown to the southern frontier. Seeing that she didn't move, Shui Rui held back his laughter. He patted his thigh again and urged, "Hurry up. Don't tell me you want to deny it." This guy would take advantage of others whenever he could. Yu Shu glanced at him unhappily. She then stood up and walked in front of him. She held onto the table and sat on his lap. Her eyes spun when she barely touched a bit of the material of his clothes. She placed her hand on the table and intended to stand up, but who knew that Shui Rui would be a step faster than her? He pulled his arm back and hooked it around her waist, and with a slight bit of force, he pressed her onto his thigh. Yu Shu panicked and instinctively tried to break free. However, after twisting her body twice, her cheeks turned red and she was stunned. It was a hot day. The two of them had bathed in the evening and changed into light clothes. One layer of silk and the other layer of gauze. The thin material couldn't stop her from rubbing against his thigh. She could feel the firmness and warmth of his thigh. She lightly gritted her teeth and sensibly didn't dare move rashly. As soon as she stopped just like this, Shui Rui's hand went around her shoulder, and he carried half of her body on his lap in a slightly careful manner. After that, he lowered his head and leaned close to the beautiful curve of her neck, and he let out a satisfied low laugh. "In the afternoon, I wanted to hug you like this." In that stuffy and unbearable record office, she quietly accompanied him for the entire afternoon. She didn't care about how unbearable he was at that time. She didn't mind the boredom. No matter what he was doing, she just wanted to accompany him. Just like what he had hoped for when he was young. Only the heavens knew that it took a lot of patience for him to not notice her gaze on his body. In that kind of situation, he didn't neglect her. Hearing his confession, Yu Shu's almond-shaped eyes softened and she changed her mind at the last moment. Her hand that was about to reject him brushed past his shoulder and slowly wrapped around his neck. Her fingers intertwined and the tip of her nose rubbed against his full forehead. She smelled the man's unique warm scent. It was as if a shiny stone had been thrown into the lake of her heart, causing a wave of ripples. She watched it sink little by little. This man loved her. Although she didn't know why, it couldn't be any more sincere. Shui Rui keenly noticed her pandering. His heart skipped a beat. He lifted his head from her shoulder and looked into her clear black and white eyes. Under the bright moonlight, there wasn't a trace of color mixed in as she looked at him. It was so pure that it made his heart thirsty. "Ah Shu." With a low murmur, he couldn't control himself anymore. His hand tightened as he raised his head and kissed her soft lips. At first, it was a teasing kiss, But when he found out that she didn't resist, he slowly went deeper. He lovingly licked her trembling lips and coaxed her into her fragrant mouth. If he hadn't tasted it, how would he know that this sharp tongue would be so sweet and delicious? Their lips and teeth were intertwined. Yu Shu was kissed until her brain heated up. Her eyes were slightly closed and her cheeks were red. She felt his tongue licking around her mouth and she let out a moan. She bit the tip of his tongue and sucked hard. This was fatal. Shui Rui's waist went numb. He took a deep breath and clamped his legs together to avoid scaring her. At the same time, he couldn't bear to let go, so he hugged her even tighter. His hard chest pressed against her soft chest and slowly rubbed against it. The beauty of it was indescribable. Under the dim light, his peach blossom eyes were bright and seductive. His left hand slid down from her shoulder and gently rubbed her soft back through the thin material of her clothes. Inch by inch, he unknowingly rubbed against her waist and covered her soft buttocks. His mind was shaken and he couldn't help but rub it hard. Yu Shu opened her eyes all of a sudden. She was embarrassed and annoyed when she felt him kneading her from behind. She panted slightly as she dodged Shui Rui's kiss, and then she moved her hand to her back and grabbed his claws before forcefully pinching him. She did this so that it wouldn't be easy to deal with him if he continued. Don't touch me. Yu Shu leaned on his shoulder and scolded in a low voice. She was afraid that it would attract people. After being pinched by her, Shui Rui recovered from his infatuation. Although he felt it was a pity, he was content. He suppressed the fire in his heart and took the opportunity to hold her fingers. He pulled her in front of him and kissed her. He coaxed her in a low voice, "Don't be angry. I just want to kiss you. Ah Shu, you're so good. I'm so happy. Touch my chest, it's beating very fast." Even though Yu Shu was usually thick-skinned, she didn't have much experience in love. His words made her ears burn red, but even though she was embarrassed, she still let out a light "mf" and reached out to his burning hot left chest. Sure enough, she found that his heart was beating like thunder. Stunned, she couldn't help but put her hand on her chest. After a moment, Yu Shu pursed her lips and didn't want it to open. Her shoulders trembled, but her eyes were full of laughter. In the end, she couldn't help but hit his chest lightly. She lay on his shoulder and giggled. Ha ha, she and Shui Rui, she finally knew what it was. It turned out that the problem was not with Shui Rui, but with her. She wasn't worried that he wasn't infatuated enough, but she was afraid that she couldn't treat him wholeheartedly. She was afraid that she couldn't treat him wholeheartedly and let him down. Now this doubt was gone. Because her violent heartbeat just now clearly told her that she was moved by him. How could she let him down? Even though Shui Rui didn't know why she was suddenly so happy, he loved listening to her laughter. He fiddled with the strands of hair on her shoulder and adjusted his breathing. When she was done laughing, he finally asked, "Do you want to continue playing?" This game was excellent, but it was a bit tiring. Yu Shu shook her head and gently poked his shoulder. She smiled and sighed, "Let's stop here for today. Come back another day." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shui Rui kissed her forehead, took a breath, and helped her stand up. He also sat up straight, raised his hand to tidy up her messy clothes, and said with a gentle look, "I'm busy these days, I can't take care of you. If you want to know anything about me, just write it down on a piece of paper and bring it to me later. I will answer you. You don't have to waste so much effort to get information from me." After he saw through her thoughts, Yu Shu felt a sweetness in her heart. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She held his handsome face and lowered her head to kiss him. Big brother is the best. Chapter 482. When Yu Shu got up early to rinse her teeth with salt water, she felt that her lower lip was a little numb. She looked in the mirror and found that her lips were indeed a little swollen. She touched her lower lip gently and thought of the burning embrace last night. Her heart beat faster for a moment. Then she heard Xiaoqing, who was combing her hair, praise her, "You look so good today. Did you sleep well last night?" Yu Shu looked at the rosy figure in the mirror and hummed guiltily. As soon as she finished tidying up, Gui Chi invited her downstairs for dinner. The dining table was very quiet. At first, there was only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clanking. Yu Shu drank a few mouthfuls of sweet porridge and couldn't help but look up at Shui Rui and say, "Why do you keep looking at me? Hurry up and eat. After dinner, we will go to the yamen. Don't we still have a lot of things to do?" Shui Rui smiled at her, raised his hand, picked up a roasted plum roll and put it in her bowl and said, "There's no hurry. Try this. It's a new snack from Jiangnan that the cook learned. The weather is hot, so you can eat more rice and noodles in the morning. Then you won't be tired for the day." The main kitchen of Wangji building was managed by the cook, Xiuqing. Xiuqing was not a southerner, but no matter how busy she was, she still had to practice a few dishes from Jiangnan every few days to cater to Yu Shu's taste. However, Yu Shu did not grow up in the south at all, so she had never been aware of Shui Rui's intention. After breakfast, Yu Shu went out with Shui Rui. He sent her home first and then went to the Supreme Court. After entering the house, Yu Shu only stayed for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before she asked Lu Zhong to hitch the carriage and left. There were no classes in Taisher Shuyuan these days. She was going to the south of the city to find a craftsman who could make fans. Yu Shu had inquired in the north of the city a while ago. There were at least 17 or 18 fan shops in the north of the city, but none of them could use peach roots to make fans. Therefore, she simply changed her direction and went to the south of the city, which was crowded and chaotic. However, the southern part of the city was not the same as the northern part. After an hour and 3 streets, Yu Shu finally found an old fan shop in an alley. The carriage stopped halfway. She walked for a while and found a small shop called Hall of 100 Folds. Yu Shu wiped the sweat off her forehead. Hesitantly, she pushed open the bamboo curtain and entered. She felt dizzy. Inside the concave-shaped central room, the 3 walls were filled with fans. One side was filled with colorful female fans, the other side was filled with rosin fans, and the other side was filled with all kinds of cool fans of various shapes and sizes. There were more than 100 of them. She stood at the door in a daze for a moment, then became happy and went forward to ask the middle-aged man who was twisting copper wire next to the shelf. "Shopkeeper." The man didn't even bother to raise his head, and replied, "Pick whatever you want from the wall. If you like it, come and pay for it. If you damage it, you'll have to pay twice the price. If you steal, you'll be sent to the officials." Yu Shu's mouth twitched. "Who sells things like this? I'm not here to buy fans. I just want to ask, does your shop's craftsman know how to use peach wood to make fans?" The middle-aged man stopped his work and turned to look at her. "Peach wood root." "Yes, it's peach wood root. Can you make it?" "Yes, I can." Hearing this, Yu Shu wasn't in a hurry to be happy. She first asked about the details. "I have a 100-year-old peach wood root. I want to make a folding fan for men. The fan bone should be 9 inches and 5 inches long. It should have 16 openings and 2 sides. It should be hard to break. Can you make it?" "Yes, I can." Yu Shu saw that he looked honest and didn't look like he was bragging. She was happy and hurriedly said, "Then I'll go back and get the wood. Then we can discuss again. We can talk about the money, but don't break anything." She turned around and was about to leave. But she heard a sneer behind her. "I said I can make it. Did I promise to make it for you? I only sell fans in my shop. I don't care about custom-made ones. You can buy those on the wall if you want. Take care." Yu Shu was deflated. She turned around with a strange expression. She looked at the man who lowered his head to twist the copper wire again. Originally, she didn't trust his skills. But now, she was sure that such an arrogant person was really capable. She opened her mouth and her eyes flashed. She put on a disdainful face. "If you don't know how to make it, then you don't know how to make it." It wasn't easy to find someone who could make a fan. How could she let go of this opportunity? She wanted to provoke him and then take the opportunity to trick him. But the other party seemed to have closed his ears. No matter what she said, he didn't care about her. Yu Shu talked nonsense for a long time. Her mouth was dry. She had no choice but to go back and come back tomorrow. She didn't believe that this person wouldn't let her go if she visited him every day. She turned around and walked to the door. She saw a person coming in. "Fifth uncle, I'm here. Hey, you Swansea?" Young Master Exen? Yushu didn't expect to meet Xian Lu's fifth cousin, Exen Yingguang, here. She was surprised for a moment, and then she realized what the handsome young man in front of her had just called. Fifth uncle? When Exen Lishan saw his nephew coming, he put down his work and walked over. He took the 2 paper bags from Exen Yingguang's hands. He glanced at Yushu and asked his nephew, "You know this noisy girl?" 2 black lines squeezed on Yushu's forehead. Exen Yingguang looked at Yushu apologetically and said to Exen Lishan, "Fifth uncle, this is Miss Yu, a double-ranked female fortune-teller in this year's Dian examination. She is a good friend of 6th younger sister." He kindly told Yushu, "This is my uncle." This time, Yushu was puzzled. As far as she knew, didn't Xian Lu's father say that there were 4 brothers? Where did this uncle come from? This middle-aged man looked less than 40 years old. His skin was rough. He didn't look like the master of the Xian family. But Exen Yingguang called him uncle, so he was obviously her father's brother. It was strange. Female fortune-teller? Exen Lishan stared at Yushu a few more times. At this time, he looked interested, the one who didn't give face to that old thing, Han Wenguang, and forcibly took his disciple's seal? Hearing his tone, Yushu said seriously, "Fifth Master Exen is wrong. I didn't forcibly take it. I won it fair and square. They were not as good as me." "Ha," Exen Lishan said with a smile. When he looked at Yushu again, he suddenly found her more pleasing to the eye. He nodded and said, "Bring that piece of mahogany root tomorrow and let me have a look." This time, Yushu was happy. She secretly wanted to make peace through Exen Lu, who knew that this 5th Master Exen was a temperamental person. With one sentence, he directly agreed to her matter. Afraid that he would change his mind again, Yushu hurriedly thanked him and moved aside. She said goodbye to the uncle and nephew and left first. After she left, Exen Yingguang asked, "Fifth uncle, what happened just now?" Exen Lishan told him that Yushu wanted to make a mahogany root fan. Then he commented with interest, "I originally thought that she was a rich girl who randomly drew lots. It turns out that she is half an expert. I told you about the century-old mahogany root. Do you still remember what it is used for?" Exen Yingguang thought for a moment and said, "Mahogany is the essence of 5 kinds of wood. A century-old mahogany root produces innate yang qi. It can suppress hundreds of ghosts. It is the most evil thing in the world." "Not bad. It seems that you usually don't slack off." Exen Lishan patted his nephew's shoulder with satisfaction. He took him and walked inside. "Let's go to the back. I will show you a kite that I have just modified. You only need to fly 65 feet to know tomorrow's weather." "Fifth uncle, wait. I have something to ask you to take a look at." Exen Yingguang pulled him and took out a pouch from his bosom. He opened it and took out a string of crystal-clear water beads. Seeing that thing, Exen Lishan was stunned and immediately took it. It was cool in his hand. He closed his eyes and rubbed it for a while. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again, but they were full of excitement. This bead has such a strong spiritual energy. Although it is 1 part natural, it is 90% man-made. It's strange. Did you raise it? Good boy, tell me quickly. Exen Yingguang's expression instantly became serious. He shook his head and said, "It's not me. It's the birthday gift that Miss Yu gave to 6th younger sister just now. Fei Fei wore it for a few days and said that she slept very well at night. I was curious and borrowed it. Sure enough, after a good night's sleep, she was in good spirits the next day. I faintly feel that the spiritual energy on this bracelet is most likely raised, so it is so strong that it has such a miraculous effect. It's not like jade that needs to be nourished for a long time. According to 5th uncle, it is 90% raised by people. It's really strange." Their Exen family was a big feng shui family. Dating back 6 generations, there was an old ancestor who guarded a jade mountain. Later generations, they explored the method of nourishing objects with feng shui and using objects to benefit people. After ups and downs, they had a place today. It could be said that when it came to nourishing artifacts, their Xian family was the best in the secular world. The list of wonderful and rare objects had been passed down for several generations. However, the most exquisite method was to nourish the natural spiritual jade with 80% spiritual energy. This small string of beads had 90% spiritual energy. Of course, it couldn't be compared like this. The Xian family's 80% spiritual energy could last for a long time, but this string of beads could only last for 2 months at most. However, this was also the amazing part. Because the spiritual energy constantly spread out, it greatly benefited the wearer, and it was the most obvious at the beginning. Fifth uncle, Exen Yingguang looked at Exen Lishan, who seemed to be deep in thought, and hesitated. Do you think we should tell our family about this? Exen Lishan came back to his senses and glanced at him. He fiddled with the white crystal beads in his hand and slowly sneered. Tell our family, then let them threaten and bribe to find out about the other person's method of nourishing objects, take it for their own use and make use of it, so that the Xian family's reputation in the 12 prefectures goes up another level? Exen Yingguang saw that he was angry, and quickly smiled bitterly. Don't be angry. I won't say anything, okay? Exen Lishan stuffed the string of beads back to him, and said unhappily, people who learn the most important thing is to have a good temperament. I've taught you for 3 years, but you're still so muddle-headed. I'm really angry. Take it back and give it to Fei Fei. Don't talk too much. Exen Yingguang nodded, and then said worriedly, what if father and the others find out themselves? Exen Lishan snorted. In the whole mansion, other than your old ancestor, even your grandfather doesn't have the foresight of an unfilial son like me. Chapter 483. The next day, Yushu goes to Wangji Tower early in the morning to get the mahogany root. She puts the wood in the dew-wind pool for 3 or 4 days. Although the change is not as amazing as that of the crystal beads, and there is no clue on the surface, there is a faint smell of wood. She doesn't remember that this century-old mahogany root had this smell before. She wrapped it in a piece of silk. Yushu didn't go out in a hurry but asked Xiao Qing to find the shopkeeper, Lin Fu. Miss, what can I do for you? Old Lin, you are from Anling. You should have heard a lot about the past years in the capital, right? I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you know. Lin Fu nodded and stood 3 steps away from Yushu to answer, I am a servant of the Shui family. I have lived in Anling for nearly 40 years. Miss, feel free to ask. Yushu touched the silk bag on the tea table and asked curiously, is there a 5th master in the Exin family, one of the 12 families? 5th master? Lin Fu was stunned. He didn't need Yushu to ask in detail and blurted out. You are asking about the one who was expelled from the Exin family many years ago? Yushu's eyes lit up. Yes, it should be him. Tell me about this person. Yes. Lin Fu saw that she was interested, so he recalled and said what he knew. It was about 10 years ago. At that time, the 5th master of the Exin family was very famous in the capital. None of the young masters of the 12 families could be compared to him. He was the top of the Dian list and no one had seen him for 20 years. Yushu was surprised. She didn't expect that the eccentric shopkeeper in the fan shop was a 3rd-class master. What else? Since he was so capable, why was he expelled from the family? It is said that because he was unfilial, the 5th master Exin once insulted his father in public, so that the left judge Exin broke off the relationship with him in anger. That year in Anling City because of this matter was discussed for a while, and then there was no more news. I don't know where the 5th master Exin went. Why did you ask about him out of nowhere? Yushu didn't want to explain, so she waved her hand and said, I was just casually asking. All right, you can go back to your work. After sending Lin Fu away, Yushu sat down and thought for a while before leaving with the mahogany root. There was a fan shop in the alley. When Yushu came in, she saw Exen Lishan sitting behind the counter and carving a piece of black wood. She greeted him first. 5th Master Exen, I'm here. Exen Lishan blew the sawdust in his hand and said with a frown, Don't call me 5th Lord, call me shopkeeper. Yes, Manager Exen. Yushu had a favor to ask of him, so she did not care about his temper. She stepped forward and placed the bundle in front of him. She untied it and said, This is the century-old mahogany root. I want to make a fan material. Have a look. Seeing the black gold mahogany root was exposed when the bundle was opened, Lishan stopped what he was doing and held it in front of him. He gently touched it for a while, and then without saying hello to Yushu, he took a carving knife and cut 2 pieces from it. He brought it to the tip of his nose and took a breath. He squinted and said, "Oh my God, did you just dig this out, or did you raise it with feng shui?" Looking at his expression, Yushu paid attention and said vaguely, "I raised it for a while." This was a half-truth. She just put this piece of wood beside the feng shui pool where she raised crystal stones, and did not take special care of it. Lishan raised his head and stared at her for a few times. He suddenly asked, "Who taught you feng shui?" Yushu blinked her eyes and said, "My master, of course." Although strictly speaking, Qin Jing did not teach her feng shui metaphysics in detail, she benefited a lot from the 8 Gates life and death skills. Not only did it help her derive the law of time of calamity, but it also contained the essentials of feng shui. Even the feng shui pool on the balcony of Wangji Tower was made by her according to the 5 elements position of the 8 Gates life and death skills. Lishan asked curiously, "Who is your master?" Since Yushu stood out in the Dian examination, she was often asked this question, so she answered very fluently, "My master is a man of Taoism, a hermit in the mountain. His name is not worthy of the Taoist title." Hearing this, Lishan's previous doubts were explained. It turned out that there was such a hermit Taoist priest. No wonder he could teach such an extraordinary apprentice who dared to challenge Han Wenguang. Presumably, the method of raising things was also passed down by her master. Yushu was concerned about whether her fan could be made well, so she asked again, "Shopkeeper Xian, do you think this piece of wood can be made into a fan?" "Yes, it can." Lishan touched the wood under his palm and felt the thick essence on it. A smile appeared on his stiff face. "It's 9 inches and 5 inches long, 16 gears, a double-sided folding fan, right? What other requirements do you have?" "Tell me all of them." Yushu said, "Pick the best material for the surface of the fan for me, or else it won't be afraid of water, moisture, or its color will not fade." Lishan touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, "Your peachwood fan is not commonly used for stirring the wind. It will be a waste to use it with ordinary xian paper or silk. How about this? I have a piece of cold silkworm dark pupa silk in my collection. It is also a rare item. Not to mention waterproof and moisture-proof, even ordinary sharp weapons can't cut it. It will be just right to use this fan bone to suppress Yin and evil. But I can't give it to you for free." Hearing this, Yushu's mind swayed. Almost without hesitation, she said, "If you are willing to part with it, I am willing to pay any amount of money." If she didn't have enough money, she could hide it from Zhao Hui and use the real money in her small treasury first. When her crystal was sold, she would make up for it. This rare item, if she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't have this opportunity again. Lishan shook his head and said, "There's no need for money. In exchange for my cold silkworm dark pupa silk, even if you give me 10,000 gold, I won't even bother to look at you. I know you have a kind of strange stone called crystal. You can use that to exchange with me." Hearing this, Yushu's eyes flashed. She didn't immediately agree. Instead, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Shopkeeper Xian is a person who knows what's good and what's bad. My crystal is also a unique treasure. How do you plan to exchange with me?" Lishan laughed and stretched out his palm. He flipped it twice and said, "I want the bracelet that you gave to my niece. I want 10 of them that are exactly the same." Yushu's eyelids twitched. Without thinking, she shook her head and refused, "That can't be done. Do you think they are cabbages? They are still weighed by weight. At most, I will give you 2 to play with." It wasn't that she couldn't gather 10 bracelets, but this thing was her future source of income. It was a rare commodity. She had to sell it slowly. If she just casually gave a pile of it to him, it would be a common thing on the street. Lishan didn't blink and stretched out his hand again, then ate. Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. She wanted 4? She could just make up a table of mahjong. 3, no more. She thought Lishan would bargain again. Unexpectedly, he turned his head and said, "Hey, if you don't want to give, then forget it. I won't make your fan anymore." Was this person really a third-grade DE master? Where did this scoundrel come from? After taking a deep breath, Yushu softened and said gently, "Then 4. For then. I can give you 4 different colors, but you have to promise me that you won't give them away or resell them. If that's not enough, then I'll have to find someone else to make them." "Deal." Xenlishan slapped the counter and wrinkled his face with a smile. He asked for the crystal stone because he was interested in it and wanted to collect it. He didn't want to sell it. He didn't care what Yushu said. Yushu muttered to herself, "Why did I feel that this person didn't look like a businessman yesterday? I really misjudged him. Fortunately, I am not easy to fool." She pretended to be distressed, but secretly laughed. If he really insisted on not making the fan for her, she would have no choice. Not to mention 8, she would even give him 10. "Do you want to write a promissory note?" Yushu was afraid that he would go back on his words. Xenlishan wrote her a note without hesitation. They agreed that after this century-old peach root was made into a fan, Yushu would give him 4 crystal bracelets of different colors in exchange. In this way, they even saved the manual labor. She got the better deal. After receiving the promissory note and setting a date to pick up the goods, Yushu was relieved to leave the peach root. When Xenlishan became impatient again, she tactfully said goodbye and left. With a load off her mind, Yushu could finally calm down and ponder over her law of the time of calamity. Ever since she came back from Huajian Garden, she had relied on the criminal records she had on hand to determine the culprit of the time of calamity. She had successfully completed the task by using the zodiac to determine the culprit and gender. Next, she aimed at the villain and did the same thing, using the zodiac sign to determine the value. Yushu could already foresee that the more things she deduced, the more detailed the results she could calculate in the future. For example, for the disaster of Hutian, she could calculate the zodiac sign of the person who hurt the child. She could also directly infer who the person who harbored evil intentions towards Hutian was based on the zodiac sign of the villain. The clearer the scope, the easier it would be to deal with. As the rule of the time of disaster became more comprehensive, she became more and more confident. In Anling City, where people's hearts were unpredictable, one day, she could control her own fate by controlling the fate of others. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During this time, Yushu went to Xia Jiang guest house. Xia Jiangmin annotated the 8 characters of Qiu Yueling's marriage using the art of 6 Yao lines to her. Once again, she felt sorry for Yushu. "You're good at everything. You're much smarter than me. It's just that you don't have enough talent and wisdom. Otherwise, you could use the art of 6 Yao lines to calculate others. With this alone, you can do whatever you want in the capital city. If you spread the word, many nobles would fight to invite you to be a guest of honor. However, the reputation of a female fortune teller sounds good. Only those businessmen will take notice of it." Yushu felt that it was a pity, but she didn't force it. It should be known that Taoist Qingjing taught her the art of 6 Yao lines to make up for her incompatibility. Therefore, she should be secretly happy that she could make a rough calculation for herself. By the way, Xia Jiangmin grabbed her hand, and a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes suddenly flashed. It was very attractive. "Yesterday, Miss Xia of the Xia family came to the guest house. I heard her mention the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet on the 6th of June. Did you receive the invitation?" Chapter 484. The 6th day of the 6th month was the Heavenly Blessing Festival. It was said that on this day, the Jade Emperor's daughter descended to the mortal world to play. She turned into a pure and refined water lotus by the lake. Coincidentally, a scholar passed by and took pity on her lonely shadow. Thus, he visited her by the lake every morning and evening, reciting poems and painting for her. The fairy fell in love with him and turned back into a beautiful woman. Then she met the scholar by chance. A year later, they became husband and wife and loved each other. However, the good times did not last long. The Jade Emperor noticed his daughter's whereabouts and sent the celestial soldiers to the mortal world to capture her. The fairy refused to leave her husband and return to the heavenly court, so she disobeyed the laws of heaven. The Jade Emperor was furious. In front of the scholar, he turned his daughter into a lotus flower and punished her for 100 years before she could return to her human form. One day in heaven was 10 years on earth. However, mortals only lived for 100 years. How could the scholar live until then? The Jade Emperor thought that the mortal would not wait long. Faced with a lotus flower that could not speak, he would have a change of heart sooner or later. He wanted to use this opportunity to make his daughter give up on the scholar, who knew that in the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. One day, the Jade Emperor thought of his daughter and went down to the mortal world. In a big house, he saw the fairy who was still a lotus flower and an old man with white hair sitting by the lotus pond. The Jade Emperor recognized the old man as the scholar. In surprise, he appeared and asked him, "It has been so many years, are you still waiting for her?" At this point, Xia Jiangmin's eyes turned slightly red. She sniffed and asked Yu Shu, "Guess, how did the old man answer?" Yu Shu was fascinated and shook her head gently. The first half of the story was vulgar, but the second half was a little touching. Xia Jiangmin's eyes moved and there was a trace of yearning in her expression. She said, "He said that when he married his wife, he made a vow that he would never leave her in this life. So as long as he was alive, he would never leave her." The Jade Emperor was moved and took back his daughter's punishment. He turned the lotus flower back into a human form. After 50 years, he finally saw his beloved wife again. He closed his eyes by the lotus pond in satisfaction and passed away. Then tears fell from her eyes. Although Yu Shu was not as emotional as her, she was not indifferent. She patted the back of her hand and said gently, "The scholar and the fairy were both infatuated. Even though they only had one flower, they still spent 50 years together, didn't they?" Hearing that, Xia Jiangmin nodded slowly. "That's right. This scholar is a man of his word. He is a true gentleman, and the fairy is also infatuated." The Jade Emperor was moved by their persistence. Every year on the 6th day of the 6th month in the human world, which is also the day that the scholar and the fairy meet, he asked the Moon Elder to tie a red thread for those infatuated men and women in the world. It was a heavenly blessing. Today was the first time Yu Shu heard of such a special day. It sounded similar to the Double Seventh Festival. The difference was that the Double Seventh Festival was the Women's Day. Women prayed for craftsmanship and worshipped the Weaver Girl, hoping that they would have a husband in the future. The Heaven's Blessing Festival existed to bless the marriage between men and women. Then what is this gentleman's hibiscus banquet that you mentioned? Xia Jiangmin wiped the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief. It was said that women were the most fickle. She was still crying a moment ago, but now she had a smile on her face. She even excitedly said to Yu Shu, "This has a long history. It can be traced back to the time when Arden Empire was just founded. The Anling was just built. The imperial court was divided into 3 factions. There were civil officials and military generals. There was also the rising faction of Master Yi. These noble families and talented people did not get along well with each other. Thus, Empress Ningzhen thought of a way. Every year on the Heaven's Blessing Festival, she would hold a gentleman's hibiscus banquet and invite all the unmarried young men and women in the capital to attend. The gentleman's hibiscus banquet was personally hosted by Empress Ningzhen. Any talented person, no matter male or female, could obtain a water hibiscus made of gold and jade. And the person who obtained the gold and jade hibiscus, Xia Jiangmin suddenly lowered her voice and squeezed Yu Shu's hand. She excitedly said, "Then they can express their love to the man or woman they like. If the two are in love, then the Heaven's Blessing Festival will be the matchmaker and they will be fated to be together." Yu Shu was surprised to hear this. She thought to herself and could not help but praise the Empress Ningzhen of 300 years ago. She was an expert at playing politics. After the Jin were expelled and the new dynasty was established, the civil and military officials in the court were at odds with each other. The affairs of the country were unstable. The most effective method was to have them marry each other. Thus, There was the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. But today, the gentleman's hibiscus banquet no longer had its original purpose. The only thing that people would flock to like ducks was that gold and jade hibiscus. Then what if there was one party who had wishful thinking? Yushu asked. For example, if a man obtained the gold and jade hibiscus and expressed his love to a woman, if the woman rejected, wouldn't her reputation be affected? Xia Jiangmin smiled and said, I also think so. But Miss Xia told me that to be selected to obtain the gold and jade hibiscus at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet is a kind of glory. Even if it was rejected because it was not to one's liking, others would be envious. As she said this, she shook Yushu's arm and winked at her. This kind of banquet, I won't have the chance to go. Ashu, you are the great female divination master. Now that your reputation is resounding, this year's gentleman's hibiscus banquet will definitely send you an invitation. When the time comes, you must attend. When you return, you must tell me about it. If I receive an invitation, I will go. In reality, Yushu wasn't interested in this kind of ancient matchmaking activity. But if there was a chance to see the current empress, there was no harm in joining in the fun. Xia Jiangmin looked her up and down again and couldn't help but remind her, you better prepare your clothes and jewelry early. There are still some days left. Don't go sloppily on that day and cause others to laugh at you. I know. Yushu's mouth was perfunctory. She stood up and said, it's getting late. I should go. I'll come see you tomorrow. Xia Jiangmin said angrily, but you said it. Don't not hear from me for 10 days or half a month again. I'll see you off. Xia Jiangmin sent Yushu out of the rear courtyard. She then followed a servant girl out the front door. When she sat on the horse carriage on the way home, she suddenly realized something. Her expression wasn't as calm as before. Would Shui Rui go to the gentleman's hibiscus banquet? In the second half of May, Sima Kue had an astrology class. Yushu went to see Xia Jiangmin yesterday. She was a little concerned about the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. So when she saw Xen Lu today, she asked, have you received the invitation to the gentleman's hibiscus banquet? Xen Lu hadn't seen her for a few days. He was about to show her the white crystal on his wrist when she suddenly asked him, not yet. How did you get it? He asked in a daze, not yet. How did you get it? Yushu shook her head, I just heard about it yesterday. Oh, you're not from Anling. No wonder you don't know about it. Xen Lu patted his forehead as if he just realized this. The students all came early. They stood near the observatory in 2s and 3s. Sima Kue hadn't arrived yet. Yushu and Xen Lu stood under a ginkgo tree and talked. Xen Lu knew more about the gentleman's hibiscus banquet than Xia Jiangmin. After a while, Yushu had a deeper understanding of this banquet that had been passed down for more than 200 years. It turned out that the gentleman's hibiscus banquet wasn't necessarily hosted by the current empress. Last year, when the empress was ill, she entrusted the banquet to consort LV Xian. This year, it was still unknown which noble in the palace would be hosting. As for the young men and women who were invited to the banquet, they could be divided into 4 groups. The first group were the children of aristocratic families. The second group were the meritorious nobles. The third group were the aristocrats. The last group were the new talents like Yushu, who had used the Dayan or the imperial examinations to get rid of their white status. Speaking of this, Xen Lu suddenly remembered the rumors he heard the day before. He changed the topic and frowned. I was just about to ask you. What's going on with that Zhang Shuiyun? Why did I hear that you slapped her in Zong? I also heard that when you went to worship the ancestors, she falsely accused you of stealing her treasure Tianyu in Huazhen Garden. So she owed you 10 slaps. These days, there are rumors everywhere in Taisher Library. Are these things true? Yushu raised her eyebrows. She thought that Sidu Qinglan's words had spread fast. There is such a thing. Do you know Cui Yun? She was the one who stole Zhang Shuiyuan's Tianyu. Then the two of them falsely accused me and almost started a fight in Huazhen Garden. She told Xen Lu about what happened that evening. Xen Lu was furious. What kind of people are they? They are so shameless. You should really slap them hard in the face. Let's see if they still dare to slander people in the future. Then he rejoiced. Fortunately, this matter has been investigated clearly. Otherwise, if we were to crown you with the crime of theft, it would only be a small matter of losing face. Moreover, it would cause others to think that your conduct is improper. Let's not talk about the future, let's just talk about this gentleman's hibiscus banquet. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Yushu's mind. It was so fast that she couldn't catch it. Academician Sima is here. Let's go. Xen Lu glanced at the students who had gathered in the south and pulled her. Yushu's thoughts were interrupted. She didn't have time to think too much. She went up with Xen Lu to greet Academician Sima. An hour later, at the end of the class, Sima Kuei finally informed all the students present of one thing. After 9 o'clock tonight, we will measure the stars at the observatory. I have some errands to run, so I entrust Academician Jing to give a lecture. Don't be naughty and come on time. You can stay in the library tonight and go back tomorrow. There were whispers below. Most people were excited, but there were a few who were depressed. This included Yushu and Xen Lu. The reason for their depression was different. Lotus Room, I don't want to go to the observatory tonight. Do you think I should sneak back home? Xen Lu had always been traumatized by Chao Yuling's murder. Yushu didn't want to stay either. She was suspicious about Sima Kuei suddenly asking Jing Chen to speak on his behalf. She guessed that Jing Chen was looking for an opportunity to get close to her. But she didn't want to delay her studies because of this. Lotus Room. Chapter 485. It drizzles in the evening. Yushu and Xen Lu spend their dinner in a restaurant near Taisher Shuyuan. When the rain stops, they take the packed snacks and go to the Shuyuan. The sky is dark and there is a cool breeze. Xen Lu sees that Yushu is wearing thin clothes, so he goes back to the girls' dormitory and finds a spare cloak for her to wear. It's only 7:15 o'clock. They take their things and go to the observatory together. On the way, they meet several students who know each other. They are all staying to observe the stars tonight. They are holding teapots, cushions, candles and other things in their hands. They are ready to stay up late. Xen Lu becomes more courageous when he sees so many people. He holds Yushu's hand and walks on the dark veranda. He whispers to her, Zhang Xuan is apprenticed to Academician Jing, right? Do you think she will come tonight? If Jing Chen teaches on behalf of him, he will probably bring his students. Yushu answers absent-mindedly, how do I know? Xen Lu pursed his lips and said, I guess she doesn't have the face to come. These 2 days, everyone in the library is talking about how many slaps she owes you. I don't believe she would dare to come to you, unless she thinks she hasn't lost enough face. Yushu says, she has no time to think about Zhang Xuan. The observatory is not quiet tonight. When Yushu and Xen Lu arrive, there are already more than 10 people gathered under the south wall. At first glance, there are many young men and women. These people stand in 2 groups. It is obvious that one group is Sima Kuei's student and the other is Jing Chen's student. Because Jing Chen is among them. He has arrived early and is surrounded by his female students to ask for advice. He is wearing a loose silk robe, which makes him stand out and very eye-catching. Xen Lu looks at the girls and whispers to Yushu, do you see? This is the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. Some people inevitably have wishful thinking and daydream about living in the princess mansion. Although it was said that female disguise artists didn't bother with trifles, there were still people who couldn't stand the sight of her circling around a man. Not only did Xen Lu feel disdain, there were also a few people present who secretly rolled their eyes. Yushu, on the other hand, looked at Jing Chen, who was still calm and composed even though he was surrounded by the fragrance of his daughter. She felt it was strange. In her impression, Jing Chen was a very dogmatic Taoist. It wasn't that he didn't know how to keep a distance between men and women, but his behavior was somewhat unlike him. Is everyone here? Jing Chen's words silenced the voices on both sides. His eyes revealed a bit of impatience. He turned his head and saw Yushu's figure not far away. His furrowed eyebrows immediately calmed down. There were nearly 40 students under the 2 academicians. As soon as the time passed, except for a few who had to resign, everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived. Yushu glanced around and saw Cui Yun, who was hiding behind a few girls and peeking at her. However, she didn't see Zhan Shuiyuan. It seemed that the 2 slaps on her face that day were not in vain. At least there was one less annoying fly in front of her. Jing Chen asked someone to fill the stone tablet at the bottom of the observatory with clean water. He found a suitable place and explained 7 or 8 star positions in a simple and clear manner. When they all understood, he left half of the students to observe the stone tablet and brought the other half to the observatory. Xian Lu didn't want to go on the observatory, so he pulled Yushu's back when Jing Chen wasn't paying attention. He winked at her and used her as a cover to blend in with the remaining half of the students. On the observatory, Yushu stood at a place not far from Jing Chen. Listening to his clear and bright voice on the empty building, he used exquisite words to point out the stars. She could even divert her attention to laugh at herself. That day, he promised to teach her astrology. Today, he finally fulfilled his promise. It was just that he had changed from a small kitchen to a big pot of rice. I will first teach you a pithy formula about the positions of the stars to make it easier to remember. Memorize it carefully and you can save yourself some trouble when you observe the stars. Jiao, Kong, Di, Chu are always in the Chen position. Di, Fang, Xen, Wei are in the Mao position. Wei, Ji, Do are in the Yin position. Do, Nyo, Nu, Cho are in the Gong position. Nu, Su, Wei are in the Gong position. Yushu didn't have a good memory, so she just took a pen and memorized it. She didn't notice that Jing Chen was looking at her. Jing Chen repeated the pithy formula 3 times. Seeing that everyone had memorized it, he pointed at them and assigned them. Tonight, you will watch from upstairs for 2 hours. You 2, go to the Chou Shi position in the east. You 2, go to the Shun Shi position in the west. You, and you, stand in the Hai Shi position. The observatory was very spacious. Yushu was pointed to a windbreak wall near the staircase. There was no one on the left, but there were 2 people standing 2 feet away on the right. She looked around, put the cushion in her hand on the ground, blew out the lantern, and sat down with her legs crossed. She put her hands on the side of her body and looked up. A light rain washed away the color of the sky. The quiet night sky was very bright and moving. There were countless stars in the summer sky, big and small, embellished into a majestic Milky Way star chart. It was boundless, mysterious, and unfathomable. Just like in life, fate was hard to predict. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were all God's will. No matter how arrogant a person was when looking at the endless Milky Way, he would also feel a little humble. How many stars do you know in the sky? A low voice came from above Yushu's head. It was only when she came back to her senses that she realized Jing Chen had walked to her side and was standing still. He was so close that if she moved her arm, she would be able to touch the hem of his clothes. Yushu didn't move. She just turned her head to look at him, then looked at the distant night sky. Jing Chen, on the other hand, lowered his head. Looking at her indifferent expression, he slowly clenched his fists by his side. Silence spread between them. It was not until Jing Chen's palms were covered in sweat that he heard Yushu's voice, which was calm and almost emotionless. I don't know what regret is. Once I decide to do something, I will never look back. Whether it's right or wrong, I just want to have a clear conscience. What about you? Do you regret it now? She didn't regret getting to know Jing Chen outside Yang City. She didn't regret saving him on the riverbank. She didn't regret falling in love with him after a life-and-death battle. She didn't regret putting herself in danger for him. She didn't regret risking everything for him, but now she didn't care. Jing Chen's eyelashes trembled slightly. His handsome face gradually showed a color of shame. He raised his head, not daring to look directly into her eyes, but he couldn't deny it. I do regret it. He regretted letting her down. He regretted letting down the only person in the world who truly cared for him. Yushu sneered as if she already knew that he would answer like this and was not surprised at all. She pushed herself up from the ground and casually patted her clothes. Ignoring the cushions and kettle on the ground, she turned around and walked towards the stairs. She stepped down the stairs and looked up at him. Jing Chen watched her disappear at the top of the stairs. Her last look kept replaying in his mind. It was not a mocking look, nor was it sarcastic. It was a look of indifference. His heart suddenly tightened. An unfamiliar feeling of sadness welled up in him, making him panic. He froze for a moment, then suddenly strode forward and chased her down the stairs. He took a few steps at a time. Soon he saw Yushu's figure around the corner. Without thinking, he reached out and grabbed her sleeve. Xiaoyu. Yushu was forced to stop. She looked up at the hand that was gripping her sleeve tightly. Seeing his nervous face, she frowned and lowered her voice. What are you doing? Who is the one who said that they would cut off all ties? Have you forgotten? Let go. However, Jing Chen refused to let go. He pulled her down instead. Come with me. I have something very important to tell you. It was enough that he let her down once. He didn't want to hide it today and regret it in the future. Yushu looked at Jing Chen, who was holding her wrist and walking in front of her. Her eyes flashed but quickly darkened. She knew that he had another purpose for approaching her. She didn't shake him off again. Without saying a word, she followed him down the stairs from the other side of the observatory. They avoided the group of students who were observing Shigui downstairs and walked towards the small building in the distance. The small building near the observatory was empty. Jing Chen pushed the door open and asked Yushu to wait outside. He found a candle and lit it. He picked up the candlestick and turned around to call her. Xiaoyu, come in. Yushu glanced inside. When she didn't find anything strange, she walked in. Jing Chen held the lamp and took her to the central hall on the second floor. He placed the candlestick on the coffee table. Yushu walked over and opened a window facing the east. The night flowed in. Standing by the window, she could see the view of the observatory from afar. She leaned against the cold windowsill and crossed her arms. She raised her eyes and said, "What secret do you want to tell? Why do you have to come to such a place where no one is around?" Jing Chen stood in front of her. He was only 3 to 5 steps away from her. Such a distance made him feel slightly at ease. He clenched his right hand, as if he was taking a breath, and slowly loosened it. Shui Yun said that she told you that I am the great calamity. Hearing this, Yushu nodded hesitantly. That time, Shui Yun lured her out and used Jing Chen's secret as bait. She was talking about the great calamity. Later, she learned that Shui Yun framed her, so she thought that the great calamity was also a lie. Looking at Jing Chen now, could it be true? She did tell me, but I didn't believe her. It's true. Jing Chen's face showed a trace of bitterness. My birth is related to the country of Den. Do you still remember that you have seen my father's exam paper? It said, "Great fortune brings disaster." That's me. If I want peace and people to be at peace, I must find the person who broke my fate and solve my fate. Otherwise, not only will the elders of my sect die soon, but the world will also be in danger. After receiving confirmation, Yushu's heart pounded. It was very difficult for her not to feel her scalp tingle at Jing Chen's shocking birth. If the great calamity could really shake the rise and fall of this great nation, then Jing Chen's fate could really shake the world with a single pull. After the shock, Yushu was full of doubts. Since there was such a relationship of interests, it was even more impossible for Jing Chen to be involved with her before breaking his fate. She suppressed the shock and asked hesitantly, "Could it be that you have found the person who broke your fate and solved your fate?" Jing Chen shook his head gently and whispered, "I found the person who broke my fate, but I still haven't broken my fate." Yushu was not very surprised because she had already guessed it, but she was even more puzzled. She couldn't help but question Jing Chen. "Since you haven't broken your fate, you still dare to provoke me. Aren't you afraid that your Taoist heart will be affected and harm your master and the others?" Hearing her say this, Jing Chen's face couldn't help but become gloomy. He said coldly, "Those are all lies. Kado Star is evil and has nothing to do with my Taoist heart. my sect and the royal family of Da and have an agreement. They protect my life, but they are afraid that I won't be able to break my fate in the future, so they have taught me to be inhumane since I was a child. The more Yushu listened, the more confused she became. Looking at the coldness that flashed across Jingchen's face, she didn't know why, but she felt a little uneasy. She licked her lips, held the window railing behind her and asked, "What do you mean by telling me this? Xiaoyu, do you know how I can break my fate after I find the person who broke my fate?" Yushu shook her head hesitantly, and the uneasiness in her heart grew. Jingchen stared at her. His eyes were as clear as spring water. It seemed that they had never changed, but it also seemed that no one had ever seen them clearly. "I want to marry the person who broke my fate and give birth to a child. Only then can I break my fate." Yushu held her breath, and her face became gloomy in the blink of an eye. After a moment of silence, she heard her slightly trembling voice. "Who is your person who broke your fate?" Jingchen lowered his head, as if it was difficult for him to speak, but he still said it. "You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.